Hey, chat. Welcome to the stream. How's it going, guys? Did we get a raid? No, but I got 5 sub gifts from Nina V. Look at that. Off stream, actually. Also, well, Leia and shit, look at that. Oh, we already had a shout out. Oh, anyway. How's it going, guys? You're here. Alright. Well, we have 1 character slot. Hello, Outbreak. Relax, Mini, Salation, Adia, Bassett, Hyris, Zetabyte. Give 3 shoutouts to Evolea. That's a lot of shoutouts. Okay, hello YouTube, by the way. Can you find my Sorc build anywhere? That's the Blizzard max roll build. Check it on max roll. I didn't make a plan or anything. Next it will be a soft code shower. They want a child for me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let me think about it. Wait, what are I gonna do actually? It's gonna be a bone build, right? I want to play some Bone Spirit and see how that goes. Should be able to be decent for early game as well. Last time I leveled a Blood Sorcerer Necro, so let's try this. I also want to try the instant cold explosions, that should be kinda nice.
Don't get killed.
You also play Necro. Hello. Yeah, this is my first Necro I make this season. I've made one last season already. Played a bunch of builds. It was kind of fun. The first thing I see in this game on a fresh character that has nothing is a silent chest. Cool. You have paused the game, he disconnects. I have no idea what's going on. Forgot to change mount. That's fine. This is an okay mount for Necro, I think. How comes softcore on Necro? More stash. I've done the same last season actually. I did a softcore Necro, and there's like a bunch of builds I want to try on Necro, so you know, I don't have to like try hard so much with muling and so on. I can just like do whatever I want with a full stash of items. Yeah, we're starting with bone builds, so I want to try the bone spirit stuff. I think it's actually in the codex, right? The new aspects, so I want to try and see how good that is. That'll be fun. Is World 2 worth our new characters? Yes. Made Blizzard build of Starless and Darius T100 in less than 3 minutes. That sounds pretty strong. Stop D4 for now, playing LE, didn't enjoy Duriel Farm. Yeah, I think, maybe not today, but maybe tomorrow or so we're gonna start logging in LE as well. Kind of in the mood. And seems like with like the uber unique crafting they've implemented now, or gonna implement on Tuesday, it's not really all too much reason to do a lot more duos for me. We're gonna do some more later probably today. Enjoyed last Epoch podcast. It was a really fun podcast actually. A lot of people here as well. Kinda cool. Nina V. Another subgift. So is this because they want a child from me? 8% increased damage to enemies that are slowed, stunned, or vulnerable. The bonuses stack. Okay, so we're not gonna do this. I don't have Book of the Dead yet. I'm gonna get it. 10 or 5. There's any instant cross explosion, kind of feels good. I'll just keep going with that for now.
This must be it.
Huge for Rocket. Hi, Crucible. You start hardcore, I start softcore. Yeah. I mean, with the stash issues, it's nice to make one softcore character. Because like I wanna try some stuff this season on Necro, like, you know, I wanna try some minion stuff maybe. I wanna try the Bone Spirit stuff. I mean, maybe some Blight and Sever again. I really like Sever actually. Sever is really fun. I played that in season 1. So that was cool. Yeah, this is one softcore character I'm making. Not build class was so far the most fun for me this season. Probably Penshot Rogue. Penshot Rogue was really cool. I mean, generally I like Rogue the most anyway. And yeah, this Penshot, like I haven't really played that much Penshot besides like AOZ last season. And it just feels amazing. I really like the skill. Explosion level 5. Don't really need much on the bar here. Just Corpse Explosion and Bone Spear, that's it. I think of the Shadow Nova Rogue build. What is that? Can't get it a pen shot, I don't know. Well, you can also play basically the same setup with Barrage, for example, if you wanna, you know, benefit from most of the same power that Ranged Rogue has right now. Started third hardcore Necro this morning. We played with Sever. Got to World 4 in 8 hours. Ah, not bad.
What happened? Who are you? What are you doing in the gate hall?
Guess I always keep a shield and offhand around here as a Necro.
of Chaldeum, mage of the
Maybe get more than one material from salvaging an Uber.
demon you spoke
Copium.
of. It is called
Why would you think that?
It has infested this place, taken it for its own. But it can be removed. I see you have a construct strapped to your waist. This is essential, designed to protect its charge. All it requires is a governing stone. There we are. Now,
It'd be cool if you could crit on a new crafting and get 2 shakos. I mean, it's kind of wild, man. The studio crafting is actually so strong, you know? I think a lot of people don't understand how strong it is. I mean, there's like also a lot of people that say, oh, I need 5 Ubers. I never found like even one of them or something. But, you know, in the grand scheme of things, like if you want to put in some hours and farm some of the Ubers, it's extremely powerful, this crafting.
a mage.
Because it's just like this insane RNG protection. Yeah, it would certainly give 5 materials per salvage, trust me guys. That is exactly what's gonna happen.
Come on then.
Okay, 5% chance to get 2 expanded shards. Yeah, the thing is that, you know, like a small chance to get 2 shards doesn't really make much sense though. I mean, you're never gonna just randomly salvage one of the Ubers if you're not sure that you're gonna get 5 shards. Right? Like you're not gonna just fight an Uber and then just salvage it and then have 1 shard. You're gonna wait until you have 5 that you don't need and then you salvage those 5 that you don't need and then craft what you want. So a small chance to get an extra shard just has no purpose. You know? Can we actually just like walk through the entire thing? I guess we can. Nice trap.
Never build constructs to kill. This is the demon's work. Can be better once we find something. Study is this way, assuming it's still there.
We got a total of 0 Ubers so far. This is why D4 is dead. That's certainly the reason. What are we doing? I guess we want Iron Maiden here for some resources. Also focus on that. 1 additional. Is item power on a weapon always better even if it has worse affixes? No. I mean, it depends on like how much item power and also how much worse are the affixes. So you can't just say that, you know, generalized. Thank you, Nini. For yet another subgift. It's a big recycling session today. Or sickle.
That's the study. Sultan! Damn you, Sultan Kul! Answer me! He's not here.
Yeah, speed farming T80s and 90s by level 80. Let's go.
Wait, who is that? Me. That is me. I am an old man.
Actually, could try this.
Here.
Very some movement speed. I want to try this decompose stuff. If you channel decompose for at least 1.5 seconds again, 30% movement speed. Doesn't work when I just like hit nothing though.
Made me repair the loom. All these years.
Diablo had an average of 40-50k viewers on Twitch, now it's 1.2k max. Yeah, I mean, 40-50k viewers is because, you know, Asmongold and Quinn or these kind of people are streaming the game, and at some point they don't anymore, and the viewers leave with them. That's just, you know, any game that these guys stream will have 40-50k viewers, and then it won't anymore. Which has nothing to do with how well the game performs.
My dearest friend, you refused to listen to reason. So, I decided for us both. The loom is dead. You will find the tunnels collapsed, the siphons broken, and the ruins scoured. To rebuild it,
You got anything but the staff, so it's too late. No, I mean, you can craft the stuff then. If you have leftovers, craft the stuff. The stuff is gonna be probably meta for Druids and Sorc in Gauntlet. So...
I hope you join the Horadrim with me. And...
Malphas holds this portal shut.
Got a button?
It is the only way down to the loom.
Chat, I just found out that streamers stop streaming popular games.
I need you to travel to Skosgard. One of
Before it's huge on console, yeah, for sure.
where the constructs are created and kept. If the demons
It's actually interesting, like, I think that it's kind of even between, like, PC and console or so. I remember seeing, like, some stats somewhere. There's a lot of people on console on before. I can find crushed beast bones. In cellars. Just try to find a cellar that has a lot of like beasts. I'm not sure which one would that be. Actually, I think there is one here next to this waypoint. Here. In Fractured Peaks. You wish I let us sell mats like Forgotten Souls and stuff. You finally know people need them. I think it's okay to have some materials that are like account bound. But I guess the economy would be like a bit more interesting if you could do that. Maybe if they ever introduce something like an in-game trading system. That could be an option. Is that no like active? Wait, you don't have a bar, like a buff icon or something for this decompose buff, man. So we don't actually know when it's up. Yikes, okay. I say screw that.
What the?
What?
I thought I was done for. Thank you, stranger.
So, do we try some stuff with Bone Spirit already for the big nukes? This is supposed to be a Bone Spirit Necro. Let's see what happens. When PoE 2 stuff begins? Soonish. I guess when we start doing Durials, which should be soon actually. Gonna ask the boys how it's looking. Yeah, when I watched some of the ExaCon stuff and maybe some of the other interviews that people were doing. Who else was doing interviews with Jonathan? I know they have done a few already. Is anyone up to date with that? Dude, cost version is so OP. Seeing Crip and Sis. Oh, Crip also had one, okay. Okay, Chronix is here soon for Duriels, so I guess. %20 crit chance. Generate 30% of the maximum essence over the next 4 seconds. Oh, let's see. All remaining essence. 4% increase for each bonus spirit. So you have plus 400% damage. But it does a bit less than a bone spear. Alright, so I guess a full essence. It's roughly like 3 bone spears worth or something right now. Falcon. Crip, Gazi, DM, and this. So these are the only 3 interviews so far with Jonathan. And number 4. Okay, interesting. I think there's gonna be a few more though, so I'm not sure who. But they're probably gonna do some. Bone Spear It built. That's the one. This game has cats killing Uber bosses. Yeah, I saw the clip from that Gora, kinda funny. But to be fair, it was Grigora, not an Uber. And to be fair again, this was a Thorns build where the boss just kills himself on landing. But funny nonetheless. Bone Spear feels very good to play this season when you get enough lucky hit. Yeah, I mean, you also have exposed flesh in the codex, right? It's like really nutty. Okay, 166 attack power. 173, so let's do this.
I feared as much.
Get a course on obelisks.
You will also
Ah, shit.
find a few of my constructs roaming the gateway. They can provide
Well. That's the joys of playing softcore, where you have nothing. Alright. Mage is at 15. Golem at 20. No, I get actually the quest at... Oh, quest at 25, okay. I guess I should have taken these here before, I didn't know. You have to actually collect them. Let's try this Bone Spirit. Ah, almost one tap the elite. It was like 1% left. Oh, someone's doing Brazier up there. Can we catch it? Come on. It's kind of cool actually, it's one tapping. I have Bone Spirit, so let's see how this will work later.
Goodbye, not farewell.
Move speed plus 10%. Oh god, no single target though. resources. Definitely have to gather resources so I can do Exposed Flesh on the Codex. Would be very helpful. And then Splintering is also in the Codex, I think. To find where they are. I got Protect. I think I need one more. Okay, easy. It's actually pretty good XP him. We can turn this in. I want to tell my Diablo audience how amazing PoE2 is gonna be. I mean, I expect PoE2 to be amazing, so that's not exactly news. All good stuff. This one is TGD, Rice Cutie, and Noogie. Okay, there's actually a lot of interviews already in that case. Interesting. Oh, lots of stuff here. Where planner? What planner? Hello, 4 chaos. Oh, I got raiders. Ah, hello. Thank you for the raid.
Are exactly what we needed. Step into my...
How it go, guys?
Now we begin.
Oh, thanks, Excite. Shut us up. I have to go there again. Are you ready, Chronix? Penna F plan, how you proc the slow for Paragon damage reduction nodes. You can do it from the pen shot itself and from the pet. Oh, you have 4 points. Wait a minute. This one. Yeah, our main is slightly not busted. By the way, I mean, there's like 200 targets here on the screen. I think we should figure out to do it here. Stuck at 99.99% exporting. Okay. Pick up all the flowers. I need them. What are we gonna do about this? No, I don't think we're gonna go for this yet. Can heal. Do we have the reflect thing? I think I have reflector, right? Yo, there's a Kratos Bard, man. Let's go. Yo, Arthur, I suggest you look on Discord, by the way. I'm not sure if you find like a lot of people on stream here right now. Can have efficiency, swift. This is hardcore, this is actually softcore right now. Let's gonna be my softcore character this season. Because fresh stash and all, it's kinda nice. I got a bone prison. This is gonna be a Bone Spirit, Bone Spear right now. Although I think the Bone Spirit is kind of useless for me so far, until I get Codex unlocked. Not sure the way to put all these points, man. I guess you can do Death's Reach. It's kinda nice. Hello, Marmelada. Welcome back. I'm glad you're contributing to my goal of only earning money while playing Diablo 4 and nothing else. Because that's obviously the reason why I play this game. Ah, 4% move speed. Again, Sage, by the way, what's up? Appreciate it. Yo, what's up? Spend the last 16 points in min, max power on board. I already have everything on cap just for best damage. I mean, I have planners, you can check those planners if you want to follow one of the builds. I mean, if you have 16 points to spend, you have everything you need, and you know, just try to pick up some rare nodes somewhere, or max out some glyph a bit more or something. With 16 points, you can usually pick up something like 2 clusters of nodes, so just like try to find something nearby and take it. Okay. Not sure how I feel about Bone Spirit right now, without real good resource recovery tools. But it will be better later, I suppose. Well, I think we do the heal thing. Although I'm basically not really using my Necros, my minions so far. So I guess it'll be useful though, sometimes. Just have to like summon them so often, man. I really don't like it early game, man. These guys just die. What does this make him vulnerable? Ah, we have the first vulnerable thing, okay. Yeah, Archer is getting a bit much. Just calm down, okay? Yeah, as a softcore character. Actually, at last class I need to level, as well as this season. It's kinda nice with leveling being as fast as it is. It allows me to actually like play all the classes relatively comfortably. And like next season especially, I think it's gonna be cool with changes to Codex if they're coming next. I guess they are coming next season. To get off the optimization changes. Will be nice. I want help to level faster. Currently this wouldn't really help me at all because I have to finish the quest line, but it's fine. I guess you could skip a bit of the domain tunnel grind or something, but I might just do like some of the outdoor stuff. Get cores, etc. because do we really have to do Malphas? We don't have to do Malphas, right? I can just skip Malphas, so I guess screw the cores. As weird, I'm not trying corpse tendrils at all. I guess that's okay. Let's see, where's the guy? Pow. Or did I half? Ah, minions are pumping actually. Did they buff them? I feel like the minions are powerful right now.
My tools. Bring them back to the table.
Ores are good to sell. Yeah, I have no plans of like trading for some crazy gear on my softcore character. I mean, on my hardcore characters I do care about it. But here, you know, I want to try builds, etc. I don't mean, like super min-max it. I don't want to farm Duriel with this or something, so it's fine. Wait, what? My first legendary arrives at the stash. Nice.
Thank you.
That's kind of hilarious. It's a shield, so I can actually use it for a while. Pretty useless one though. Well. So open planner. So where's our stuff exposed? In... Oh yeah, chapter. Okay, that's a season journey, never mind. Splintering. Guren slums, apparently. Let's... I guess we go from here. Any new tunes playlists I can check out? Well, I kept expanding my playlist a bit lately as I go. I think I have like over 600 songs on the playlist now or something. I just maintain like one playlist basically and that's it. I mean, maybe eventually I'm gonna like start adding like other genres and edit other playlists and stuff, but... Guess we can do the attack speed down. Use straight to Runemaster or play something more standard as a first character? It's a good question. Apparently Runemaster is like omega busted currently in last epoch. But I guess that's gonna get tuned down a bit. Hey Nate. Starting a fresh Necro right now. Doing a softcore character here. Because I realize I'm washed up gamer. Gonna go softcore. Early on, isn't Whisper the best? No, the best is Domain Tunnels. But in my case, I just finished the season journey. Or like the season chapters here. And I also, this is a fresh first character on softcore, so I need to do some codex powers. And by the time I'm done with those, I'm basically in World 3, so...
We get separated. My friends were cut down.
Oh, bless you.
Bless you.
Let me see what Macamaiva did last night for laugh. Did an 8-glyph Paragon board, another did a 9-glyph Paragon board. Yeah, I saw it on Twitter, he posted it on Twitter, but I mean, is that actually a viable option? I don't know. I mean, 9 glyphs is relatively ridiculous. Most builds kind of struggle to find even like 5 glyphs or 6 glyphs that are actually really good for the build. So 9 glyphs is really stretching it. So that's most likely not actually a build that is like better than, you know, another version of it. I guess you can call it work, but most likely not optimized, so... Shit. Now we suffer. We have a shrine to go faster at least. It was a funny challenge. Yeah, is it a challenge? I mean, no, there's like some glyph enthusiasts that actually go for a lot of glyphs every time or so, but... Wait, what? Where's the last guy? Interesting. He didn't suffer after all. Wow, they give me the same DPS. The shield and the offense, that's kind of funny. Yeah, last guy is here. I think this is new. Did they redesign this? Yo, Caesar, thanks for Prime, man. Let's see what the boys say. Okay, we are about to go duels. Wow. Nini had enough. What would I recommend? Yeah, the meta right now is Bone Spear, I guess, on Necro, or Bone Spirit, or both. So I'm gonna try this as well a bit with Bone Spirit. I haven't actually played with Bone Spirit at all, so... I'm gonna see how it goes. Bone Zone meta. How surprising, right? Sort of extra damage. Oof. I guess I better off just expanding Bone Spear for max range and shotgunning. Okay, what else do you want to unlock, actually? It's like some other like resource aspect or something. Or like, let's see. Match Masters might be nice. This is an old stones, right? Yes. Splintering we got. But here, Sweating Curse. In Hive in Scotland. Grasping Veins, Corrupted Grotto in Kyrgyzstan. And here, the Season Journey. Sacrificial Runes of Eridu. Okay, so there's a bunch of stuff here. Oh, nice helm. And a Jaegar. Can't get a max for some reason. Best rogue for leveling, a pen shot. We're constantly hitting 500 million before Season 1 started. Damn. 500 million before Season 1, that's actually a big crit back then. Hey, Koala. The Necro anybody with first Shadow. Yeah, I like Sever. It's also a Shadow build, right? It does deal Shadow damage, right? Yes. Sever is cool. Okay, let's see what the guys are saying. Not ready yet. Wow, and minions. Yeah, I think the minions will not stick around for very long though. I mean, on bone builds in particular, I think sacrificing minions is just so powerful. And you also need like skill slots. I might keep the golem around, we'll see. Can we do the cold mages? We can. Let's get the resources there. Can these Lunar Shrines be corrupted as well? But I feel like it's pretty overpowered, man, Necro, early game. It's kind of just one-shotting in half a pack with one bone spear from this entire screen away. Just came out of razor blades. Yeah, maybe I'll try some Thorns minion stuff and see how good it actually is. I know some people like to do that. I mean, I expect that in general they're gonna buff minions a lot more in the future anyway. It would be like interesting to see like a bit like, you know, where they are. Maybe gonna stick with minions a bit longer instead of just sacrificing them all. But I don't really like how much maintenance they are. You know, minions, yeah, you have to constantly like press the button and stuff. If it was a bit more passive, that would be cool. So far this bone split is pretty useless what I'm doing here. But once you have the aspect, I guess it's gonna be fun. So meteor helm is super rare. Yeah, I've also run the beast in the eyes like 15 times or 20 times and didn't get it yet. Yeah. Do you have enough stones? Yes. But now it's better for leveling. Yeah, no question. Bone, Blood Surge is really powerful. Okay, we got this done. If you run Sacrilegious Ring, otherwise you're constantly checking to see if your minions are alive. Yeah, true. Sacrilegious... Yeah, actually the Sacrilegious Ring does help a lot with the minion management, I guess. So I guess that'll be not too bad necessarily. Pummel and focus fire. Oh, I don't think I did keep it. Okay. Let's do this. It's a must. I might try to get it early and see. And maybe leave the minions alive a bit longer. Like, I don't really care too much about Iron Maiden here. I think once they have exposed flesh, we don't really need it. We just have the cold mages to give us resources, we have the pet to give us resources, and we just spam.
This city was my home.
Okay, we're going Duriel now. Let's go. Okay, while we're doing Duriels, I want to actually listen to... What did we talk about? Crip had an interview, Crip and Jonathan. I want to see what that was, so this is probably gonna... Yeah, that was 1 month ago. Crip interviews Jonathan Rogers. Again. One was 6 months ago and one was 1 month ago. I think the 6 months was like Exaccon, right? They had 2 interviews. We have crossplay armor off. Okay, how many are we doing actually? We have the one-shot build. We have the pots. Not many. Okay, that was 1 hour 20. We're doing, I guess I'm gonna bring 10. Otherwise, 20? My mats did not disappear, by the way, guys. Wonderful. Okay, we're doing only 10. You guys ready for Gamba? 20 rounds. Trying for the remounts will make some people burn out for sure. I mean, if you do 1000 runs, you're gonna have your things now, Percy. That's the thing. Like, you know, they're gonna add this bad luck protection basically. You can do the 5-to-1 trade. So, after 1000 runs, you are basically, you know, no matter what you've done. So, or even earlier, right? So, but yeah, it is somewhat exhausting. I hope they're really gonna make it, you know, a much more interesting grind in the future. And we'll see also like how much they actually up the drop rates. Okay, stop the music here. What the f? Why am I here? Okay, I'm listening to Crip interviewing Jonathan Rogers, game director of PoE 2.
Introduction there, that's great. So, just so everyone is kind of on the same page, this is Jonathan Rogers. He's one of the directors for PoE 2, and you've been quite busy doing a round of interviews with many people at many events, spreading the word about the features in the upcoming game that many of us are dying to try. So, we did an interview at ExileCon. There's been a few announcements since, but I've noticed that you've actually been really active on the Path of Exile 2 subreddit, answering questions of just about anyone that has one for you. It's been kind of difficult for me to kind of compile all that information, so maybe I'm going to ask a question that has been asked already. My goal is to ask new questions. It's just a very, very difficult task because the information isn't really... Like, there's a wiki, but even the wiki has some info wrong. Like, I actually had a question about the crafting bench being removed, but apparently you've actually addressed that recently on Reddit. So, again, and of course, with all of this information with the game still being in development, I hope people understand that you'll just be giving your best answer from what you can share with us, and nothing is final and all that for the disclaimers. Okay, great. So I wanted to start with a round of the questions that I kind of put together. And then I have a number of questions that I saw unanswered on Reddit, on actually just a few YouTube videos. I pulled some questions from chat, and we will pull further questions from chat at.
By the way, if you have questions for tomorrow that you want me to ask, feel free to tell me
as we go throughout the segment. But yeah, so it should be a pretty good segment. So first, I kind of wanted to dive and talk a little bit about the last trailer that you had, which was the Mercenary trailer. In that you announced that you have WASD movement. And I tried to kind of imagine this, like, you know, how I would play with it. It feels like I would, a lot of the time, not want to go exactly right or exactly left or exactly up or exactly down. And with the keyboard, it's maybe a little bit difficult to actually combine that. Now, I know some people really wanted this feature, so you're bringing it to them. But I have to imagine, is this more tailored for like a controller-style gameplay?
So that wasn't our initial thinking. It was just when I was, you know, trying out the Mercenary. So this had been suggested in our studio a long time ago, to be clear, right? Like, there's people have been saying, hey, maybe we should do this for a while. And I was kind of always on the idea that this is something we should try, but it never was kind of like the right moment to do it, because it is quite a complicated thing to actually fully pull off. Then when we were doing Mercenary stuff, I was kind of like, okay, we have some of the preconditions we needed to actually to go and try it. The other thing as well, of course, is, yeah, like, people in the community have been keen for ages. So then I was just like, you know what, let's give it a shot. And I wouldn't say that controller was really the first thing on my mind. It was, but I mean, obviously the improvements we make, I'm sure, will benefit controller. But it really was just like how can I make this class feel good? And kind of generally my feeling is that, you know, whatever it takes to make the combat feel good is what we will try. It's kind of just one of those things that happen that way. I don't think that the limitation of having only 8 directions with WASD is particularly a problem in practice. It seems to kind of just be fine, just from me playing anyway. That hasn't really been an issue, and because the character always sort of looks towards where your mouse is, it doesn't honestly even really feel like 8-directional movement, because the character can technically kind of walk in any direction relative to where they're facing. So you end up kind of just completely forgetting the fact that it's actually 8-directional, and just kind of works.
Well, since you have tried it, and I guess you're probably one of the only ones who has tried it, are you a convert? Are you going to be a WASD enjoyer moving forward in PoE 2?
I'm
WASD, not WASD.
Sure I am, yes. I was actually very skeptical outside of range. Like, my first, when we were talking about it, I was like, okay, this is going to be a thing for range. I don't think melee is going to be that great. And actually, the reason why I thought that is there was this game. Now, what was it called? I don't think it ever actually released. It was in beta. It might have been called like Pagan Online or something like that, from ages ago. And they had WASD movement in an action RPG, and I really hated it. I thought that the movement felt really terrible. The combat felt terrible. And so I was kind of imagining that we would have the same problem with our melee. But then what I found was, when I actually tried that out, is that it actually felt really good. And I think the reason is because of the step attack stuff we have. What that means basically is that when you attack, we have different animations depending on whether you're moving at the time, and also depending on whether there's a monster that's like where the monster is relative to you. So we've got animations of the character sort of stepping forward, and the key thing we're trying to do there is to make it so that you never lose momentum on your character. So it feels really bad if your character just kind of comes to a stop and then attacks.
Yeah.
And so by adding these extra animations, it allows us to make the character feel like they're kind of flowing forward and then going into the attack.
It's exactly why I like double swing Bob so much, because it's like fluid, you know. You kind of keep walking and swinging. It's amazing. So it's really cool to see that they're doing this there as well.
So because we have those, I think it actually drastically improves how melee combat feels with WASD. And I actually am a fan of it. I think it feels pretty damn good.
Well, I guess
so,
I'll have to
yeah,
give
that-
it a try. I mean, I was
Yeah.
skeptical as well, but on your recommendation, I guess more of us will perhaps be more open-minded on it. Now, since you mentioned there's like a more of an active flow of combat, the mercenary also has, in addition to the instant attacks, something that kind of caught my eye was the attacks while moving.
Correct.
Now, the closest thing we have to this is some form of cyclone or cyclone triggering other skills in Path of Exile 1. And with cyclone actually being a pretty poor skill otherwise, it still has this mainstay in the game just because it can be used while moving. Is this going to be like a full attack while moving, or is it like cyclone-ish where you have certain movement penalties? Like, is there something you can elaborate on that? And maybe if this is something more than just what the mercenary will have?
Yeah, so on rapid shot in particular, basically you just get a 50% move penalty while you're doing it. So just whatever your movement speed is, it'll be halved during rapid shot, and that sort of tends to feel pretty reasonable. This is something that I'm keen to do more of with other skills in the game. I think it actually makes the pace of combat feel faster when you can sort of begin attacking before you arrive at your next pack. Or just sort of otherwise having something to do while you're retreating. So I kind of quite like the feel of that, and so I'd like to do some of that as well. But I don't want to make it to the point where every skill you can just do while moving, because I think that results in very floaty combat that I don't really like. So in particular for melee, you kind of have to make sure you're splitting the difference a little bit of where you need to make sure, like what I think can be good is that you can kind of ease it into, like you start an attack, and during the start of that attack, you've kind of got movement that can be controlled, and then there's kind of a part where the movement control you have tones down to potentially 0 for at least a little while, and then back into having movement again towards the end, and that kind of thing can kind of allow you to have like the feeling of you're still able to do a lot of control even in melee. But also I think for other ranged classes as well, it can be good to have just a few options. Not necessarily a lot of options, but at
What
least a
game
few
are they
options
talking
allow you to
about?
be done while moving.
I'll tell
There's just
you.
certain things I think that can feel really good from that. And so we have been experimenting with other classes and other skills as well. Like we think there are certain skills that can really benefit from that kind of thing. Yeah, it's definitely something I want to do more of.
So I kind of wanted to ask this later, but I'll jump to it now since you've touched upon it. One thing that I feel isn't super cut and dry in the presentations for the classes is what is attributed to the class and what is attributed to the skill. Because people, when they're seeing Path of Exile 2, they often forget that I hope it's still true anyway, that skill gems are just skill gems and can be used by any class. So the idea of attacking while moving when watching like the mercenary trailer, I guess the viewer doesn't know for sure if it's something that the mercenary gets or if it's something that's attributed to the skill.
Right. So the only thing that the classes actually technically get is the ascendancy classes that belong specifically to them, plus the starting position in the tree, right? So, and that's still true in PoE too. It's just that whenever we're presenting like content, especially when we've got like an audience we expect to have a lot of new players in, we kind of tend to want to keep to the stereotypes and kind of not like go into that other side of things too much, because I think it just confuses the issues. And really, when you're presenting a class to someone, what you're kind of presenting them is some kind of vision for what type of a character they might want to be. And so that tends to be what we focus on. But of course, I mean, at the end of the day, like it is still very much my preference to have everything be as much as possible, like have interesting combos from other stuff. And we still have that very much like Magic the Gathering style idea of, you know, hey, you can splash from another color. There's other, you know, like use things off attribute, that kind of stuff. It's still very important to me. So yeah, like absolutely you can use all of those things are part of the skill and not part of the class.
Another aspect to this was to the mercenary trailer that I was quite interested in. So again, we don't know how much of it has to do with the general gameplay, but in the mercenary trailer, I mean, people should watch it, but when the mercenary takes on the boss at the end of the trailer, the pacing of the boss fight is, I believe, he's kind of trying to dodge attacks. He's like debuffing the boss. And then when the boss gets to about like 30, it just dies super quick. And I'm guessing it's because he's stacking up all these debuffs throughout the fight. Is this something more tailored towards the mercenary, or is this kind of how you envision combat across the board?
So generally speaking, we like what I guess the feeling I like
I mean, the moment that he's talking about is there's just a mercenary launching like 4 grenades right under the boss's feet and actually all of them hitting, and this is why the boss just popped 30% in that trailer.
Like to try and get is that
I don't think it was really
you've
crazy
got
stacking
some
or something.
kind of way to do really large amounts of damage, but you can't always necessarily perfectly execute that because of what the boss is doing. So in that particular thing, it wasn't actually that there were debuffs on the boss. I just managed to execute a perfect... so the combo I was using there was you use Incendiary Rapid Shot, which builds up like heat on your crossbow. And then with that, then when you fire a grenade, the grenades get extra fire damage on them based on how much heat there was on the crossbow. And then you can then use Incendiary Power Shot to detonate those grenades. So I just kind of managed to get all the grenades in the right place and get the like the maximum amount of heat on my crossbow at the time at that exact moment, and that's why I did like a really large amount of damage right at the end there. But in order to be able to get that, you need to be able to use rapid shot for enough time without having interruption to build up the heat and that kind of thing. So it's just a matter of kind of getting that sorted out. I think there also might have been something to do with the baby going on there. I can't remember the exact thing around that, but the bosses can go down very quickly if you know how to execute. And actually, an interesting thing with that is that the first time with the mercenary setup that we had for that trailer that I played the boss, that I killed it. It actually took me 5 minutes. And I said to Mark, "Hey man, what's up with this boss fight? Like, that's taking way too long. Like, what are we doing here?" And he's like, "What are you talking about? It takes me like 1 minute at most. Like, you must be terrible." And then I tried it again immediately.
Basically, Mark telling him get good.
And then the next time I played it, it took me 2 minutes without like me really realizing that I had particularly learned anything. So it actually turns out that it doesn't actually take long to learn the mechanics of the boss. And once you know them, the degree of increase in damage you can deal is so much higher. And that's because once you've learned the mechanics of the boss isn't disrupting you quite as much because you kind of know what to expect. And
I think it's like a very important lesson to remember. The first time you play through the game, like in any game, right, you're gonna be a pleb. And you know nothing, and you have to learn everything. Even if you're like an experienced, like 10,000 hours ARPG blaster and you go into PoE 2, you're gonna suck. It's just how it is. But the second time you play it, the third time, right, it's like how RPGs also work. You do it again and again and again, and it's like you get faster, you get better, harder, stronger. So
that allows you to kind of build up those various combos that let you execute large amounts of damage. So that's kind of what happened there. And so now, of course, it's actually another case I had of that was the blind beast. I was doing this demo with the druid and the blind beast just again and again and again and again. At the beginning, I was taking me 3, 4, 5 minutes to kill that boss fight, and then by the time that I actually recorded the one that I think went online, it was done in like freaking 30 seconds or something like that. And it's literally just from playing the boss again and again. So, it is sort of impressive how learning the mechanics does actually make you better at the game.
As a follow-up question, since you mentioned that this idea of figuring out where the DPS windows are and being able to properly execute your combos, resulting in like multiples more damage, is that perhaps something that might be a bit difficult to tune with multiplayer? Like if you had like a 2-player party and you just had a really tanky friend keeping the boss perfectly still, wouldn't that in a sense make it much easier?
It can do, but there are various factors. So a lot of the crowd control type mechanics have things built. So for example, freeze, right? If you freeze a boss, then the next freeze takes longer. That's like a thing that kind of cools off over time. But effectively, like the more party members you have, there's kind of this like the various systems that work sort of like how poise works all respond to that. So that kind of means that someone sitting there stunning the monster is gonna, if you've got like multiple people doing that, it's going to get harder to sort of crowd control the boss over time. And then it should sort of come out to be relatively similar once you've reached the steady state, as it were, versus having a single player. Once you take into account the amount of increase in life and all that other sort of stuff. So we kind of have to get that tuned exactly right, which I can't say we've done a huge amount of tuning so far on, honestly, because we still need to do a bunch of work there. But ideally, the intention is kind of get it to the point where it sort of feels a little bit similar. But of course, there has to be room for synergy between between characters, right? And we definitely build that in as well. But it will. Ideally, you're not just going to completely trivialize the boss just because you've got a couple of extra players in your party. It's still intended. I mean, we've always striven for like it's just as good in single player as it is in multiplayer, like making sure the balance of that is there.
All right. Now, this is kind of where I meant to ask the question, but I guess I'll elaborate. I was still really curious what pushes a skill and how much of a role the ascendancies have to do with it. Again, we've seen the Druid interpreted in other games where it is very much the class. That is, like, you know, in other games, there's no other shape-shifting class. If you want to play a shapeshifter, you play the Druid. Now, in PoE 2, I imagine the shape-shifting part is a skill gem that other classes can use. So what makes the Druid more of a Druid? How much does the Ascendancy have to do with it? Is it kind of in a way where it's like PoE 1, where they're just slightly better at it?
So when we're doing Ascendancy classes as well, it's another one of those cases where we try to make it so that the Ascendancy classes can be relevant for builds even when you wouldn't think so. So like what we try to do is, like, you know, you got an Ascendancy class.
My mercenary identifies as a bear.
If you look at it and what it's called and what it obviously looks like it should be doing, it is...
thanks for the subs, by the way. Colty Labs and Lewis.
Clearly going to be good at doing, you know, what you expect the Ascendancy class is going to be doing. But at the same time, we try to sort of word all the stats so that they don't technically require, you know, that you're actually using shapeshift forms, for example. You know, they just happen to be very good at the things that shapeshift forms happen to do, and, you know, and you sort of look at it that way. But we do want to make it so that absolutely you should be able to play, you know, a shapeshifting duelist or something like that. You know, it can be something that we want to have scope for, even if it isn't necessarily common or the most obvious thing to do. But it's something we've always, you know, like to try and make it so you can do that. You know what I mean?
All right. So you guys put out the date for the PoE 2 beta. I believe it's in early June, and this is going to be a pretty big milestone. I kind of wanted to ask a pretty broad and general question, and I have no idea what to expect for a reply.
Do you guys know if they said anything about how the beta is going to go down, how long it's going to last? We know that people can buy into the beta, but do we know anything is going to be like a secret beta or what is going to be in there? Do we have any info on that, by the way?
I'm sure there's still a lot of things in the work, but what can people expect out of this beta?
So getting into 3.0.
Like, are we going to...
I didn't play back in 3.0 times. I started in 3.1, so I have no idea about the 3.0. What happened there? So I guess they're gonna invite like all of the big community streamers and stuff, but I mean, are we even like able to show anything? Is it gonna be secret? If you bought supporter packs, you can buy in. Yeah, but is it gonna be like secret? Full game, 60 maps. Okay. It's gonna be like Last Epoch Early Access. So Last Epoch Early Access is also secret, you can't show anything. But PoE 2 is gonna be public, okay, that's cool.
See the whole game up until the point where it's developed, or are we just gonna have kind of like a shareware limited act version like we've seen from more recent titles?
So the plan is the whole game, but obviously, you know, we're not necessarily going to have finished everything.
They rushed PoE 2 after the 4 panic started. Wow, we have more hot takes from All Might 501 today. You do realize they've been working on this game for like 7 years or something, right? The rush, man.
Don't think that the entire end game will be there. Like, we're sort of planning probably around like 60 maps as like a sort of starting point for the end game. There will be a couple of other in-game systems in there as well, but I obviously don't really want to talk too much about them right now. We really do need to make sure that it's the whole campaign at the very least, and maps as well, just so that we can actually do progression testing. Because if we can't test the whole game, we're kind of not really learning anything on that economic front. And I think that is one of the more important things we can get out of the beta, and making sure that there's nothing too kind of like I don't know, like nothing that's like breaking the game too hard, because during beta, obviously once you're out of beta, right, like we can never remove items or really, you know, like they have to exist forever at that point, right? So we want to make sure that everything's good there, but you know, making sure that the progression is good and all that stuff really just requires the whole game to kind of be there. So yeah, it won't be like all content, but it will be you know, like not especially not an end game, but it will be a very sizable amount of it. And there might be like a couple of classes that we can't initially do. I'm hoping we can do all of them, but we'll sort of see where we get to with that. But it should be most of them at the very least. And yeah, I honestly, like, I should hope that anyone who...
I mean, which other classes are actually not shown in trailers or something yet? They showed us the Amazon. They showed us You know, the monk. They showed us the Druid has not really been shown anywhere, has it? They showed the sorceress. So I guess like most of the stuff should be kind of there anyway.
Who's in the beta would see it as a game that is like fully, like has full quality and as big or bigger than any other kind of action RPG title that you would get.
Well, that's great.
Double.
Going through the different places on the internet where people are talking about PoE 2, the players that don't already play PoE 1, their main concern has to do with Path of Exile in general as a genre being a bit complex. And with new game releases generally trying to at least touch upon broad appeal. Is there some things that PoE 2 is tackling differently than PoE 1 to kind of grab the attention of some prospective players?
So I think that like this is kind of one of those really complicated ones because it is very important to us that we never dumb the game down to the extent that, you know, you won't be able to do all the interesting stuff that we're known for. But at the same time, we do obviously understand the fact that, you know, we're known as a very complicated game. And I think it's sort of interesting because there are certain things about that. Like, so I've actually been talking a lot recently with people on the team about this and like what we can do to kind of improve things. And I think there's kind of a mix of factors. On the one hand, you've got stuff that we've already kind of like announced that how we're fixing it. Stuff like this, the way the skill system works, I think is just like way better for new players. This kind of thing is just straight up improvement. But I think that there are things like I mean, there was a recent conversation on Reddit as well about the skill tree and, you know, what we're doing about it. And I think a lot of people, I think there's a lot of subtlety with it because it's like, a lot of people are like, oh, you should just have like, you know, free respecs all the time so that it's just easy and if you make a mistake it's no problem, this kind of thing. And I kind of look at that and I'm like, I don't know that that's really necessarily going to solve the problem. I think like we've kind of got this issue of like trying to communicate information in a both succinct way so it doesn't kind of scare people off, but also enough information you actually sort of get everything. So I've been looking into ways recently about how we can kind of do that. I think that I mean, this is like a feature that we've just been proposing recently, but kind of haven't actually gone any way towards implementing yet. But we're talking about like making it so that when you go to allocate stats on the passive tree, that it's more clear whether or not the skills that you have equipped would actually be affected by it. Like this kind of thing. Like we've been discussing sort of like, you know, what are the common pitfalls that people are going to run into. But the other thing as well is that we're planning on just doing some straight up usability testing. We've got like in the future, we've got a usability lab that we're going to be using to kind of like test with completely just like players that are off the street and just kind of see, you know, like how they respond to things, like do they understand things. So, you know, there's a lot we can do here, and it is going to be a focus, but at the same time, I just don't want people to hear from that the idea that, oh, you know, we're just going to make the game, we're just going to dumb it down, you know what I mean? Like, it is really important that we not do that.
Well, that's good to hear. I was browsing the wiki, because there is a PoE 2 wiki. It's kind of just a list of information, and I'm sure, again, some of it... not necessarily outdated as far as the public knows, but perhaps you'd like to touch upon the subject because we're bringing it up again. One thing that PoE has gotten some attention for is kind of like the instant logout that's especially used by hardcore players. On the wiki, I found that there is set to be a 2.5 second cast time for opening portals mid-combat. And taking damage will interrupt it?
It is actually just in boss fights. You can do it instantly when you're not in a boss fight. But yes, the idea is to actually prevent you from doing that, right? Like we want you to actually have...
That's pretty cool.
...to actually fight the boss and be able to kill it in one go, ideally. Or maybe that there's a few points in the boss fight where, you know, where you would be able to take the opportunity. But the key thing is there's still some skill there. It's not just, you know... it isn't just a matter of like, you know, like go in, go out here, you know, that kind of thing.
So you try to find the window where you can cast your portal to kind of reset your flasks and, you know, kind of maybe make a quick change. But if you, my understanding, and I think this was the case for the demo at ExileCon this year, if you die, the boss encounter does reset, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I've also learned, again, on the wiki, so again, I'm not sure if this is current, but apparently you can pause during solo play. Is that right?
You can. Yep, you can.
Do you see this as potentially being abused by hardcore players, pausing in a moment where they for sure will know they'll die and they'll just wait for like the next patch cycle or hotfix to like reset their character's position?
So you can always log out and reset the boss fight whenever you want, right? Like you're not going to... if you alt F4 ultimately, that ends the boss fight, right? Because Yeah, because you can log back in and start from scratch. But the key thing you can't do is just whittle the boss down, like one, like log out, go back to town, heal, go back to the boss, and then continue from scratch. You know what I mean? So like it is actually, I mean, maybe okay isn't the word, but it is a thing you can do to Alt F4 from a boss fight to prevent your death. And I think that is something that there is really no solution for, if it even honestly needs solving. Like it's because now, but in PoE 1. The cost wasn't high enough, right? Because like you just go back and continue the boss fight from where you left off. If you still have to be able to kill the boss in one go, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
In PoE 2, which was not the case before. So and this actually, by the way, is something that we have to be really careful about, because it means that bosses that are progression blocking can be actually progression blocking, right? Like like if you can't kill it, you just can't continue the game in some cases, right? If it's an act boss or something like that. So there's people have to get good in some cases, but also we have to just be really careful that those progression blocking bosses don't, completely alienate people as well.
With that in mind, I'm actually something that came to mind is it going to be like a one campaign per character type of thing, or will you be able to like have multiple characters to kind of help with the bosses along to kind of alleviate the progression?
Sorry, I'm not quite sure what you mean about that. But, I mean, you will have to complete the campaign on each character.
Okay.
But you can always like, I mean, just like in PoE 1, right? Like there's things you can do to rush another character through, like quickly if you
right. No, I was thinking like if you had a character that really wasn't good at all against a certain boss, could you get your other character to kill it for that
I
one?
see what you mean. No. So yeah, it doesn't work like that. It basically works like PoE 1 in this regard.
Okay.
Although, interestingly, actually, scratch that. I was about to say something. I realized we haven't announced it yet.
Okay. So I have maybe a difficult question for you, but around the time we got Ruthless, we started hearing some of the news for PoE 2, and a lot of it kind of matched up. And we'll talk about the crafting bench and all that being removed, just kind of similar features in a way. Ruthless in PoE 1 has seen kind of like lukewarm popularity. Personally, I really like it. I think it's maybe a touch more ruthless than I would like, but I mean, like I'm playing non-ruthless this league, and so far this league I've found about 30,000 alteration orbs, to where I don't even bother using an augmentation orb because it takes too much time to click it back and forth, right? So obviously the answer is somewhere in between the two. But
I agree.
How are you designing the kind of the pacing of the game and the abundance of currencies and items and all that? What has the goal changed, seeing Ruthless not like explode in popularity, I guess is my question.
So there's a lot to talk about here, like a lot. So I guess the first thing with Ruthless is I think Ruthless did definitely go too far. And more to the point, I actually think Ruthless bundled in too many things in one go. I think if Ruthless had just been item drop changes and hadn't done a lot of other things that Ruthless did, like, for example, crafting bench removal and the movement skill stuff and like a bunch of other that stuff, I think it actually would have gone down a lot better. And I also think as well that there probably wasn't enough attention paid to map sustain, and a few other details like that. Like in particular, I think one of the major philosophical things we did learn from Ruthless is that we need to make sure not to reduce the access to content being a big thing. Like I think that Ruthless did make it too hard to get access to content, and also like probably the currency was a bit too rare. There's like various things about that that were just, I think, not quite right. But also, and I'd love to fix those in Ruthless, honestly, but the problem with that is that whenever we say, hey, we're doing a bunch of Ruthless stuff to improve it, we just kind of get a lot of, why are you working on Ruthless? You know what I mean? Like, so I don't think that, like, the ship has kind of sailed there, unfortunately, which is a bit of a shame. Which isn't to say we won't ever address it, but I think we at least learned a lot from Ruthless to help there. So, I mean, I guess that's one side of things, but the next side of things, I guess, just comes into all of the general philosophy of how item drops should be should be done in PoE 2. And I think everyone can agree that we definitely need to fix the fact that the amount of shit on the screen is so high that, I mean, like, okay, so random thing, Mark was decided that what he was going to do this league in PoE 1 was play the, like, ultra ridiculous item finding strategies. You know, he'd never actually done the, like, full-on crazy strategies before. And one of the things he ran into was the fact that when you have you get to a certain point, you can't even press Alt anymore because the game client will take so long to have all of the pop-ups appear on screen that you get disconnected from the server. So that's not so good. There's definitely some problems there. So yeah, that's obviously the other side of the extreme. But I guess I'm interested to actually hear your question about this, because this was an interesting one. Is what do you think should be the difference in amount of value that, say, an average, like let's say 50th percentile player gets versus a 99th percentile player? Like, I'm interested to hear what kind of multiplier you believe is good.
It's really tough. I don't know. I quite like the rootless economy. I quite like it because everything has significance, and everything has significance. Sure. After playing ruthless quite a lot for like 2-3 weeks, I start to have an overabundance of transmutation orbs, right? So that's when they start losing their value. I feel that's honestly a good point to be at. You know, when a currency that's fairly regularly dropping becomes worthless, being like 2 weeks for a hardcore player in. Just everything kind of mattering is one of the really big appeals for ruthless for me. I feel like the conversation of the average player versus, you know, the top 1% player kind of gets lost in Trade League, because people are really good at manipulating the economy, or people are really good to play in parties efficiently, where that model gets completely destroyed. So I really hesitate to give an answer in numbers there.
I think you still need to have a reasonably large disparity between like average, like 50th percentile and 99th percentile, because that's kind of the thing that you're striving for a lot of the time, is increasing your drop rate. And so I actually think that one of the issues is, so then the other question is, alongside this, to kind of, let's establish some constants here, right? So I would say, and this may seem like a high number, but I think that you need a difference of 1,000 times between the best player and the average player of amount of wealth acquisition. So that isn't to say number of items, I'm saying like value of the stuff that you're getting. And that's so that you've got something to strive for, right? Like you need that level of like of disparity from the bottom to the top to kind of make it actually, like to actually give some form of feeling of like, I'm getting better at this game, I'm improving, you know, what I'm doing. So I don't know if does that number seem high or low to you? Like, what do you reckon? How does that feel to you?
It's, you know, if you're
I gotta say 1,000 is quite much, but if you're talking about like the best player, it's maybe not so bad. But 1,000 is quite much. I think you could probably cut a 0, say like 100. Like 100 times, like if you talk about like an ancient, a casual guy who is not even getting to like the final difficulties, has a shitty build, plays slow with breaks and everything, versus like, you know, some top end blaster, I think like 100 times would be fine. 1,000 seems relatively extreme. Then we're gonna get back to like these like MF scenarios where, you know, we have like some people that found like 20 mirrors in Affliction League right now and stuff like that, right? I think this is just a bit too crazy. But yeah, let's see what he says.
Considering the trading prowess of market geniuses, then it doesn't seem high. If we're talking about efficient play with stacking the right mechanics and multipliers, that does seem very high. So I just don't know what we're talking about exactly.
Sure. I think we're just talking about like let's just say let's say from a map that you're running when you're, as I said, you're an average player running a map versus the absolute max mega juiced crazy map. You know what I mean? Like in terms of the amount of wealth coming from it. And so as I said, that may seem high, but actually I think you do need those kinds of numbers to achieve that. And so then the next question is, okay, well, how many more items can you actually drop on the ground from one to the other to actually feel reasonable? And I think that number's kind of not really more than 2x. Like maybe it's a little bit more than that, but the thing is, like on the actual ground, you probably don't want to see more than double the number of items from one to the other, and yet you need to feel, and you need to actually be receiving 1,000 times the value. So if we kind of break that down, I mean, like, so there's a few things that go into this. So one question is, and this sort of matters, is that efficiency of your build comes into it. Like how fast can you do a map? Because that does come into the kind of like 1,000 number. So like if for example the difference between an average player and a 1% player is like 10x in like speed of playing a map, so like, you know, so if a bad player can do a map in 20 minutes and it takes a good player 2 minutes, for example, to do, then you've already kind of divided that by 10, which means that the actual items on the ground have to be 100 times more valuable per map And I think that probably sounds like something that seems within the realm of reasonableness, I would hope.
I see.
Yeah, that
Okay.
makes sense.
But then the next thing as well is that if the amount of items on the actual ground per monster you kill is only 2x higher, then that means you've got like you have to be able to have increase of rarity be worth 50 times, right? So basically, you have to be able to increase the value of items on the ground by 50 times with just like rarity bonuses alone, and it needs to feel 50 times more as well. It's not enough to just be like, in theory, I kind of know that this is more valuable. It has to really feel like you're getting 50 times more wealth.
Well, I actually had a question later on about Magic Find in PoE 2. Now,
Sure.
if I had to ask this question a month ago, I would basically say, yeah, the rarity quantity system works out pretty well. But I don't know if you've played much this league, but the wisps that you can generate, and you can generate a lot of them, have their own effective quantity and rarity multipliers. And it's maybe one of the first times we've seen such large rarity multipliers with such large quantity multipliers, and it does actually seem a little problematic with the amount of it.
I agree.
A little.
So what kind of systems may we expect with Magic Find in PoE 2?
Yeah, so what I think that we need to do is that the way that rarity works in PoE 1, one of the issues with it is it saturates quickly, and also currency is not part of it, and also there's no kind of understanding of there's various other factors of value. So I don't want to go too much into the exact details of this, but effectively what we have to make sure of is that we have the ability to scale value of things on the ground with a single number, and for that to work for all types of items that monsters can drop in a good way, so that you actually feel like you're getting more. We don't just sort of saturate into uniques. I don't know if you know what I mean by that, but effectively you can get rarity to the point where no white items drop and only blue items drop, and then you can go from there so that only rares drop, and then you can go from there so that only uniques drop. Like, that's possible, and with the way that PoE 1's rarity system works. But we need to sort of change this so that it works better, so that you can actually get higher values of rarity without kind of making it so that you kind of get the saturation. And the reason why kind of more quantity is necessary in PoE 1 is because more rarity, if we changed all sources of quantity to be rarity in PoE 1, everything would just be unique, and you wouldn't get any more currency, and it kind of wouldn't be like, that's not value in the right way, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So effectively we need to improve the way the item drops work in order to make it so that, yeah, as I said, the goal would be you get like a ridiculous amount of juice, you see twice as many items on the ground, but you feel like you're getting, but each item is on average 50 times more valuable than if you didn't do that. And then since you're 10 times faster at playing the game than other people, the end result of that is 1,000 times more wealth acquisition, if you know what I mean. So that's kind of my view on sort of how this would work, and we basically just have to get to the point where that can be the case. We have a lot of changes in mind already. I don't necessarily want to talk about the exact specifics of all of them, but that's my thinking, at least around how it should be on a high level, if you know what I mean.
I saw a number of people asking in chat when you were talking. I think a lot of people are wondering if the find more stuff part of the game is going to be a stat on your gear. I think that's something people are quite curious about.
Whether or not there's Magic Find. Yeah, I mean, we definitely want to have Magic Find still in the game as a thing you can get.
Okay. And you're basically sacrificing character power for it, like you do in PoE 1.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
That should work basically the same way.
Okay. So I was going to ask about the crafting bench being removed, but you mentioned recently to a Reddit reply that it's no longer going to be removed. And I kind of maybe wanted to ask more of a broad question. One part about Path of Exile 1 I really like is knowing that I can kind of guarantee some kind of big parts to making a character when like a new league starts. And in one end, it can be something like knowing that I can have access to a trigger craft on like a wand for a character like that. And in other cases, it can be like, while I might not be able to find a tier 0 unique, but for example, divination cards kind of offer this fragmented consistency of slowly knowing that you'll eventually get this one item. So is there going to be an element of that in PoE 2? And maybe you can, I know some of the details are still getting worked out, but maybe some of your goals for the crafting bench, if you have set your mind.
So the crafting bench absolutely needs to exist for exactly this reason. You should be able to at least get some certainty if you know what you're doing, of being able to fix issues with your build. Even if you don't find you don't get lucky, you still are able to do something about that. So I think that's really important. So I think the crafting bench is good for that, and we do have a plan for what we're going to be doing to sort of make that work. As for divination cards, it's sort of interesting because divination cards, like, I really like them in theory. I really do. And in SSF, I think they work really well. But the problem with target farming is that you effectively, when you have an economy, effectively what you're always going to target farm is whatever has the most value in the economy, even if that's not the thing you actually want for yourself. You're just going to be like, okay, here's the thing that's going to have the most trade value, like per hour played on average. So therefore, I just play that. So I think that the way that that works in PoE 1 with div cards is not so great. It sort of means that the people who, at least the people who want to get the most economic value, just end up farming one map forever and ever and ever.
Crimson Prison Gang is what they're called, apparently.
Yeah. So that's a problem. So I don't have an immediate solution to that. There's been various solutions proposed, basically changing the way that div.
Does anyone know if there is like any like account bound loot? I guess gold, right? Gold apparently is gonna be account bound, but is there anything else? Not really, right? I think gold is account bound. I wonder if like something like making like a divination card system, like altering it a bit, making those account bound so you can like target farm something, but only for yourself without like really having this problem of like the economy could be a solution. But I think that would probably go very much against like the general spirit. So yeah, it's only gold, right?
Cards work. I think, as I said, and I think in SSF it's cool. I like it. We need to do something different, I think, here. There'll be some discussion about that. But I do think div cards are cool. I'd like to see them come back in PoE 2. We'll find a way, I suspect, to make that happen. But I don't know if they're necessarily going to work exactly the same mechanically as they do now.
Okay. I've been scouring the internet for all the PoE 2 news, and that's included all your recent PoE 2 interviews. And there was an interview you did at PAX West where you were asked what league mechanics are going to be ported over, at least roughly, from PoE 1 into PoE 2. And your answer was it kind of almost depends on which league mechanics you like. And it killed me that there was no follow-up question. So what PoE 1 league mechanics do you like?
Okay, well, I am a big fan of Delve.
Okay.
And Incursion. Those are two of my favorites, partly because I just enjoyed development of them. Like, they were just really cool and thematic. I really enjoyed them. But I mean, there's lots of other mechanics that are just hugely, that are very popular with players. Things like Ultimatum and things like that. These are great. I mean, I love Ultimatum.
Who actually is playing a lot of Ultimatum in the current league? Like, I heard everyone was crying, man, I want Ultimatum back, etc. But now I hear people just say, like, yeah, I don't really care about Ultimatum. I'm not really doing them because it's not rewarding enough. People only really wanted the juicy rewards, I think, more than the Ultimatum itself, I feel. And of course, they wanted to have to Trial Master, like, burn them all the time.
Them too, but there are certain crowd favorites for sure. Incursion. Sorry, I already said that one. Let me think about other ones. What are my favorites in there?
They don't have to be in PoE 2. This is a non-commitment answer here.
I'm just trying to think of like what are my other favorite ones. Breach, obviously. Breach was one of the earliest leagues that I really felt there was just something really, like, I feel like, because what was before Breach? There wasn't really that many good ones before
Legion,
right?
I think, was before Breach.
Was Legion before Breach?
Yes.
No, Legion was way later.
Surely not. Am I wrong about that? Jeez. Maybe I'm just wrong about that.
Oh,
but
apparently I'm wrong about that. Okay.
Okay. right.
Legion was after. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, Breach, I'm a big fan of. There's a few things like Delirium is pretty cool. There's definitely some cool things like that. Generally speaking, though, a lot of the leagues that are my favorite ones are the ones which involve, and I know this is kind of can be a bit in the community. People have different opinions about this. But I do particularly like the ones that involve there being some kind of map that has interesting mechanics on it, and you go out and you do stuff on it, which is why I particularly like things like Delve. But I know in the community, a lot of people prefer leagues that are inside, an area. So we tend to try to have a mix. I like when it comes to designing leagues, my favorite way to do it is kind of look at other games and be like, okay, what are some interesting, like other games from completely different genres, and be like, how can we do some of the interesting gameplay from one of these and make it into a PoE league? So that's kind of tends to be what I most enjoy.
Like this meme, right, where, okay, other companies develop games in different genres, and GG just thinks, okay, how many genres can we put into our game?
And so I was kind of one of the people who really enjoyed things like Harvest, even though it was way too complicated and there were all sorts of problems with it. And I don't like the way Harvest is now, but the old way Harvest was, like things like that were really cool.
Yes.
There were issues for sure.
Well, other than the gameplay side of things, one thing that I think is really important personally for a league mechanic is that it offers something you can't get anywhere else. Like if you want to double corrupt an item, then you do template. You just have to. You can't get.
For sure.
Yeah. So is that going to be at least a thought process behind league design in PoE2?
100%. It's very important that that is what the end game makes the end game feel like there's a lot of variety, because you've got different goals. Like, oh, now I have to do this. Now I have to do this. Like, it adds a lot of variety to things. So it's really important that different content has different rewards that are possible from it, for sure.
I have a few questions about specific skills. Now, there's been a lot of new skills highlighted, a lot of combination of skills, a lot of skill modification with a few of the supports you've highlighted. But there are a few skills in PoE 1 that I feel...
Elimination cards are ripped off of WoW. Wait, what? What the hell is even remotely close to elimination cards in WoW?
Have kind of become the game for some players. So I wanted to kind of point those out, and if you can, maybe mention if there will be a skill like it in PoE 2. So first up on the list, as probably many people might expect me to ask you, is Righteous Fire. Will we have a Righteous Fire in PoE 2?
There will be Righteous Fire.
Will
it work
be
exactly
fire.
identically? No, but ideally it should feel like the same type of thing, and the flavor of Righteous Fire should all come across completely. But ideally we can do it in a way where it feels like there's interesting combos with it, has interesting mechanics that can work alongside it, and so on. So absolutely there will be Righteous Fire. And ideally there should be any kind of really iconic thing from PoE 1, like any kind of iconic skill. We will really need to find a place for it in PoE 2 as well. We did have a discussion about the exact mechanics of how Righteous Fire works. We did come up with a plan, so hopefully you guys will enjoy it when when we talk about it. I believe it should be in the Templar announcement at some point.
Okay. Well, closer to home for me is about minions. Now, you have mentioned that minions exist in PoE 2, so we know that already. But I was personally curious if there is more of a push towards temporary minions, as there kind of is now in PoE 1. Like the scaling from passive minions has kind of fallen off over the years in recent patches, and the scaling for temporary minions has actually increased over that same time span.
Right. I have a lot of ideas around minions, and we're going to be talking about that when we announce the witch stuff later, I guess next year, technically still. So there's going to be a big discussion about that, and we've got a lot of features there. We put a lot of thought into minions. It's obviously one of those things that action RPG people, like there are a certain class of people who play action RPGs who that's all they want to play. So we have to make sure that we've got a really, really good minion story, as it were. Because of that, minions are going to get a lot of attention, and you'll see that fairly soon, I think.
Now, one thing with minions that kind of comes as a drawback in PoE 1 is kind of the visual clarity, where once I have more of a powerful summoner and I'm summoning more minions and they have like more AoE in their attacks, I feel like the visual clarity of just me being able to see the boss mechanics kind of starts going down and down. In PoE 1 they has this like setting which is like bloom, but that affects both things. It affects both the boss mechanics in some cases as well as like your skills and the minion skills. So there's no like great way to kind of maintain full clarity of the
minions,
boss mechanics. But I am stronger, so I don't know. It's kind of been a trade-off in PoE 1. Is there some address to this in PoE 2?
There isn't like a specific technical, like, here's the specific solution, but I can tell you that visual clarity of minions is like the primary concern that I have around minions for sure when looking at this stuff, because that is how there is a certain feeling you want with minions where you kind of like in PoE 1, it just feels like chaos a lot of the time. Like there's just shit everywhere. Like it doesn't feel like there's a front line, as it were, and things like there's these kinds of issues. I want to try and make it feel a bit different in PoE 2. So we do have a lot of like stuff around this, and even if you looked at the whiteboard in my office right now, like half the issues on there are visual clarity to do with minion issues right now. So yeah, it's definitely a concern. It's just a matter of like just better design really when it comes to what the minions' abilities look like and this kind of stuff. As well as just there's just a lot of it's kind of like 1,000 individual subtle things that kind of add together to make things to have more clarity. And that's kind of true across PoE 2 in general. Like there's a lot of focus on trying to make sure that there's visual clarity with the skills, even though they look really modern and cool, there's still clarity. Like because we're get the opportunity to have a bit of a reset here graphically, it means that we can consider very carefully like what slots around the enemies do the different effects go in, and like how can we make sure that like we're kind of making sure, okay, like if something's like on like a, and this may actually not be like 100% correct, but it's like if something's on the like blade of the weapon, then that is always a herald effect, for example. Like nothing else is taking that slot on the character, so you kind of know that like like these kind of things are kind of what we're trying to do to make sure that everything has its place, and you kind of always can see things without having to have too much overlap. And hopefully, I mean, sure, a little bit of that goes out the door a little bit when you start having MTXs heavily involved, but at least without those, like the visual clarity should be very good if we're doing our job well.
Okay. So bit of a subject swap here. In PoE 1, when it comes to designing a character, a lot of it kind of has to do with putting check marks on defensive goals. So the first round of goals is like avoiding lockouts, so you don't get stunned, don't get frozen. And then the second one is usually don't get killed by physical damage, because physical damage is unique in a way where more of it just ruins your ability to stack armor. And the third one is just like, does this character get one shot from typical stuff that happens to it? Is this kind of going to be a similar checklist in PoE 2, or is it a different approach to defenses?
I don't know that it's not particularly easy to necessarily avoid that, but what I would say is that I would hope that we don't get to the point where you have to feel like every character needs to be completely immune to certain mechanics. Like ideally, it should be a reasonable choice to choose between, is this something I'm mitigating or is this something I'm completely preventing? So that should always feel like it's a choice. But at the same time, like having certain things you need to be able to deal with as part of a build is, like part of the, I guess, the trade-off you're making when it comes to like, how like you need a bit of tension to make defense, like to make it so that you don't just make a complete glass cannon with zero attention paid to defense at all. You do need to some extent to have, like how am I going to deal with this particular problem? So I think that will still be a thing. But I can't promise that the exact details around it will be the same in PoE 2. This is honestly something that I am not myself as involved with, I would say, as some other people on the team. I mean, obviously I still kind of like, talk about this stuff, but, people like Rory and Mark tend to be a little bit more, like knowing about, like have specific thoughts around that stuff.
Well, maybe this isn't too apt of a question, but I'll ask it anyway. Will you perhaps eventually be able to trivialize a mechanic entirely? Like, I know the stun mechanic in PoE 2 is much more sophisticated than PoE 1, but are you able to make a character that's completely ignoring stuns of all kinds if you want?
There should always be a way to do that. The cost of it should always be something, right? You know what I mean? So, like, I mean, there's absolutely will be a unique that's going to be like, you can't get stunned, right? There's going to be uniques like that.
Okay.
There may be a keystone that does like that does that in exchange for some kind of big downside, but there always just has to be a downside in order for that to be able to happen. And then, of course, you should be able to invest in stun reduction to the point where it no longer phases you as well, right? This kind of thing should be possible. So that should always be possible. It's just always like cost benefit, right? Like, what are you, what are you trading for that?
In terms of character design, I think it's maybe, at least for me, one of the best thing that PoE 1 does, where it always seems difficult to get enough of everything. Like, you can make a character that does millions or even like 1 billion damage, but you can only really do that if you have no defenses. Or you can make a character that's extremely tanky, but the damage ends up being lackluster to a point where you literally have to tank more things.
For sure.
Is this going to be a similar approach to PoE 2 character design?
Absolutely. And this has actually come up when we were discussing the tree about like things like, okay, so this is another tree philosophy thing, is like, okay, should it be that the reason that you get a variety of things on the tree is because there just aren't enough nodes for a given thing to be able to do that? Or should it be that there's always enough nodes to be able to allocate for a given thing? It's just that you don't want to do that because you've got other concerns that you need to do. And I think it's the second one that's important. Like, if you really want to allocate every single point into, some particular stat that's, freeze reduction or something random like that, then there will be nodes for you to do that. It's just that you don't want to do that because, that's not the only important thing. And I think that's kind of just generally how we look at our philosophy around this stuff.
All right. So some people aren't quite aware because, it's one class here, one class there, and we haven't seen a lot of like the trailers for the classes that already exist in PoE 1, which we have at least heard of a little bit, that they're being redesigned in some ways, but eventually we're going to have 36 Ascendancy classes in PoE 2. And my first question is, if we have like twice as many Ascendancy classes, is there going to be a different design in like the lifetime of a character when a new league comes out or a new content update comes out? Like, are you expecting players to play like many characters in each season, or like one or two, kind of how they are in PoE 1?
I think it would just be like how it is in PoE 1, honestly. The fact that there's a lot of options there, I mean, the intention is for PoE 2 to last a long time, right? So like ideally, like having more classes like that just means that it's going to be a lot longer before you have run out of stuff to try. So ultimately, that's the reason why there's so many. That we just want to have a lot of stuff that you can to play around with. So I imagine that in each league it's going to be 1 to 2 characters, just like it is in PoE 1.
Mm-hmm. In PoE 1, it's taking like dedicated players that are focusing on leveling. I'm not going to say some days, which are like the fastest times, but let's say like a week to hit max level. Is that kind of like a goalpost that you guys are trying to hit in PoE 2 as well, in terms of the pacing for a character?
I think it should take a bit longer than a week. I sort of feel like I'd want to go back a little bit in terms of how long it takes to be more like what it was like sort of 3 to 4 years ago, I would say. Where it was a bit longer. But I mean, it'll take people a while just to sort of learn the game, I think. So I suspect the first time people play the content, it's going to take them quite a while. Like, as I was saying before, like, the first time I beat a boss earlier, it was like 5 minutes, and then like that went down on my second time to like 2 minutes. So even just from that perspective, like, and it slowly improves. So I think that people will get faster and faster. So I mean, I honestly don't know at this point how long it will take people the first time through the campaign, and I suspect it will take them a very long time. But it'll get faster.
What is a very long time?
Honestly, I honestly don't know for sure, because we don't have like the entire, like, not every area is like fully like it's not playable. I mean, all the areas are there, but they're not playable in the sense that like if you have bad monsters, like when I say bad, I mean like monsters that don't have like all their abilities and stuff like that in an area, it's just boring. So like nobody wants to play those areas. So that means that we don't really have like proper progression testing. Like, we've polished the first half of each act kind of thing, and so we haven't got like a sort of full, like, you can just play through the whole game to do progression testing yet. So that means that I can't actually say how long it will take, but I honestly believe that like for an average player, I mean, like, got to be at least 40, 50 hours, I think.
Oh, wow.
About that.
I imagine that's how long it will take sort of your average player to get through. Like, it could be longer, honestly, for people who like haven't played an action RPG before, probably. So that kind of things. I mean, I guess that's kind of like half an hour per zone when you include like.
I mean, this is probably like, including a very slow pace and like reading, 20 different skills, like every act, and like chilling half an hour here and all that stuff, right? I mean, to be honest, the first time I played PoE, it also took me like 3 days or so to get through the campaign. But I did like shit like full clear every room in every lab, and I was like making my own build and looking for at the skill tree for like 2 hours. And, you know, that's kind of bullshit, I guess. And I guess if we all add all that up and not the actual gameplay, then it kind of makes sense. But yeah, like originally also like the default dev said, right? Like, it's gonna be like a 30-hour plus campaign, and I mean, people just rush through it in like, you know, I don't know, 6 hours or something. So if you want to be fast, you can be fast. I think they can even do the sub 4 hours or something if you like go real fast. So it's not too crazy after all.
You know, fighting bosses, like I sort of want people to die like 1 to 2 times on each boss the first time they play it, because they haven't learned the mechanics yet. Like, it should feel that way when you're kind of playing through the first time. So that will mean, you know, like that kind of thing. So like it's just a little bit harder, like, you know, but the thing is, I think PoE 1 may even be that hard for people who just play the game for the first time now. It's just that once you played it, you know, however many times people have played it, it becomes trivial to the point where you're like, okay, I could never die to this thing. But because of the fact that you actually, you know, you have to restart the boss if you die to it now, it will force you to actually learn the mechanics and kind of, you know, work out these things during your first playthrough.
Okay.
So that'll be interesting. But yeah, it'll take people a while.
All right. Well, that is it for the questions that I had personally, but I have scoured the internet for unanswered questions, and I have picked a few up from chat, and if you guys want to post your question in chat, if it's at least different enough from what we've already discussed or what I have, I'll maybe try to include it near the end. But yeah, we you know, people do have to be in places eventually, so we don't have Jonathan forever. But yes, with that in mind, I want to ask some of the questions. They might be a little bit less researched than some of my own, so might brace yourself for some short answers, but that's okay, hopefully. So here we go. I found this one on a YouTube comment, I believe. Oh no, I think it was on the official thread of this interview on the PoE forums. So tell us about the die system you mentioned in 2019. I don't know anything about this, so please.
Yeah, I guess I probably mentioned that back in ExileCon back in 2019. It's something that we could still do, but it's not honestly something that I've kind of thought about for a little while. I know it's something that a lot of players are very keen for, but like, it's kind of not really on my radar at this point. Like, we're just focusing on content, really. But there's nothing really preventing us from doing it. It would just be a matter of marking up all the armors and, you know, the parts that get modified and so on. So it's just a bunch of work there. But yeah, it can be done. I don't know if really it would be there at release. It's kind of, I know that would be disappointing for a lot of players, but it's just kind of one of those things that has kind of fallen by the wayside a little bit as we've been grinding out on a bunch more content, unfortunately.
All right. So 99% of PoE 2 misgivings have been about the gameplay pace. Now, you've kind of adjusted this a little bit, but I kind of want to ask it again and ask you how is it current relative to maybe what we've seen a few months ago at ExileCon? Is that still kind of what we're expecting? Or is that, as you mentioned, a bit slowed down so people can kind of see the clarity a little bit?
So I guess I kind of don't really... Like, okay, so a lot of people are like, oh, you know, you're slowing it down to do this, or you're kind of, you know, like, they have a lot of things like that. But I think really when it comes to when we're like, so this actually relates to a little bit what I was saying before about how we haven't been able to do full progression testing yet. Which is that what that means is that when we're balancing an area to do a demonstration, or for ExileCon, the demos and all this sort of stuff, we kind of just like, we make a character that's about what we think it should be for this area, and then we kind of balance the monsters from that point for the demo to just kind of hit like what we want, where we expect to sort of be able to understand the mechanics and kind of like give a good showing to how the class should be. I think at ExileCon, it probably was balanced a little hard. But the thing is, each demo is kind of its own thing because of the fact that, yeah, like as I said, we don't have a full like sort of progression test through the whole game yet. So ExileCon, like, because of these demos are just like how they are, effectively what it is just like me and Mark will play it, and then we'll be like, did we get through it too quickly or didn't we, and then adjust accordingly. So we just adjust it until it feels fun to us. So I think that people maybe sort of ascribe a little bit too much to that sometimes. That being said, I think that it's probably best to look at the pacing stuff to be more like when we were discussing earlier with maps and what the median player versus the 1% players would be doing. I think we still want to make sure that there's still a 10 times disparity in efficiency between a good and a bad player in that situation. So that would certainly imply that there can be certainly a pretty good amount of pace you can get up to. But what I do think is also bad, and I guess this is another philosophical thing, is that I don't think it's really good when you someone opens up Path of Exile on Twitch, they look at what the game looks like at the absolute 1% end of it, and it just looks like just like what is even going on the screen. You know, it's just like shit is everywhere. There's like there's no visual clarity. I cannot tell what the hell is going on, and the boss melts in like 2 seconds. You know what I mean? Like I don't think that's really very good either. So you do need to be able to get a lot more efficiency than the average player, but we do have to be a little bit careful. But I don't know, like I guess all of that is to say that like it's a little bit hard to say exactly what the pace will be like in maps at this point. I have no doubt that the peak will still be high, but it may not be as high as it currently is in PoE 1. I think that's very likely. But at the same time, like it's really important that people feel like they're able to break the game. Like you want people to feel like, oh, I'm breaking the game right now. I'm like got an insane amount of projectiles, like way more than I should be able to have, like all this kind of stuff. So yeah, I guess this is a bit of a hedged non-answer, which I worry is a bit of a problem here.
Well, it's still in development. I can't fault you for that.
Right.
The way that I asked the question was, kind of seeing post-Ruthless Experiment what your thoughts may be on the matter.
And you're definitely right that it's the number one issue that people talk about PoE 2. Like the fear in the PoE 1 community is that it's just going to be super slow paced. And I don't think it will feel that way. I think that when you play it, you will have fun. And ultimately, that's all that I'm after, right? Like, so it's actually interesting because there's been cases of this, right? Where like I was playing the Mercenary in the demo for the demo that we recorded, and then I went back and I played. What was it I was playing? I think it might have been the Warrior actually. Afterwards, the demo character we had at ExileCon, I was like, man, this is way too slow. So even just from me, like it can often be the case that my opinions change as I'm playing as I'm playing things. This is really going to come down to the progression testing to kind of see how we feel. But I guess the main the guiding star, I suppose, at the end of the day, has to be that when you get an item, you feel like it improved your character. Because if you don't have that, then you have nothing. Like we still have to maintain that feeling through the whole game, and there has to be a feeling of progress as you go through. So like that's we'll I guess end up where we end up, where it honestly, and it may sound a bit silly, but it's like it just has to feel fun to me, right? Like I have to play it and feel like this feels fun.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't feel fun to me, then I'll increase the numbers, and that's really what it comes down to.
I have a question about how much of an endgame map is the boss in it, I suppose. You've kind of answered this slightly through your mastery of, repeatedly going up against these bosses and just defeating them faster and faster. But I guess we can broadly ask you perhaps, how much of a map that you do in the endgame of PoE 2 should the boss be?
Yeah, so I think that in terms of drops, at the very least, so we've actually discussed the drops in particular. I think that 1/3 of the map should be boss drops. 1/3 of the map should just be regular monsters. And 1/3 of the map should be other events and things that come up, like League content and things like that. Which isn't to say necessarily that every map will always have stuff like that, but on average across many maps, it should be about 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. Ideally...
Wait, did he say that?
Other events and things that come up, like League content and things like that. Which isn't to say 1/3 of the map should just be regular. 1/3 of the maps
should the boss be?
Yeah, so I think that in terms of drops, at the very least, so we've actually discussed the drops in particular.
About the drops.
I think that 1/3 of the map should be boss drops. 1/3 of the map should just be regular monsters. And 1/3 of the map should be
I think that's a good
other
distribution.
events and things that come up, like League content and things like that. Which isn't to say necessarily that every map will always have stuff like that, but on average across many maps, it should be about 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. Ideally, that should roughly map onto the amount of time that you spend doing those things as well. So that's kind of my view on it, at least. Is roughly 1/3, I would say, should be the map boss.
I don't know if you're fully comfortable answering this one, but inquiring minds are curious. Why did you guys decide to continue working on 1 and 2 at the same time, like separately, rather than evolving PoE 1 to PoE 2. I know it was like a big announcement that it's going to be its own project, but I guess people really didn't get the why sufficiently.
So it really comes down to, we want to be able to make whatever changes we want to make without it becoming a problem for the existing community. And when we first announced in 2019 what we were planning on doing, I don't think we appreciated at the time the degree to which the changes would actually change the game. And so it really just came down to, like, we had people in the office who were like, I'm really worried that the game, like, I'm talking about people in the QA team and things like that. They were just really worried. I'm worried that the game that you make won't necessarily be the path of exile that I like, right? I mean, they still look at what we're doing and, they like what we're doing. But there was some worry there. Mm-hmm. And so when I heard that, I kind of thought about it, like, pretty hard for a while. I talked to Mark quite a bit about it, and we kind of said, we really just wanted to be free to be able to let the games diverge without having to constantly work. Because I worried that the decisions that we wanted to make for PoE, like, I didn't want PoE 1 to hold PoE 2 back as far as, like, having to make balanced decisions. Like, we didn't want to have things like where we're like, oh, we can't change this because then all these players will get angry, or things like that. We wanted to be kind of free to be able to just, like, make whatever changes we wanted to make. And I think the PoE 1 compatibility idea was just sort of starting to become a thing where, like, oh, we can't change this because it would, break this or break that or whatever it was. So that's really the reason. And once we decided that, I think we started to get a lot more crazy with the kind of changes that we were doing. So things like WASD, I don't think would have happened under the old model. I don't think we would have been able to accept that kind of thing, just because the mode we were thinking about was much too much a kind of like, we're extending the game rather than making a new game. I think it was not enough in that direction. So it really just comes down to that. And as for why we want to continue supporting PoE 1, well, I mean, like, it's still a great game. It just it's just a bit of a different game. So I think it's absolutely very valuable to support, and a lot of people will still enjoy it. Like, I see no reason why we can't do both.
All right, that's excellent. I had a question. People were wondering about hideouts. The question they had was, are you going to have bigger or more in-depth hideouts than PoE 1? But I guess the base question is, are we even going to have hideouts at all?
There'll be hideouts. There'll be hideouts for sure. Mechanically, I don't think they'll probably change too much. Maybe there's probably more we can do to make them a bit more interesting. But I still really like the whole freeform placement and decorating and all that sort of stuff. I want to keep all of that. It should work the same way. And also the PoE 1 microtransaction hideouts, I want to still be there, and PoE 2 you can still use them and just have that as your hideout. That should all come across.
A question was about losing experience on death. I think it's pretty interesting because right now in PoE 1, some people like it, some people don't like it, but the landscape for it is like, if you run up against the boss where you die, you just look up how to beat the boss, or you look up a build that can beat the boss. But with none of that existing in PoE 2, I feel like the death penalty, if it was the same, would feel a bit overbearing in some cases.
Yeah. So in campaign, there's no XP penalty in PoE 2.
Okay.
It's gone. And that's because you're expected to die to the bosses. And basically, as soon like the declaration of I want you to be dying one to two times for each campaign boss for the first time, kind of implies, well, we can't have an XP penalty then. And also in PoE 1, that was the only penalty that actually was anything, because of the fact that you could just go resume the boss from where you left off. Whereas now the penalty is that you have to start the boss again. That's enough of a penalty in itself.
I mean, I think the design of that is actually really. I mean, I guess you're not gonna die to every single boss every time or something, especially if you kind of know your way around ARPGs. But I think it's not a bad balancing philosophy, because it means that if you expect people to die on average, once or something, the learning curve is very steep, right? Like the first time you try a boss, you have no idea about the mechanics, you have no idea what hits you, you have no idea when something happens. But then the second time, we all talked about this earlier, right? Like he did the 5-minute boss kill, and the second time he did it was a 2-minute boss kill, and then he can improve that again on the third try. He's gonna get it down to 90 seconds, maybe the fourth time 60 seconds, right? And if you just make it so that you can just waltz through the campaign on first try on every single boss, then this means that these bosses will become extremely boring, extremely fast, the second time, the third time, or whatever you do them. at least like establishing a bit of a higher baseline difficulty is a really good move. And something that I think Diablo 4 massively failed in. You know, all these like dungeon bosses, you know, like Scourge of the whatever, and you know, the Blood Bishop, like all these bosses there, that's not interesting. Because they just don't do anything to you. They cannot kill you. Like, you know, it's just like, there's just punching bags and that's it. And that's a huge mistake, I think.
So that's fine, we don't need the X penalty anymore. But the one question is, what about in maps? And I don't necessarily think that the X penalty...
you know, I don't want the game to be like Omega hard so that no one can play it. It's just that it very quickly becomes boring. And when you have to kill these bosses like 100 times on every character, they're just boring, right? If they don't do anything, if you don't even have to press a button to like evade. Like we literally have an evade here in this game, and there's no reason to use it because the bosses don't do anything to you, right? So this is kind of the bigger problem here. If at least you had to dodge like something or, you know, whatever, and then, you know, you do it, it feels much better and feels much more like a game.
Is that important in early end game? But I think in late end game it actually is very important. And that's because you need to, in order to have some kind of challenge to get to make it challenging to get to level 100, you need to have something that's kind of going to make it like effectively a build check, as it were, to make sure that you actually have survivability in your build. And so the X penalty is what makes that allowed to happen. So we definitely need to have an X penalty towards the very end of the game. I'm not exactly sure what we're going to be doing to sort of kick that in exactly yet. But there'll be some kind of kick in of X penalty towards the later end game to sort of make it so that you still have to actually have a survivable build to get to level 100.
The next question I have, I'll just read it as it was asked, but I do know there's a bit more to it, so I'll add on it a little bit. So the question was, how do we interact with Flasks and how many Flask slots do we have? I know it's been announced that the Flasks kind of will not recover from normal monsters and will be kind of in a way replacing guard skills. So do you have maybe a bit more to add about that?
So basically the philosophy there, so just to talk a little bit about why we did that, so to have it so that only blues and above monsters will actually recover life flasks, because there wasn't enough state in Path of Exile 1, in my opinion, with regard to your character. And what I mean by that is, and this actually which one was it? I'm talking about Final Fantasy 13, I think it was. Was that the one? I think it was Final Fantasy 13, which is a game I hated. The reason I didn't like it was because your character, you effectively every time, every time you finished a battle in that game, your character was reset to full life. What that meant was, is that there were really no resources. Like there was no feeling of like if you fight a group of 5 monsters and you fight the same group of 5 monsters again, it's literally always exactly the same fight because there's no resource that carries on between the fights. And that was a thing that made me really dislike that game because it just felt very grindy because, you know, there was no sort of feeling of tension of like getting, like in previous games in that series, there was this feeling of like, you know, you leave town, you kind of have this like.
As a boss is hard, you need to do it 100 times, it's frustrating. Yeah, they're not making a Souls game though, you know, like a Souls game you expect that you die 100 times to every boss, because that's a Souls game. They're making an ARPG, you know. He's saying that, you know, you are expected to die to a boss, you know, but of course, you know, good players will not just die to a random campaign boss, you know. If you like look at what the boss is doing and then dodge the stuff, then you're probably not gonna die to like any boss in the campaign. But he's talking about like, you know, some casuals that try the game for the first time and, you know, bosses in the campaign actually posing like a slight challenge. And maybe you're gonna rip, you know, and then you're gonna know, okay, this boss does this ability, let's try to dodge it, and then you do it. I think that's totally fine. This is much better than, you know, whatever D4 did. So, I mean, if D4, you know, actually would have the ability to do that, but they didn't because they have 2 different difficulties. You know, they have World Tier 1, we have World Tier 2, you can choose to have the easy mode, and even in World Tier 2, they didn't make the bosses in any way threatening. So, it's just stupid. Why did they not do that? And then having this philosophy, and like, I think there's not different difficulty settings in PoE, but having at least this philosophy that the bosses are somewhat relevant, and the abilities they do are somewhat relevant, and you might have to, like, you know, learn an ability or 2 is actually excellent, I think. Yeah, I definitely agree that the bosses from like the previews that I've seen are overtuned. Like, you know, if that is actually the difficulty, I think they're doing a huge mistake because it's too much. You know, I generally like difficult stuff. I wouldn't mind having very difficult bosses, but I understand that it's not good for the game. And whatever they previewed seemed way too far. But at least having this general idea that bosses should be a bit of a threat is good, I think.
Your health is kind of slowly decreasing as you sort of go through the game. And then eventually you run out of resources and you have to go back. And while I don't necessarily want it to be that you're always going to run out of flask charges in PoE 2, that is not the case. I do want it to be that it isn't just that you're always on full flask charges, because the flasks have to kind of on some level the flasks are really your health bar. You can recover your life in PoE very, very quickly. And so it's really your flask state that is kind of the main state of your character. And so, like that is something that I kind of want to make still be the case. Now, there's going to be things like leech and so on that's going to allow you to solve those problems that without necessarily using flasks. And then, of course, towards the end game, you're going to be replacing some of your flasks with other things and so on. But I do think that it is important that you don't just feel like every time I kill a pack, I get all of my life flasks, my flask charges back. Mm-hmm. As for guard flasks and things like that, flasks are a nice like resource limiting mechanic that we can use for things where we don't want to have a cooldown, but we do want to have something that you use on occasion. And I think the tension between life, mana, and what other resource that you have is pretty good. But at the same time, we don't want to kind of be flask piano where you're just like constantly,
Yeah, I really hope they make flasks a lot more like an actual like kind of like mini cooldown that you can use. You know, oh shit, I got hit by something big, let's spam it a bit, but it kind of like limits you in like how often you can actually get hit by big things in a boss fight, for example. And I wonder if they actually allow you to like, you know, potentially just run 5 life flasks, like, you know, trivializing boss fights and stuff like that. Or if there's like, you know, a limit to, let's say, 1 life flask and then like, you know, 3 utility flasks or something like that. Or if there's like some kind of like, you know, system to it besides you just have like a bunch of flasks so you can do whatever you want. Welcome Raiders, hello Eternal Dragon and friends. How's it going? Do you ever play Elden Ring? I played Elden Ring. I'm gonna play the DLC and like probably a fresh playthrough when the DLC comes, it'll be fun. Other videos. Yeah, I wanted to make some videos, but eventually I didn't. But yeah, I did like a 2-week or so Elden Ring playthrough when it came out. It was really fun.
Just constantly using them. So ideally they kind of get to a point where you use them in the right circumstance, you don't use them otherwise, and there's some interesting tension there. And they can serve as a nice resource mechanic that all players have access to, that you can kind of choose, you know, like what you want to use there. So hopefully that kind of gives you some idea, unless you've got any other questions about any of that sort of like kind of basic philosophy around flasks.
Personally, no. I'm kind of curious to see what you guys come up with in the final design of it. I think it's one of those things where there's so many factors that come together to like a feel-good flask system. That's really difficult for me to say I like it because of A, right? It's just the whole thing has to kind of have a good feel to it.
Right. But I will say that not having charges come from normal monsters was an instant game feel upgrade in my opinion, like when we made that change. And surprisingly, we didn't, like, I thought we would have to buff the amount of flask charges that monsters gave, the ones that do give charges in response to that, and then we just didn't, and it seemed to be fine. So that might not be entirely accurate, but yeah, it didn't take much to actually make that change work well, as it turned out.
Okay.
The biggest issue actually was just really early game before you have very many blue and yellow monsters. Mm-hmm. Because you weren't getting enough charges there. So that's when we made it so that checkpoints give you charges, and that kind of resolved the issue, plus a bit of tweaking about early game flask, like the pool size and a few other details like that, and we kind of managed to get it to feel pretty good, I think.
All right. So a question here is about like casual group play. It said that other ARPGs in the genre generally do it pretty well, but in PoE it felt punishing to play with another person. Is the question that I found online. So I'm kind of curious if PoE 2 will kind of address kind of like casual play with other people in ways that PoE 1 doesn't, perhaps.
Well, there is a few things we have going on there, but I don't really want to announce any of that right now, unfortunately. But I'm curious to know what the punishing thing is actually referring to with that.
I think that should be pretty obvious now, at least for him. Like, if you don't have synergies between your party members, then everyone, like, it just doesn't work, right? You can't just, like, group up like in D4 and just start blasting together, because, you know, builds have vastly different mechanics, you override each other curses, you know, like, some builds are, like, massively more powerful than others. Like, you know, the balance is way all over the place, so this is, I guess, why, right? And also, like, you know, just, like, the difficulty on the one-shots that he receive. Like, I never found group play in PoE to be good at all. Even in, like, teams where you have, like, you know, I don't know, some synergy, right? Where we did, like, some Magic Find group at some point and stuff. But it's like, you know, where, you know, okay, you have, like, the one color, you have the you know, 3 different supports, you have the 1 DPSer. And, I mean, that's also kind of bullshit, and definitely not on the casual end of group play, so... This always feels terrible, I feel.
Because I don't know that I feel like I am aware
I've been
about
SSF
that issue.
for like 4 years personally, so yes, I don't have much input on this either.
Maybe I'm just terribly misinformed about this, but I guess I'm not aware of the being punishing to play with another person particularly. I mean, sure, the life increases, but you know, you've got more people. I don't know that. I guess I don't know what that's referring to. So
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a question about a character preview with MTX being ported over and its own MTX. Path of Exile 1, you just kind of have to impractically zoom on your character to fully appreciate it.
This is something that we intend to address, and you should note that because the MTX store is the same in PoE 1 and 2, that any changes we do make to the MTX store will be in PoE 1 as well, because they'll have the same shop. So yeah, it's something that I definitely hear. We would like to have MTX preview. We are working on it, and you know, we will hopefully get there before too long. Because yes, I agree, it's something that we really should have. But I will note that while it's easy for certain things, it is quite hard for others, especially with the complexity around the MTXs these days. So yeah, there's quite a lot of work to do there, but we are intending to do that work. So I'm hoping we'll be able to get that one before too long.
All right. Now, this question doesn't have quite that much meaning to me, but when I opened up the floor to Twitch chat to ask their questions, the one that was spammed like crazy was cross-save/cross-platform play ? So maybe you can do them a favor and give them some insight.
I really do want to talk about this, but our console stuff, we kind of haven't really talked about this yet. But suffice to say, PoE 2 will be a much better experience on console than PoE 1 was, and take that answer for what you will. But we're going to be talking a lot more about those details before too long, when we talk about what we've got going on console.
With console play being part of the mindfulness of the project, let's say, what might people expect for hardware requirements? Are the ones listed on the Steam page still about right?
I believe that the Steam Path of Exile 2, the Path of Exile 2 Steam page, which you can go to and wishlist, by the way, just to quickly plug that, I should be correct. So I believe that's what's listed on there is like a 960 as the lowest. That's NVIDIA 960 is the lowest spec. And that probably won't be like the most amazing experience ever on that card, but I believe that's what we have as our sort of minimum requirement there.
All right. What is your stance on builds that require 10 plus uniques to function? And for the example they gave us the Golemancer, so I guess we're including jewels in this list of 10.
I mean, there should absolutely be builds like that, but ideally most builds have some combination of rares and uniques, would be my opinion. But I mean, yeah, like that kind of thing can happen, right? You want some builds to be expensive and some to be cheap. That's just absolutely a factor. So yeah, there should be some expensive builds out there.
Question, how can we get a beta key for PoE 2?
So we haven't officially announced that yet, but if you look at the 3.0 beta, you should expect something very similar to what happened there.
Okay. About the rearrangement of UI pieces, will there be an option to drag buffs and debuffs around, I guess, for personal customization, clarity type of thing?
I know our UX guy was kind of keen on this, which is possibly what we might potentially allow that. There's sort of various updates to how that stuff works. I guess I'm sort of mostly fine with that. It's probably not that hard to implement, so it's something we could probably do, but I don't want to promise it immediately just because, I'd have to kind of like do a bit more exploration of it. But our UX guy was kind of keen for something like that.
Okay. So I have a pretty long question here. I'm just trying to understand it, to summarize it a bit. But I guess the question is, how much will you be able to kind of customize an encounter, like, for example, a map, to kind of be something your character can take on? Like, let's say if it's a map with a difficult boss where he'd scale like lightning damage, you wouldn't want to do like a minus max resists in PoE 1, for example. You have that layer of customizability to curb the challenge. Right. Is something like that going to exist in PoE 2?
There will definitely be ways to customize. Like in PoE 1, there will definitely be things you can do to customize maps. As a starting point, of course, there's just map mods, right? Like just the mods that are on the map, and that's still there and still works largely the same way. Although there will be a lot of the particulars will change a lot as far as the exact mods and everything like that, and the way that the rewards of it scale and this kind of thing. There will also need to be a system that won't be the Atlas tree, like it won't be the same as the Atlas tree, but certainly there needs to be other sources of mods that maps can get in some fashion, and that will come down to the design of the in-game system, which we haven't talked about yet. But effectively, there will need to be things like that. So hopefully that kind of answers the question about that. But effectively, there'll be the same sort of things you can expect from PoE 1 and in-game, where you can customize maps basically.
Okay, good.
With mods and stuff.
So a question here about the flask system once again. Is there a chance that refilling flasks at wells will be revisited if players don't like it? And maybe I can actually add a little bit of input on this. So in Ruthless, this is how it works. And what I did in my hideout is I put the NPC that refills flasks right next to the portal I normally take when I enter the map. So it's literally like one extra click for me, to the point where, it doesn't really seem super worth it to have that as a mechanic because you trivialize it anyway. What do you think?
So this is one of those funny little things where, it may not seem to matter that much. There's just a tiny little extra bit of making the town cycle feel like it has some purpose. You know what I mean? I do appreciate the fact that in Ruthless, sure, I mean, the fact that you can move stuff around in your hideout kind of just means that it ends up in in-game being mostly trivialized. And maybe what that actually means is that for hideouts, we make it so that it works a little bit different, and it just refills your flasks automatically while there or something like that. But it was just kind of just during the campaign though, it just kind of has the slight feeling of makes the world feel a little bit more kind of, I guess it just, you want a bit of physicality to some of these things in some cases. I don't think that once you've kind of done it a little bit in PoE 2, it doesn't feel particularly wrong at all. We've made sure to place the wells pretty close to where the portals are and this kind of thing. But I mean, look, at the end of the day, we're not in the business of, making people hate us for no reason, right? If everyone's really, really, really hating it constantly, then I guess we would change it. But, at the same time, I hope people are just fine with it and it won't be a particular issue when you actually play with it in practice.
All right, excellent. Well, that is my list of questions, and I did kind of go through chat. I know some people still had their own question, but in many cases, I feel like I've, in a way, interpreted it in a different question. So I think this is a good point to kind of put an end to it. An hour and a half, I think, is a digestible format still for most people anticipating Path of Exile and Path of Exile 2. So perhaps we can end on a note. Thank you so much for joining us, and perhaps you can mention when we might expect the next big announcement for PoE 2 updates or any tidbit of news coming up.
So I don't have any particular date, but I wouldn't think it would be too far into next year when we would be announcing some more stuff. We've got a huge amount of announcements to do next year. We probably need to get started fairly early.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining me today, Jonathan. I hope it's been a good experience for you, and I hope chat has
Absolutely.
enjoyed it as well. We'll get this up for you guys to watch on VOD format. And if you have any questions, I've seen outside of this interview, I've seen Jonathan personally reply to many people's questions on the PoE2 subreddit. So he's very active in the community. If you have any follow-up questions, just throw it out there. There's
Next year, this interview was like 1 month ago or something, so they were still in 2023. So this year, they're gonna announce a lot of stuff. But yeah. Like, I'm just watching some of the older interviews right now. This was like in December, I think, at some point. 2025 is probably released at some point, yeah. I guess like mid-2025 or maybe spring 2025 or something is my expectation right now. So they're probably gonna, you know, bring out a lot of info, especially in advance of the closed beta. It's probably gonna be like a lot more reveals as well. Ask them if melee will still be harder. I'm not sure if they addressed melee somewhere. I haven't heard any question about melee, but that's actually a good point. Like, melee is just kind of yikes in PoE1, and I've tried many things to make it better, but, you know, with the zoom meta, I guess with the, like, zooming meta, it's just like being like less of a thing. Melee in general will just be better already. But it's definitely like an interesting question. Wait, what the fuck? The Bone Spirit aspect actually... Wait. It shoots the Bone Spinners from myself, not from the impact? The fuck? That's strange, okay. Wait, does it give me resources? Kinda looks like it gives me resources.
it's actually a pretty good
I'll build, I'm leveling. This is Bone Spear, Bone Spirit. I literally just like put in Bone Spirit, so I have no clue how it's gonna work for now. Interesting though. We're gonna get a lot of resources
chance
back.
Jonathan's eyes will hit it.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Take care.
Take care. See you later.
Okay, was an interesting interview. I like hearing Grip anyway. You can listen to the Gazi and the M1 as well. So they did like a podcast style or something like that. It was just like both together basically. Like, I'm not sure what exactly they're doing. I can link that as well in case you wanna have the full link, and if you joined later or something, it's gonna pop this in here. Do we actually get like the benefits of Bone Splinters? Should I just run Bone Splinters here? I wonder if that actually helps us. Makes enemies vulnerable. Grants crit. I wonder how that's gonna be. Grants 6 essence per enemy hit. I guess it doesn't really matter, right? But yeah, I just now understand that the Bone Spirit is not released on impact, it's released on where you are, which is kind of stupid, man, because Bone Spirit wants you to stay far away from the enemies, right? It needs to travel further to do more damage and shit. And here I do the AoE around myself. That's a super stupid design, actually. I want us to be on impact, man. But okay. Bone Spirit. You're the second person actually saying that already. Is that like how it's called? Didn't you have to travel damage on Bone Spirit? Oh, was that like part of the aspect? Yeah, but either way, it's kind of like sad, you know. Bone Spirit, like, it's just like traditionally such a, like, you know, long range build, and you just walk in and boom, you know. Why not have it like travel and do some stuff, right? Or at least be useful at range, but like this is not really useful at range. Because you want to walk in exactly in the middle. Yeah, and we go in and boom. And then like it doesn't really like synergize basically. Feels kind of strange. Oh, congrats Wonkus. And make sure you finish the rest of it now as well. Yeah, the resource recovery is kind of sick though. I wonder if you can combine the Bone Spirit stuff with like you know, a Blood Surge build, for example, or so. Maybe this could be like a solution for Blood Surge or single target as well. Kind of interesting, because the Blood passive is kind of weak compared to Ossified. What's it called? Ossified Essence. So you can easily play a Blood Surge build and just not run the key passive. It's kind of shit. I mean, late game it becomes better, I guess, but... Where to die right now? What did I lose? You lose the Renown progress. You have your altars and whatever you explored, but, you know, the Renown, you have to do fresh. So make sure you finish the Renown to 5, at least per region, and then you can, like, rip safely. Man, his Bone Spirit is fucking slow, by the way. What the hell? Okay. Okay, let me see if I can find this, PoE2, the future of P1, podcast of Mark and Jonathan, featuring microtransaction. Is this the one? 1 month ago? Yeah. 58k views. Surprisingly low number of views.
Ghazi, to start
This one,
out
right?
this interview.
Yeah, hi guys, welcome into the Tavern Talk podcast with me and Darth Microtransaction, and welcome in Robert and Robert, I can't even speak anymore. Mark and Jonathan. That's a good start to this this little episode. Welcome in, guys. It's been a while since we talked. ExileCon was a couple of months back now. Can't wait for the next one. So this Tavern podcast, what we normally do is that we usually call up a friend, and then in that position, we just have a main topic. In this time, it's
How long
going
is
to be
this?
Path of Exile 2, and then we just see where the conversation goes. However, we do have a little bit of a good opportunity
220.
to provide some answers for the community regarding Path of Exile 2, so we plan on doing this one slightly different. DM can explain that.
Yeah, so because there is sort of a split of expertise here, Ghazi is definitely a long-term veteran in the game, whereas I am newer into the community. The way we're going to split the questions is mine are going to be a little bit more surface level, kind of generic, type of things, and Ghazi's going to really touch on the more technical type of questions is sort of the plan with it here. So first thing I want to do is say thank you for coming. Appreciate you guys agreeing to be on the podcast and coming out here as well. And I wanted to open it with a very open-ended, easy question to get it rolling, which is there anything that you were really excited to share that you haven't been asked on any of the previous podcasts yet, that you were kind of really hoping that someone would bring up?
So honestly, like you say, it's easy, but I honestly don't know that it is, because generally speaking, I like to keep all of these things in our back pocket to surprise people with.
Fair enough.
When things come up. So yeah, it's like it's sort of hard to just be like, give me an unannounced feature is effectively what you're telling me.
Well,
to do
I'll go.
here.
That's fair enough. I'll go with one that I had off the top of my head then, which is that Blight is a huge favorite of mine. Now, I know some people really like it, some people don't really like it. I'm a big Blight enjoyer, okay? And in one of your previous interviews with Crip, you mentioned that what you liked so much about the mechanics in the leagues is the ability to sort of change the way the game maps function. And I was wondering if you have anything in PoE 2 that you wanted to share in relation to, is there any other features like Blight coming where they kind of fundamentally change the whole nature of the map? It's sort of like a tower defense minigame. Do you have any other of those types of plans for PoE?
So we probably, other than the ones we've already made in PoE 1, we probably won't do any of those for launch in PoE 2, but it's something that we're always going to be adding. Because once PoE 2 is out, there's going to be the 3-month league schedule. We need to be adding these kinds of things at a fair clip. And whenever we're doing any of those kinds of designs, it's always like, usually what we do is we tend to be like, okay, let's find some random game that isn't an action RPG, get inspired by that, see how would it look if we did this type of game in PoE, that's that kind of thing. And that's absolutely something we'll be continuing in PoE 2, like doing those other kind of interesting game modes, like you saw with Trial of the Ancestors, with what if we did sort of like a sort of auto chess battler style thing in PoE, what would it look like, that kind of stuff. So we always like to kind of think about that kind of stuff. There are a few things I guess I probably shouldn't say too much about them. There are a few things that in PoE 2 that will be a little bit familiar, but also a little bit different along these lines. But they're not technically new in the sense that like they're similar stuff to what we've done before. But there are a few things like that going on. But I mean, there'll be lots more of that stuff when we get into League content for sure.
On that topic,
definitely.
Sorry, yeah, go ahead, Mark.
Definitely when it comes to the leagues, like we often design leagues that end up they lack that X factor, I like to call it, which is that, thing that makes it feel like a different game. So for, I'd say even just Affliction as the current example, the whole like effectively implementing a fog of war was what we did when you're having to reveal through that, and that just makes the game feel very, very different. And some go a lot more far-fetched or out there. Going back to even Synthesis, where you have the whole puzzle board and you're putting pieces together. You've got the tower defense. You've got the.
I mean, people didn't like the farming simulator that we did.
Yeah. Well,
I had a special place in my heart for Harvest, but people just didn't. Some people didn't like how it originally.
Some people like it, but yeah, what we do learn from that is the more out there you go, the higher the risk, right? Like, hopefully you can get like. The more out there you go, the less likely you're going to have, close to 100% of people liking it. However, when what I like to find is when those things go core, they generally do a lot better. So when it's the league and it's in every area and it's something out there, you get very polarizing. Someone either loves it or hates it. Mm-hmm. But then when it goes core and then you can choose to participate in that, it actually is a lot better. So in the case of Blight and the tower defense, you're choosing to do that, and if someone doesn't want to do it, they just won't touch it, right? And that's awesome. And so having those different mini game modes where you get to opt in and opt out is like very important when it goes core. But yeah, it can be very hit and miss with the league and a bit scary.
Yeah, that's basically what I wanted to touch upon. Like you basically covered that, Mark, with the hit or miss. The deeper you go into it, like something that I really appreciate from you guys' side is the willingness to take the risk of trying something that is way out there. And those are like literally like it's a flipping a coin. You're either gonna love it or hate it. It's very, very few that's gonna land in between. But something that I felt has been kind of lacking in the last couple of years have been this whole feeling from the league mechanics to be an ARPG mechanic, which I felt that the Affliction was. You go in, you spend very little time in the Wildwood, and then you go out, and the mechanic is now you're gonna kill monsters, you're gonna get loot for it, and comparing that to things like Sanctum or the auto battle chest, for example, these kind of approaches to the games, just feels like you're now no longer playing an ARPG kind of thing. Is that something you're taking into consideration when you're coming into the implementation of new leagues in PoE 2?
I mean, we do have to care about that quite a lot, and in fact, this is one of the things that came up with Blight in particular, which was that when we initially were talking about Blight, we were kind of like, okay, the first discussion was, what if it was just straight up tower defense? You didn't have to fight yourself at all. But the problem with that, of course, is that, then it's not an action RPG at that point. So we do have to care about that quite a lot. But at the same time, like, it has to be a balance because, you need to find sort of some way to kind of split the difference between like feeling like at the end of the day, you still want to fight monsters and kill them and get loot, right? Like that's important. We need to always make sure we're maintaining that part. But it's like, ideally we're sort of able to make things feel like something you've not done before, sort of outside of that. And it's interesting that you sort of say that we haven't kind of done that as well recently. Like, I mean, I guess if you look at something like Trial of the Ancestors, that definitely was a very different formula, right? Like that is not like doing that is not like at all what you do in the rest of the game. But I think at some point we kind of have to be able to embrace things like that because otherwise we just, when it comes to having interesting side content later, unless you kind of do something like that, I don't think it's possible to kind of actually get something that really makes it feel like another very different endgame system in the end. So I do think it is actually important to differentiate quite a bit in our leagues if we can.
To follow up on that and kind of continue the conversation on league mechanics, you've mentioned in some of your previous interviews that one of the ones you really enjoy is Delve in particular. Mm-hmm. And I was kind of wondering, going into PoE 2, from my understanding, Delve is one of the only infinite scaling sort of game modes in the game. I think it caps at 6,000, so I've been told, but I'm still learning that part of it. So, what is your philosophy on approaching infinite scaling content in regards to PoE 2?
That's a good question.
I think it's something that we definitely should have, but I don't think necessarily that every piece of content should be something like that. Like, I think it's nice to have a few cases like that. I do actually have a particular place in my heart for infinite maps. In fact, we were kind of. It would have been nice, and like we discussed, although probably didn't have time to implement in the most recent league, having an infinite map for the Wildwood instead of the way that it's done now, where it kind of like I would have loved to actually do that and you sort of explore around like a giant map. Just because that's my thing, and honestly, like the reason why I mentioned Delve is because it's one of my favorite things. I really love working on random map generators, and Delve is one of the ones that I did put myself. So I just enjoy that kind of thing, which is why I like that. But yeah, as far as infinite scaling goes, I think it's good to have a little bit of that. I don't think it's necessarily good to have everything that way, for various reasons.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, resourcing. Affliction was at one point considered to be that you go into the forest and you explore the forest, and then when you leave and then come back the next instance, you're exactly where you were again, or you can pick a spot that you have revealed and you keep exploring, and it is an actual infinite forest. Whereas, obviously, that does require a whole bunch of resources we didn't have at the time. But and as such, we just went with you're placed in a random position in the forest, so you still feel like you're exploring. But that would have been certainly an interesting take on it. And then you would have had a map, and you could have seen like how much of this infinite forest you're exploring. I mean, we've had league ideas that have explored an infinite desert as well that you explore and figure out. Like, I mean, it comes up from time to time for sure, but they are certainly a lot more intensive, at least from a programming standpoint, to implement.
The one thing that's kind of important, though, when it comes to any kind of scaling content, is there's always has to be an economic cost to allow for it. Because if there isn't one, then that will mean that players will always choose the hardest thing they possibly can. And if there's no economic cost, they will then always choose the thing that's harder than what they can handle and then feel like the game is too hard. And this is actually a problem, by the way, that the current league suffers from, I think, quite a lot. I think it's like, if we were doing that again, I would actually make it harder to get as many wisps as you get in order to make it so that, like, effectively, like, it's harder to make it hard. Because, like, I think right now it's too easy to make it hard. Like, what in theory, what people should do is, like, I mean, like, not that they give you this option, but in theory, what people should do is kind of bail from the content earlier when it's at a difficulty level that's actually acceptable for them. And effectively, what we did there, not intentionally, was make it so that you can make the game harder than what you can handle. And in fact, the entire philosophy behind the endgame map system was originally designed around this idea. Because, and this is just getting some random off tangent history thing, but originally in PoE way back, we didn't have the map system, and we had the sort of effectively scaling thing called the Maelstrom of Chaos that you could go through, and the game got harder and harder as you went through it. It effectively scaled a long way, like way past where players could beat it. And the thing we immediately found was that if you do that, the streamers who are really good, they all, like go off and do like ridiculously hard content. And then the people who aren't streamers look at the streamers and like, oh, the thing you're supposed to do is go to this like maximum tier crazy hard thing and play that. And if there's no economic cost to it, it just means that people will decide to will want to do that even when they're not ready. So that's kind of the reason why the map system works the way that it does. And yeah, I think the Wildwood doesn't actually do that well enough. Or we probably had forgotten that lesson to some degree. I mean, not forgotten it completely, but to some extent we weren't paying as much attention to that idea as we probably could have. And I think that's why the Wildwood ends up getting harder than what it should.
But wouldn't the solution just have been...
I mean, one thing about the Wildwood, I guess, in particular, is also that you can just very accidentally make it way too hard, because you just run around randomly if you don't know anything, or if you don't know the system behind it or something, and then you just choose up, get 6,000 wisps and one color, and you get absolutely destroyed, right? This is kind of the bigger problem there, I think. It's just accidental. It's not like you choose the difficulty directly.
The possibility of just creating a port out of
So I think they kind of missed the mark there.
No, I don't think so, because even if you give people the option to leave, they won't leave so long as there's more rewards for making it harder. They'll make it harder than what they can handle, regardless of the choice. And it was certainly a thing we couldn't do once the league was launched, as soon as we identified this problem, which we identified instantly, right? As soon as we saw what was going on, it's okay, we see this as an issue. We're the thing that actually we should have done is make the Wildwood harder. But if people are that doesn't look right to the players, right? If people are oh, the monsters in the main areas that are being generated by the Wildwood are too hard, then if the response to that had been, oh well, we're going to make the Wildwood harder to compensate, that would not have been an obvious connection to the players as to why that's the fix. So that's not really something a change we could make during the league. So basically, if that league were to come back, then that's the kind of change we would make, and they would effectively try to find a way to make it mechanically so that the more wisps that you get, the harder it is to sustain the wood itself so that you kind of get to a natural point of where you can't continue, and then that kind of makes then when you go back to the main area, the monsters would be presumably lifted to then the point where you've demonstrated the fact you've got the capability to kill them. So I think that would kind of be the way to kind of make that work a bit better.
I mean, the main point there being you shouldn't be able to just freely set your difficulty. You should have to earn that difficulty.
Right, and the way you earn it is by demonstrating your competence in defeating stuff of that difficulty, basically.
Ah, thanks to Marius. I still have to unlock Codex Powers.
Speaking of difficulty, that kind of brings me to another question I had is, as a newer learning player of myself of the game, I find it difficult sometimes to understand where I am failing in terms of death. So for instance, I died to Detonate Dead and lost my hardcore, and it took me a while to even learn that what I died to was these red lines, detonate, explosion, corpses. So going into Path of Exile 2, what is your stance and kind of philosophy behind trying to teach people what it is they're failing to accomplish to continue the progressing through this harder content you're mentioning?
So there are a couple of things there I will say in particular. One is that, just to be completely clear about this, the way Detonate Dead is in PoE 1...
We agree, but interestingly enough, Affliction League is the most successful league of all time in PoE. Yeah, I can see that, I mean, people get extremely rewarded for the stuff, right? And even if you, accidentally make it too hard and then fail or so, then, okay, you can try to play around that. But I feel like, I don't know, if you're talking about, this kind of, difficulty scaling and, choosing the difficulty and giving players agency, yeah, there is agency in the Wildwood, but it's just, yeah. I guess the reason that makes Wildwood, the Affliction, so popular is also just the extra juice, right? People's got incredible dopamine hits this season because they just, you just find 50 times more loot than you otherwise would. It's just how it is, right? And that's not even exaggerating. And I mean, it's obviously not a sustainable state. And this is why this is going to be probably the most successful league of PoE 1 of all time forever, most likely, I imagine. Because, soon we're going to have, better D4, soon we're going to have PoE 2, etc. And there's not that many opportunities for PoE 1 to actually have more successful leagues anymore, and I think this is going to be the one, basically, because of how OP it is and because of the timing.
Isn't good, and Mark has a specific plan. I think he's even going to change it in PoE 1 before too long, which I don't know if you're happy to talk about.
And the league, of course.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, you got two corpses on the ground, and they look like they're just two different bodies, and you don't know the life of those bodies on the ground, especially with the current just AoEing things down. And it is always bad for something like one of those things might deal 1,000,000 damage and the other might deal 100 damage, and you don't know. And so the problem with Detonate Dead right now is, yes, you cannot, I mean, aside from the fact 1,000,000 damage is probably unacceptable outside of the context of some bosses. You can't tell which of those is going to deal more damage. So we need to make sure that Detonate Dead, and I've spoken to other designers about this, and the tasks have been made to change this. There is a clear difference in telegraphing, or at least danger. You can see this thing is going to do a lot of damage, and this thing is going to do a small amount of damage before that damage is dealt. Whereas right now, both look identical. So if you take Alira's DD, for example, or Malagiro's, you've just got the exact same telegraphing on every corpse, and the exact same timing on every corpse, and yet one of those corpses might deal 100 times the damage of another, and you just don't know.
So you were saying about having red flashes was beep, 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 getting stronger and stronger, and then the amount of time that it takes is longer when the corpse has more life. So you've got more time to get out of the way the larger the corpse is. So you kind of get this the telegraph actually changes based on the amount of life in the corpse.
Yeah.
And that way, Detonate Dead will be more visibly easier to understand. You'll be able to dodge it when it matters and this kind of stuff.
You should see it and go, that will kill me, and that will not, probably won't kill me.
Yeah. So Detonate Dead's certainly bad in particular, but probably the thing you really were after was the whole some kind of screen when you die that shows you kind of what killed you and so on. And this is something that I did discuss on Reddit a bit recently, but I guess I can go a little bit more into that. So the thing I was saying was basically that getting some of the way there is easy. Saying okay, fire damage killed me, that's easy, right? We can make that happen really, really quickly. But the problem with that is that okay, it doesn't really get to the core of a lot of what really kills you. And I think it's important, if you're going to have something like this, to really sort of tell you why. So I think we can say fire damage killed you. We can say we could even say with more effort, I think we could say the skill of the boss killed you, but I think that's sort of fairly obvious as well. The harder part is, okay, shock is what killed you. Because when like when shock is on you, obviously you take more damage, right? How do you express that to the player? How do you let someone know that, oh, the shock that you had on you was responsible for a certain percentage of the damage that you received? And like what you'd want to say, like an ideal death screen, if it existed, would be like, okay, this debuff was responsible for 20,000 damage or something like that, you know, like this like it actually would say that, but we don't have an easy way of tracking that, and it's like the whole that is coming up with a way to kind of like to assign damage correctly to different kinds of effects like that is quite a big one. It's not impossible, obviously, we could do it. But it's just a question then of development priority. Like it's something that I'd love to have, but I think it's something that is probably like not quite good enough. But I do appreciate one thing that I had seen a suggestion recently that I quite liked is that when you die, it would be good to preserve the buffs that were on you so that you can mouse over them and see what they did.
Oh,
which I think
cool.
is a good idea.
Yeah, that's cool.
And it's not a suggestion that that we've implemented yet, but it's something that I saw suggested, and I think it's a good idea. So that kind of thing would be great. So that's one thing to be able to know. And then there's been a few people sort of suggested, hey, what if you just dumped what information you do have into the client log, and then people can make some tools if they want to around that stuff, which I don't love as a solution, because it's kind of like, you know, like one day I hope we can do our job properly and kind of get a proper thing like this in, but like sure, as a sort of quick thing to do, that would probably be easy. So it's the kind of thing that I could see us doing as well potentially. Yeah, I'm curious if you guys have any other things about, like, you know, mechanics that you particularly found like that were killing you that you didn't feel like were well explained enough, because like a lot of the times it can come down to individual things, like just like, okay, like Didn't I Did, for example, really is like that's not good, right? Like that's a thing that we could definitely make better. There's ways to make it better without necessarily having to make a death screen. You just, you know, literally, I mean, people will understand what Didn't I Did is if you got a like like glowing corpse, you know, flashing there. You're like, it's pretty obvious to get away from that thing. You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff will help. Yeah.
I got 3 things in this I'd like to talk about or mention. I think the death recap, first off, like I understand like there might not be the easy way to implement a proper death recap, but giving us the information, or more importantly, giving newer player the information of what type of element killed them, will at least give them some sort of pointer. Because sure, they might not understand that it was actually a lightning blast that killed them, not a firebolt. That's fine, but if they go in and they die 600 times to that, they will eventually figure out that, you know, 600 or 500 of those deaths was actually to the lightning, not the fire, and they'll look at their lightning defenses. So that's at least to some degree helpful, even if it is because of debuffs and whatnot, which comes into the problems with the UI, forcing us to look at one side of the screen to see what debuffs we had, no time to scroll our mouse over to see what it does, and then look at our HP or we're dead. But taking that aside, I think that just having that kind of access would give us the possibility to, at least to some degree, for newer players, figure out what it is that actually killed us. The other part had to do with DD. The other 2 questions, rather, the statements. First one is this DD visual improvement. This is planned for PoE 2, and then you also want to have this in PoE 1. Is that how I understood it?
Well, that was mainly for PoE 1, but yes, both. And not for player DD, of course, because that obviously doesn't have the telegraphing. It's instant. But
but
yes.
but actually the changes are going into PoE 1, and PoE 2 will probably inherit.
I mean,
that,
to be fair, actually more on that. I actually am not outside of specific bosses. I'm not a huge fan of a lot of. Well, there were some mistakes in the league, in particular with, like, there was that stag monster that charges and creates volatiles off the corpses it charges over. There were the green caustic cloud volatiles, like that. Should not have done corpse damage as it was charging over them. There wasn't even any telegraph. You just died. And then we obviously hotfixed that in and removed that. That was just a straight up mistake. And sorry, Quinn, for your death. But there are there are certainly cases in where they're doing corpse % life, and they just should not be doing that. I think in the case of like Alera, and I think when you get twinned and one Alera can blow the Alera up, I think that's very cool. And I think context like that, it should stand. But yes, there are certainly a lot of issues. I wouldn't say a lot. There are probably more contexts, and I'm going to audit them all, and where corpse life is being used where it probably shouldn't be. But either way, in the cases where it is going to be used, we will do the telegraphing thing as mentioned earlier. Yeah.
So on the topic of clarity or visual clarity, telegraphing, we got to keep in mind, and I feel like this is something that's been kind of forgotten in many fixes and implementations in PoE 1 consistently, which I hope is not going to transfer into PoE 2. We're going to try to stick to PoE 2 topic here. But I do want to point it out that PoE 1 is currently played in a way where the more you see on the screen, the worse your build is. So if you actually have visual clarity, you can be rest assured and guarantee that your build is absolute dog shit. The less you see on the screen, the better your build is. And the less you see on the screen, the less you'll see these well-telegraphed things like DD and whatnot. Because that just means you're not AoEing enough. There's not enough effects on the screen for you to clear effectively. So DDs are super hard to see, and there was a lot of changes with the Volatile Dead before they were actually visible. Crucible is another example with the molten thingies that flew after you. You had to make them, I think it was 2 or 3 iterations of that before they were actually somewhat visible on top of the massive cluster that was happening on the screen with effects flying around, not to mention the bloom issues. And if that's, we don't know how it is to do the endgame in PoE 2, but if that's the same kind of approach with the way we're going to be clearing enemies with a lot of fancy effects, add a bunch of MTX on that, the FPS goes down to single digits, and then we need to stay away from these so-called well-telegraphed abilities. What's the plan to fixing those problems in, I guess, both PoE 1 and PoE 2? Because I think that's a big issue, especially for new and newer players that are supposed to see these things.
Yeah, well, it comes down to effectively just making sure that you know, that you're not necessarily incentivized to go to the point where you've got like ridiculous amounts of things like it needs to be somewhat ridiculous because you still need to feel powerful. Like that's important, but we certainly need to improve visual. Visual clarity is a huge part of what we're talking about whenever we're talking about effects. Like there's just a huge amount of that going on. So just to be rest assured, right? Like that is definitely a top tier priority thing as far as we're concerned in PoE 2. But that being said, we still have to make sure that you feel powerful at endgame. Like we do. Like it is important. You know, like. There's a lot of discussion, I think, about like that people always, oh, you know, they're going to slow the game down or whatever. But I guess I don't really think about it that way because that's not our goal. Like all we're really doing is like, what would a game at endgame look like what does a good game look like at endgame, right? And that game probably looks like it is a bit slower than what the top tier stuff that's going on in PoE 1 is right now. So it's not so much the question of like, you know, like, hey, yeah, you know, let's slow the game down. It's more like, you know, let's make sure that that it feels, you both feel powerful, but also still have clarity of what's going on at endgame. So that's just an explicit goal, right? And I mean, I also think that it is a problem, even just from the point of view of like, you know, if a new player looks at a stream of Path of Exile and they kind of see, you know, like the crazy crap going on the screen, like they're immediately kind of like, oh my god, I can't even penetrate this. Like it doesn't even make sense to me, you know. Like I mean, so that obviously has to be, there has to be some kind of something changing here for sure. So yeah, like what I will say is yes, like visual clarity is hugely important. Telegraphing is hugely important. I don't know how to kind of like, you know, really. I guess there's not a lot I can say other than kind of like, trust me, I know. You know what I mean? Like I understand it's important. I get it, right? Like that's kind of really all I can say at this point because, you know, like yeah, well you'll have to see it when we get there effectively. But yes, things should be telegraphed. You shouldn't have just random deaths like that. You know, ideally you would feel like when you do die, it's because you screwed up. That is an explicit goal of ours.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard one to solve. It's a hard one to even really think about. I mean, I know I was playing it last night, right? I mean, there's what? I don't know. 1,500 projectiles per second or some shit going off with tornado shot. Like, I mean, how are you expecting to be able to see anything? On top of Delirium, opening legions or 3 legions every 10 seconds, a breach, you're clicking strong boxes which are spawning packs. Meanwhile, you've got Beyond Demons spawning left, right, and center, and this is all, of course, under the labels of Chaos Orbs, Divine Orbs, Mage Bloods, Headhunters, and all that are covering your screen with of loot labels. And then, I think, as Jonathan said, you accidentally press Alt, and then you go back to login screen. Like, I mean, how do you fix that? Like, I know there's the easy answer of like, allow us to turn off all of the effects. I know.
One issue at a time is how you fix it.
Well, sure, it is, but I mean, there's heaps of, it's very subjective as well. I understand, like, you can't telegraph anything in that circumstance. you're either just instantly dead in some point or you're not. And yeah, I don't know. This is extremely difficult to fix at this point, and extremely like
Mark's talking about in a PoE 1 context.
yes, in PoE 1.
Yeah.
PoE 2, you get the fresh ground and you get to make it exactly how you want. And you know, this is ultimately the consequence of a large amount of power creep and specialization in the game. And like, it used to be that maybe there's only 10 players doing this, and now there's thousands and thousands of players doing this because of information sharing and everyone becoming good, and because there's too many headhunters dropping because of the amount of wisps from the league and all of that. But ultimately, like, a lot of people are also having fun because of that. But then you get into this thing, which is how do you telegraph and how do you communicate when that's going on? Yet if you take all of that away, that is the fun people are having. And so it's almost like these things come hand in hand, and then you have to do...
The solution is make a sequel.
I suppose so. Yeah.
That is the solution.
Like, we actually have someone working on the alt thing that crashes you right now, as an example. And you can look at that and going, that's fixing a symptom, not fixing the problem. The problem is there are billions of, let's say millions, probably actually millions of items on the ground, and you press alt, and it's just like, the computational processing in order to show all of those labels is just like algorithm too slow. We will make that faster.
I hope. Like moving that keybind to something else, so people alt tabbing doesn't accidentally crash the servers. At least
look, what we should do is just make it fast. Like that's what we should do.
We can
make it fast. Yeah. We can make it fast. It's fine. Like the algorithm for laying out the item hovers.
Yeah, this video is not from yesterday. This is from, I don't know what, 2 months ago or something. I think they did that.
Was not supposed to be a problem, you know. Like that was not supposed to be something that
1 month
was
ago
going to be a concern. But yeah, it eventually became one.
But look, we will. Sorry, go for it.
I was just curious if this is also like a problem that has like emerged out of the later years, similar to how the game is unable to calculate more than 2.2 billion a minute, since the poison caps being reached nowadays compared to when we started off, a decade ago.
Yeah, they're just limits that we reach. I mean, look, so the algorithm, to get technical and computer sciencey here for a second here, the algorithm for laying out item hovers is not a linear algorithm. It is a super linear algorithm, which means that the more hovers there are, the longer it takes to calculate each one. And when you've got an algorithm like that, it breaks down at some point, right? Like, so yeah, that's the issue. So we'll fix that. But whatever. Anyway, side note. But yes, the cap you're talking about is literally just like the like 32-bit number cap, and the reason it's the number that it is because I believe that we store it as like damage per minute. Is that? Yeah, that's right. There are actually ways to deal with that. Like life, for example, can scale above. That can scale higher than 4 billion, right? Was there not a fix to that?
Yeah,
I think we did something where we had like 2 stats for life, so that one can be like the overflow of the other, like something like that. So yeah. Anyway, yeah, we should probably.
Yeah, so to bring it back to the PoE 2 point here, and you were talking a little bit earlier about clarity, and you mentioned new players, and I still kind of feel like a little bit of a new player myself, and one of the difficulties I've had as I've been getting into learning Path of Exile is trying to understand defensive layers and how like armor works and how evasion works, etc. Right. So I'm wondering, when we go into PoE 2, is there any plans in regards to maybe a little bit more detail in defensive structure particularly? Like when I was looking at armor, it says, well, this reduces your physical damage reduction, but then I have a million people in chat spamming me, well, that's not really the way it works, and I gotta kind of trust somebody else to teach me it, in other words.
I agree, we need more information in the game, and actually this brings up another point as well, which is that in PoE 2 we're really trying to reduce the amount of hidden mechanics. Like we're trying to make sure that whenever that like ideally if there's something hidden, we either remove the hidden thing or we describe the hidden thing, and we don't have any kind of like sort of weird implicit stuff ideally. Like I think there might be like 1 or 2 like in the whole game, like 1 or 2 things that are actually hidden remaining, like very little. We're really trying to make it all explicit. And the other thing as well is that we are going to try and attempt to put more of this information in the game in some way. I don't have a full explanation of exactly that yet.
I'm actually going to ask them about in-game wiki. Like last epoch, I think this would really benefit new players, in particular in PoE, in PoE 2, if they're going to do something like that. I think this is like really excellent what LE has made, in case you're not aware of that. I want to see if this is actually something they would do. I think this would, even just like for the base mechanics, how does armor work, how does ignite work, all this kind of stuff. And you can just see it directly there with like an easy explanation. I think that would be really cool. It would be, I think this would be very successful if you do something like that.
but that is something that we want to be able to do. Yeah, like I get your issue. So, and ultimately, the thing you really need to know about armor, I guess, if that's one of the ones you're talking about, is like the fact that big hits get through it and small hits don't get through it as much, right? That's kind of the main thing you want to hear, I guess. And like, that should be something that the game should say more explicitly. I absolutely agree. So we'll make sure we find a way to do that in PoE 2 because it is important, I think. And that just comes along with a lot of the sort of new player experience type of testing that, like, it's funny because we never in PoE 1 we never really actually truly did that. Like, we did it in, like, we read feedback and did stuff like that, but we never really actually sat people who have never played an action RPG down and said, hey, how do you think this works? That kind of stuff. And it's something that we're actually going to be explicitly doing for PoE 2, to actually do proper usability lab testing of okay, here's a random person off the street, how do you understand how armor works? So I guess we'll have to see how that works out for us. But yeah.
How are you gonna make this work with minions and proxies like totem mines and traps? Because people still ask me after a decade if fire damage scales raging spirits. How are you gonna make that work without creating a Bible long tutorial?
That's a good point, Rod.
I actually have some answers in this regard. So this is actually another thing that I think is another point that's come up a lot recently about the passive tree, and is it understandable, this kind of thing, and we definitely agree that there are issues there. I think the mechanically the passive tree is easy enough to understand in terms of you allocate points, you get
level 92, you have Shaco, Starless, Melted Heart. Okay, let's go. Yeah, Melted Heart is actually kind of interesting for bone builds, I guess. Might try that, but I don't think I'm gonna get one. I'm not really planning to farm Druid very much, in this character, but we'll see. They add stat calculation features. That's kind of interesting already. I know they want to give you more clarity on when you assign skills, what you know what you're gonna get. But this is not enough, I'm literally talking about, okay, a new player, if you open up PoE, there needs to be a way to look up the information, how does Ignite work, how can you scale it, what is the base duration, how's it, I think this is also actually explained if you open up your, character details in PoE and then you hover over Ignite and you can see, okay, Ignite duration, and you can see, all this kind of stuff, but I think it's not exactly enough because it doesn't really tell you necessarily stuff like, okay, there can only be one Ignite and only the biggest Ignite counts and, this kind of stuff, right? So I'm not sure exactly what explained about Ignite, but, this is an example. So these other details are probably just kind of missing in many places, exactly what I was talking about with armor. Okay, bigger hits get reduced less from armor and stuff like that, so it's something that a new player just doesn't understand. Try Flicker Step, it's awesome. I mean on Bone Spear, I don't know. I feel like I mostly want to be ranged, Bone Spirit, Bone Spear, it's mostly a ranged thing, I think. I'm not really planning to Flicker Step very much around. And also I have Juggernaut right now, so there's no Flicker Stepping here. But we'll see.
You get stats, that's pretty obvious.
It's very easy to keep up your Bone Storm with the passive here, and if you want Iron Maiden.
Right, so it's really just a question that comes down to what are the stats doing for me? And we talked about this for quite a while, and we kind of came up with an idea of maybe what we actually need to do is whenever you hover over a skill in the passive tree, it should tell you what the DPS change will be on all of your skills. And that way you will actually know, when you see a node, okay, is this node going to help me or is this going to do nothing for me? What's the relative, compared to this other node over here? If I've got this node that's plus fire damage, I want to see that the DPS on my SRS goes up or doesn't go up, right? That should be something that you should be able to tell. And the other thing that will allow us to do is make it so that if you hover over a node and it's not going to do anything for your build because it doesn't actually work, for example, you'll see a new player, for example, will be okay, if I get spell damage, is that going to increase the damage my they assume that it will increase the damage their minions are doing.
Yeah, as a softcore character for the free stash.
That's just not going to work, right? So you really need to be able to see is that,
I'm good, yeah.
Is that going to do anything? And so we basically said let's actually try to make it so that you can see what the end result will be when you hover over a node on your character when you're hovering over nodes on the passive tree. So that is a feature that we're going to have in PoE 2.
So I'm just gonna jump out on a limb here. I'm just gonna assume that OpenRL is one doing this, and if that's the case, can we assume that we're gonna have some sort of collaboration of in-game implementation with connections between actual PoE program and in-game Path of Exile 2 then?
I am not keen to have just Path of Building straight up in the game. That's one of those things where, like, okay, Path of Building relies on the ability to, okay, the difference between these two things is the Path of Building effectively lets you create items from whole cloth, right? Like, that you don't, like, you effectively just, like, so, okay, what would my character be like if I had all the stuff that I don't have? And that's actually not something that we're keen to do in the game. Like, okay, it's one thing to show you what item you actually have in your inventory will do on your character, or like allocating a point that you have the points to allocate will do on your character. I guess for the passive tree, we'll still show it even for points you can't allocate right now, but that's a side note. Basically, it's one thing to do that. It's another thing, I think, entirely to be like, okay, like, I'm just going to effectively make this character completely offline, which is, to be fair, like, something that people will do with PoB, but I don't think it's something the game should necessarily do straight up. I don't necessarily think it's a good idea to be like, here's, like, I especially think it's actually bad for new players to be like, okay, go, like, because if there's a character, like, just straight up, like, Path of Building style tool in the game, then that's the game telling you that you're supposed to use it. And what that means, if you're a new player, you come along, oh, okay, I have to, like, plan out my whole build from the very beginning. Like, that's not something that we should expect players to do. So I think it's a little bit different when you're like, okay, here's a third-party tool, you can work. Like, people understand that stuff. But I think having the game be like, okay, like, what would my character be like if I had a headhunter on when you don't actually have a headhunter? I don't think that's right. Yeah, something. I think that's the difference between these things. But I do think we can do a lot better with regard to showing you the information about what a given thing will do to your character before you allocate it or before you equip it and that kind of stuff. And that's something I absolutely want to be doing and improving.
I mean, this also comes just to reiterate on that one. Like hovering over int, a lot of new players probably don't actually know what the attributes do. So you could hover over a 10 int node on your passive tree and it would show the change in energy shield and the change in mana. It would be like mana from 71 to 73 or something.
Right, and so that's instantly going to tell you...
Not those numbers, but...
Yeah. It is instantly going to tell you what that's doing. And so effectively, it is more than just like, your int's going up. It is, in fact, your spell damage is going up and this kind of stuff. So yeah, it is good to actually...
And it is very important to explicitly say when it isn't going to affect anything.
Right.
Because if it says nothing, you'll assume spell damage still affects your minions, or your fire damage still affects your raging spirits in that case. Whereas if it specifically says this does not affect your skills,
right,
you will then know, okay, this is not a node I need to be taking right now.
Yeah.
So this means that tooltips in PoE 2 will actually be accurate.
I mean, that's a rather inflammatory way to say something, but sure. I guess that would be my hope, that in general tooltips will be accurate, yes.
Because, I mean, you spec 10% minion damage, and you look at your SRS tooltip, it ain't going to tell you shit. So, I'm just asking.
I mean, yeah, we'll definitely fix that particular problem.
So I find the answer of this particularly interesting when you're talking about how the lack of something in the game can actually make the game better, specifically when you're mentioning PoB. So I'm wondering if this comes from a mindset of what you want is the wonder of acquiring a new item, and what this new item I just got is the experience of the game, and what is this going to do for my build, instead of pre-preparing in your head that these are the items I need to acquire, and then you're going out sort of like a grocery list and, oh, I got that one, check mark. You're instead kind of incentivizing people to be excited by each drop as compared to preparing ahead for each drop. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I guess what I would like to say is that at least the game shouldn't take away your ability to play that way. I understand, of course, that there are going to be people, like many people, who just like they want to look online for a build guide, they want to follow that build guide, and that's how they find that fun, and that's fine, right? Like, that's absolutely fine. If that's what you want to do, that's fine. Sorry, I'm saying that's fine too much, but whatever. All good there. But I do think that it is important that the game not sort of allows you to have that organic experience of just playing it and discovering things. I think it's important that the game doesn't take the mystery out too early, as far as that stuff goes, and that's why I think that's why something like Path of Building just can't be integrated directly into the game plan like that. There are a few other things like this where, like, okay, so this is a random one. Like, a lot of people have asked us. So in we have like we made a system a while back, which we'll probably put this in PoE 2. Where you can get a file, like a build file, and import it, and then it will like highlight the nodes on your tree that you're supposed to. It's like a plan for what to allocate.
What the hell?
And this is the kind of thing where, once again, I'm fine with a feature like this, so long as a new player doesn't see that and is like, okay, well, I'm expected to like plan my whole build now. You know what I mean? So like, this is the kind of thing where like, I'm cool with the idea of like, if you've got a build, you can export that, and then if you go to a website and you like download this file and then like import it into your game somehow, you can get that. But I'm less fine with the idea that just immediately like you're like, okay, we're going to give you a tutorial on like how to pre-allocate skills before you've actually before you've actually got the points for it and this kind of thing, just because once again you get that thing where it's like, okay, now I'm like I feel like I need to do this. So UI like that I think needs to be kind of like, maybe not hidden is not the right word, but certainly not surfaced to a player who isn't ready to know that. Whereas if you go to the forums and they're like, okay, download this like this build file and then double click it and it's going to go into your game. That's the kind of thing where like that's fine, because you've already shown us the fact that you're like seeking this out. You know, you are looking for this, and then once you've done that, then it's like, well, yeah, okay, that's fine. We can have this kind of feature. But I guess that's kind of like, I guess my mind shows you a little bit of my mindset around this kind of thing.
It was a great answer. Thank you.
I think that when we were still trying to keep this a PoE 2 topic, I think we're bouncing so much around PoE 1 and 2, but that's kind of why I love having a conversation like this with you guys. Because we could just go on for weeks upon weeks. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the minions, totems, mines, and traps, like we talked about with the scaling of them. You said that would be something that goes, the tooltip changes. I mean, that would be something to be fixed. But when we're looking at the differences of that, a lot of people, I think, have the perspective of that being the way it is in PoB, where it's telling us that, oh, the target is a boss and the target has this and this curses. That's not going to happen, obviously, when we're looking at a tooltip.
Right.
But will this be something that we're going to see on launch for PoE 2? And is there an initial actual structured plan to have this for PoE 1 in the near future? Or is this something you guys are considering to possibly implement later? Or what's the time frame here, if there is any?
I definitely believe we will have that stuff in for the beta launch of PoE 2. I don't have an answer for you for PoE 1. It's not something like, it's not immediate. Like, I guess it's the kind of thing we probably could backport, but that's not first on my mind, at least. So that's more like Mark would be the one to that. I guess it probably is possible to backport, but maybe not. I don't know.
It's ultimately easier to decide that once it is finished for PoE 2, and thus we can see exactly what it would involve to do so. And yeah, it's hard to know at this exact time. But I look, definitely want it. Have wanted it for a very long time.
Yeah.
Hence why we're doing it for PoE 2. It's just certainly easier to do it in that environment right now.
So with
yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So something I've noticed in previous interviews is you talked about.
Why do you need combo points of Beastfall Boots? There's no bug or anything. What do you mean you need combo points of Beastfall Boots? It's just like the best way to buff it. You do combo points, your skill does like double the damage or something, and then you have the big boom. That's high.
Momentum was a word you used, and that you have great care going into keeping your momentum carrying with each character, so much so that there's different animations based upon if you're moving, etc. And some of the moves, like Rapid Shot, I believe, you can act.
I've played Boulder, actually. I mean, yeah, sure, there's like a nice option to go a bit faster and stuff. I'm not sure if there's like any significant like difference or something, but
actually fire at 50% movement speed reduction, etc. However, while maintaining momentum, I know that there's also conversation about Path of Exile 2 is slightly slower than the other one. So how do you pair these two thought processes of wanting to keep it fast and keeping your movement speed going while Path of Exile 2 is looking a little bit slower than the original, Path of Exile? So I'm wondering, what is the mindset behind continual flow of movement when it comes to the characters in Path of Exile 2?
I think actually that momentum preservation is actually a really important thing you need if you want to have things be able to be slower while still feeling fast. Like, it's one of those things where one of the things in PoE 1 is that, okay, if you have an attack that's really slow, it feels like garbage to use. And part of the reason it feels like garbage is because you don't have the momentum preservation. Like, that kind of thing really helps. Like, when you're doing a melee attack, The whole like full stop then attack thing just totally means that it feels bad. The momentum preservation effectively means that you feel like in your mind you kind of feel like part of the attack time was actually movement time, if you know what I mean. So like and effectively like so I've talked about this a little bit before, but we've got this whole step attack thing where if you're a bit back from a monster, you can effectively attack it from earlier. From further away than you'd normally be able to, than your normal distance would say, and we've got an extra animation to propel you forward. And what that effectively means is that the time that you would have spent running to the monster in PoE 1, you can now spend doing the attack from further away. So effectively get to have the attack be slower, but still take the perceptually similar amount of time as far as you're concerned. So that kind of momentum preservation stuff really works with that. But it has been quite a thing, like making sure that everything feels that way. And like there's even some attacks that kind of don't make like. There are attacks like let's look at ground slam, for example, which I guess is something we haven't shown in PoE 2, but ground slam is not a skill that you want to be moving towards the monsters when you're using, because you know like it works
still have to
further back.
Preservation though.
So you have to find a way to make it feel like the momentum.
Yeah, exactly. You can just like click on the ground and the character walks there, and then while on the last step or something, you already like start his swing or so. I mean,
was preserved, or they're actually moving you forwards. So we've got this kind of like micro step thing and like some animation tricks and a few other things like that to kind of make it feel like you didn't actually come to a complete stop before you started it, while not actually moving you forward. And there's like all sorts of tricks like that. So it has been quite a process, but it is really important because it just allows you to make the game feel fast, while actually kind of like making sure that everything's still readable and you actually don't have quite the same number of attacks per second as before. But on that clarity issue as well, just because I had it in my mind. While I was thinking about it, is that one of the other things in PoE 1 that actually does make it feel worse when the attack speeds do get high is that you can actually make attacks feel clearer even when faster if you take care in the animation to do so. So in PoE 1 they've got one animation for every attack, and in PoE 2 we have like 4 or 5 speed variations for each attack, and we've got them all the way up to rather quite high attack speeds. And effectively, like you start removing certain flourishes and details from the animation. You don't you make the animation simpler as it gets faster, and that actually makes the character feel less frantic. Like they're attacking faster, but they don't feel more frantic when they're doing so. And that's kind of a way to once again like improve the clarity of the attack without actually having to necessarily reduce the actual speed of it as well. So there's a lot of tricks there that we're trying to engage.
Is that translated over to minions as well?
I don't.
Of course, Gazi is going to answer.
Probably. I mean, I guess that would be a thing we could do. Yeah. I mean, probably not specters.
Yeah, not
specters, but like it'll work. But it'll work. Should be no reason why other minions can't do that. In fact, yeah, absolutely, they'll do that. I think the same team doing the character, the player character animations are doing the minion ones. So,
what's wrong with specters?
They should be doing that.
What's wrong with specters?
Oh, just specters use monster attack animations.
You're
right?
now talking about doing, what do we have?
So we've got 700 monsters.
700 monsters times what, three
attacks each?
3 attacks per different type of attack. I mean, you're looking at, a few years of animation work.
If you wanted to do it.
Yeah. I mean, I've already talked to Chris about that and pitched a really good solution for you guys with the specters, but at ExtraCon, you guys presented the idea with the Pokeball effects. Which I'm very excited to hear about. Is there any type of on the Spectre topic? I also want to bring in Animate Guardian into this. Is there any other changes outside of the Pokeball structure that you guys have in mind when it comes to Spectres and Animate Guardian, when it comes to functionality, considering how complex and extremely anti-new player friendly both of these type of abilities are in the game right now?
You're stuck building a rogue with Victimize. Yeah, that's your problem. Victimize is something you never ever want to use currently. It's just like bugged in many ways and not really doing much. And on top of this, it only really works for pen shot. Yeah. So forget about Victimize. Yeah, but the rotations. Yeah, you just like join a group, you bring your mats, and then I mean depends on how much you want to trust the other people. You can like insist on, one run each, and then one run each again, and one run each again or something. Then that's how it works, yeah. Yeah, Victimize is scuffed right now, so. I think we're gonna go for Oh, except for the chest actually, but okay.
Not bad.
Interesting, the shield actually is upgraded like an armor piece. It needs leather. That makes sense, right? It's kind of funny.
Unexpected.
Okay. You want to put in? You could put the accelerating on the glove actually, or Edge Masters. Let's see how much it will cost.
All right, traveler.
I don't think Spectres need to be the most new player friendly skill in the world. Like, it's the kind of thing where, like, you know, it's sure, it matters, but I think that it can be something that is, you know, one of those things that can be a bit complicated. I mean, inherently, just the fact that it's you know, that you're spectering a monster immediately, like, you know, the possibilities open up hugely there as far as what can be going on. But there will be more changes than for sure. Especially, I mean, obviously we haven't talked about Animate Guardian at all yet. But we do have plans for Animate Guardian. I don't like the way that it works now. There'll be a new way. The Spectres. Yeah, we talked about the whole Pokeball idea for that, which we're doing. In fact, we've got implemented already. And there'll be more stuff I'm sure you will like with regard to minions. That because we're going to be announcing the Witch before too long, and there's going to be a lot of minion stuff there. So yeah, there'll be a lot to say about it for sure at that point.
Well,
and
definitely for things like Animate Guardian, we need to not have the behavior of like, oh, it's going to die, unequip the gem. Right, that just needs to go away.
Right.
Or log out.
Or that, or yes, or log out, I suppose. But yeah.
I wanted to follow up on one of the points when we were talking about attack speed, and you mentioned some of the ways that you can make the attack speed, you know, look faster is by adding different animations or removing parts of it, and effectively, you know, telegraphing that information visually a little bit more. Has that process influenced at all development time when it comes to things like?
Oh, Ben finished the gauntlet. Nice. You get the field. Okay, that's sick. Yeah, I was watching some of his clears. I saw the Maven fight and the Shaper fight. Kind of cool stuff. Is something behind common points or something? You don't know. Why exactly? I mean, common points just give you more damage. And like with common points up, you do like, you know, double the damage, and then you have Condemnation, and you have Expectant, and you know, all that kind of stuff. And it's just like, it's very efficient in general.
The artists making these actual animations, have you found that being any impact with development going forward as you're continuing to create content? Are you having to, you know, make multiple animations for each one of these? You know, how's that been on the development side?
I mean, it takes time, but the rigs we have in PoE 2 for the characters are so much better than they were before that making like 4 or 5 animation speed variants for an animation in PoE 2 takes way less time than it would take to make one animation in PoE 1 on the old rigs. Like, it is just a massive speed improvement. I mean, the other thing as well is that our lead player character animator Ed is just really good at it. It's like he can make that stuff so fast. It's honestly incredibly impressive. But yeah, like certainly we do have to care about this because I mean, just the amount of animation that has to go into a single skill is quite high in PoE 2. But you honestly have to do it to make them feel good. Like the level of quality for a player skill is so much higher than it was in PoE 1 that yeah, it just takes there's just a lot more going on with that stuff. And I think the other thing as well, even for boss skills and stuff like that, there's a lot more care being taken these days than there used to be about making sure that like the skills all like respond correctly to like weird stuff happening. Like I remember being sort of impressed honestly when we were preparing for ExileCon how not broken a lot of boss skills were with regard to things like CCing them with like freezing them and stuff like that. Like, it honestly is impressive. Like, I kind of saw that stuff and I'm like, oh, that's going to look terrible. This is going to look terrible. And then like actually they had like stuff to deal with all of those cases. Like, it's pretty impressive. So you know, yeah, it is. But yeah, having to do all that extra stuff definitely makes development harder. But it is totally worth it in my opinion.
Except of course when there was in the mercenary demos that boss and she spawns a baby to avoid more gross terminology. I mean, that one you had on numerous occasions where you're filming it and you stun her, and then all of a sudden she has twins.
Spawned a second baby. I still have no idea what causes that bug. We haven't fixed it yet. But sometimes in that fight, a second baby will appear.
It's there'll be some like precise stun timing where like she'll perform. I know the problem. I haven't fixed it yet, but and then she'll do the skill twice. And then all of a sudden there's two babies scrolling around, and I mean.
Still works.
Intended mechanic, maybe? I don't know.
I mean, in real life, sometimes they have twins.
Sometimes you have twins. Yeah. I don't know.
So a follow-up question. Sorry, go on.
No, you go.
Weak right now.
I was just going to do a follow-up here because we're kind of talking the development side of things, and something that I've noticed that I liked significantly while my experience, learning Path of Exile was the music is phenomenal, especially on some of the maps. There will just be very, very good music. So something I'm interested to hear about is the music design going into Path of Exile 2. Do you have any plans to bring in like well-known artists to do maybe some of the tracks, or can we hear a little bit about how your sound and music design is going to be going into Path of Exile 2?
So we have 2 people working on music in PoE 2, and they're the same guys who work on PoE 1. They're very good at that job. Some of the music in PoE 2, like a lot of it's really, really awesome, and there's actually a lot more going on even than what they used to do. Like a lot of really kind of clever stuff going on with boss mechanics. Like they've got like clever stuff going on with phase changes. Like the one on what's the mermaid boss called? Sorry, I can't remember now.
I think Diamora, the
Diamora,
song of death, or the siren of death. Yeah.
Like the phase change thing when she does her attack, like there's a specific music cue that happens, like exactly like it's real awesome. Like honestly, like it's funny because I heard it in the sound booth, and I was like, whoa, my god, that was the most epic shit I've ever heard. And unfortunately, it doesn't quite hit as hard on some random headphones that I normally play on. But yeah, they're doing some really cool stuff, and just little stings as well. Like I don't know if you. Like they've got this thing where like, okay, you kill the boss and you get this like little musical sting, and then it like fades down the music for the area for a little while to kind of like give you a bit of space to breathe after the boss is dead, and then like the music will come back in another like 20 seconds later. There's all sorts of little details. So there's actually a lot more effort going in actually to integrating music cues into gameplay events in PoE 2 as well. I just think honestly, Camille in particular is just really, really, really good at that stuff.
I noticed
we're doing
what you're talking about how like the boss cues. When I was doing Shaper, you go into the bubble and it doles down the music where it sounds like you got water in your ear or something. And when I noticed that for the first time, it was a super exciting part about that, which is what spawned the question going into Path of Exile 2.
But yeah, no, we're doing a lot even more of that stuff.
Love that.
Yeah, we have. I mean, that's more of a all sound, not just music. But like we have a few other examples like that we have this whole when you're drowning, like versus the Eater of Worlds. It's your screen starts to go to black and all the noise gets suppressed. It's meant to sound like you're underwater. And like our audio guy at the time, like it was during work from home COVID time, and he sent a video of like he had filled up his kitchen sink and he had like an underwater microphone, and then for the male characters he's dunking his head in the kitchen sink, just like going making noises. And then for the female characters he's got his wife also doing the same. And I'm just like, oh man, the measures these guys go through to get this is amazing. So when you're going through that level of effort, and I mean sometimes you go next to their desk and he's got a bunch of carrots there, and I'm like, okay, I guess he's just snacking on carrots. And no, he's holding up a microphone and like breaking carrots to make it sound like breaking bones. And I'm like, okay, I suppose, sure, I guess that kind of works. Like they go to some extreme measures. I know that's not really music, but it's still audio adjacent, and it's like so fun to see their process.
That's so cool. Another thing I wanted to talk about, we talked about bosses. We mentioned a few bosses from PoE 1, and we know there's going to be a couple of thousand bosses to my understanding in PoE 2. But something I was curious about, this is a community question actually, was if the differences on boss design in PoE 1 versus PoE 2 in the form, or the question will be in the form of the idea of having a simpler version of the boss, say Shaper, and then there would be Uber Shaper, then we have Uber Elder, and then the coined Uber Elder. Like, will there be those type of the boss designs, or are we talking about this is a boss, there's no other versions of it but that version, and if you want to fight something hard, it will have to be a separate, unique boss fight? Or are we talking about different levels of difficulty per boss for the end game? Like, what's the plan there for PoE 2?
I mean, the short answer is yes, of course there will be Uber content. There will not be, or Uber boss content. There won't necessarily be one for every single boss, but, I mean, maps... In the context of PoE 1, it's hard to envision this, but in PoE 2, like, maps... technically, they are the bosses from the campaign with slight modifications or in different contexts and extra skills and stuff like that. And, so just thinking of random, like, you know, there's... What used to be the hard back in PoE 1 a while ago, what used to be the hardest content was the core map, and you had the effectively what was Uber Malachi, just not with his own drop pool and stuff like that. So map bosses are already harder versions of campaign bosses. Except obviously in PoE 1's world, those bosses are often easier than the random rare monster you fought outside, which I do consider a problem. Like, it would be nice for the bosses to actually feel a little bit more difficult than what a lot of them currently do. However, when we're actually talking about things like Shaper, more pinnacle content, yes, like the Uber content is great. Personally, one thing I don't like, and I know this is a bit adjacent as well, is that the cost for accessing Shaper and Uber Shaper are identical, which means if Uber Shaper's drop pool is better, the cost of getting to Shaper is always going to be based around the rewards of the Uber content. And so people wanting to do non-Uber content now have to pay more money to get access or... in a trade league world, and I don't like that, and I do want to change that at some point. So that is at least a lesson learned.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But like, I've spent the last few days talking with like Andrew and Sean and Damo, a number of our designers, about like, you know, how can we make the next generation of Uber content? And like, I was like pitching things to them, just random thought experiments. I'm like, what would Uber Dominus look like to you? You know, what is like, and then we're just like, what would that be?
Face
I mean,
of God, Excel.
You could have things like his Touch of God behaves differently, and like maybe actually like disintegrate sections of the arena, and like you could make an Uber Dominus. Like, it's fully doable. One that is equivalent or at the same tier as the current Uber Exarchs and Cirrus, etc. Like, that can be done with probably minimal work, to be perfectly honest. So these are just thought experiments. Again, I just go in these random... I'm playing the game and I just go on these random, like, what if we did this? And, like, just see where it goes. And so, yeah, I want even more Uber content in PoE 1. And obviously, we want to see a lot more of that going into PoE 2. And, I mean, all the way back to Adzeri, I think, was our first Uber boss. I mean, that's, you know... The access to that has changed, but it's held the test of time, so to speak. It's not quite in the same ballpark nowadays, but I mean, it's still pretty noteworthy, and given how long it's been there, it's done pretty successfully.
I mean, that fight came out before Ascendancies and everything. It was beautiful.
One thing I do want to make sure, though, going forward is if we distinguish, I want to make sure that the Uber and non-Uber content, they can have, like, for example, with Elder, you can have the Watcher's Eye and then the 3 modded Watcher's Eye, or a higher chance for Watcher's Eye, or say Forbidden Flesh and Flame, you can have the higher chances. But I would want them to have completely distinct, unique item drop pools going forward, as opposed to, like, an overlap. I would want it to be, and at the same time, make them not require the same cost to get in. So that would be a goal if we were to design any going further, just thinking about it now.
I just want to like mention, for me in my particular position where I can't kill Uber, I can kill one of the Uber bosses, can't kill the other Ubers, and I've cleared all the normal bosses at this point, and I'm on Softcore Trade League. I'm experiencing exactly the issue you mentioned, where it's like, all I really want to do is bossing. I love the bosses. I think they're super fun to do, but when I go to do them, I'm basically losing money to purchase fragments, then to do the bossing, so I have to basically farm my own fragments. So the call out that you're saying there specifically, where it's like the Ubers and the other ones will have different pools and be worth it with different fragments, that for me, where I'm still kind of newer into the game, I can't just, you know, trivialize the Uber boss and stuff. That's very encouraging to hear, I'll be honest.
That is good to hear. I suspect there is a good subset of people who like the fact that it's just allocate a node and then they get all the access they ever want, but I do think that was the wrong call. But I'm keen to see what people have to kind of say or weigh in on that one. I've seen a bit of feedback around it before, but I mean, now's the opportunity for people to, you know, voice their opinion on Reddit after this, I guess, and I will take a look.
do you feel like there are a lot of work and time and money invested into specifically bosses in this case that you feel are underused for future developments? Because I feel like when we talk about introducing new pinnacle boss fights as a specific topic on bosses, I feel like there are other bosses that are so fantastically designed, way better than Dominus ever was. And when you talk about Uber boss, you mentioning Dominus, the only thing I'm thinking about is Medved, Morana, Uhtred, Olroth. What happened to those? Very few people are ever engaging with these. And those boss rooms themselves are
Wait, what? Who?
fantastic. The mechanics are great. People are barely experiencing them. Having access to those type of bosses, and for those of you not sure, no idea what I'm talking about, those are the bosses found in the expedition encounters. And making Uber versions of those was something I was talking about during Expedition League. I think that would be fantastic, because they're incredibly cool design boss fights. Yet so few people in the community ever get to experience them, even during the league, even fewer after the league.
I mean, ultimately, yes, I agree. It's those also cross my mind. I mean, I have mentioned the same things internally. I'm like, what about Uber Olroth? What about Uber Lycia? What about... There is a lot of that stuff, and there is room to add it.
I think one thing that's important to remember, though, is that it is actually good to have content that few people are able to play. Like, you want to have some aspirational stuff, you know? Like, if everything is just easy to access, then, you know, like, it's just... I think a lot of people, they sort of look at this, you know, only 1% of the player base will ever play this, therefore it's not worth developing. I don't think that's the right attitude to have when you're developing a game like this, because it's sort of, like you just need that aspirational stuff. So just a random point that I thought of as you were talking there.
No,
and I
listen to this, D4 team.
do agree with that. I 100% agree that, like, the moment that all of a sudden Olroth is found outside of Expedition or in some other ways, it also makes then Expedition less worthwhile to play and do, and less fun and less special when, like it can be quite fun when the meta is to do a particular league, and thus there are leagues that barely anyone's doing. But you can be the person then doing it, and because no one's doing it, those drops become valuable and trade, and like, I mean... Ultimatum is, even though it only recently went core, is probably a good example of that, where it's like, I mean, not that many people are doing it right now, and you can see that in the fact that it's like, you know, 7 fertile catalysts to a divine, which you could argue is due to divine inflation as well. But either way, like, you can now be like, I'm just going to be an Ultimatum player and utilize the fact that very few other people are doing it, of course, in trade leagues. And there is some fun to that, and then, I don't know, I honestly can't say what the value of the Trail Masters drops are. They might be worthless, they might be worth a lot. I honestly have not looked, but it can feel special to someone that they are doing Ultimatum and getting to do that boss fight because he has a drop that's worth a lot, and no one else is doing it because, you know, it's not really the in-game meta. Whereas, like, right now it's very much, I guess, Stygian Spires, for example, and you'll probably find that, not that it ever is really the case, you'll probably find that the drops from those are completely worth absolutely nothing.
Something I wanted to check in on as well on this topic. You mentioned it not being worth running the previous version of it, and I feel like, well, what if the regular old expedition would be the source to get access to these Uber bosses? But the only thing I keep thinking about when I was about to ask that is a core problem I think I have, which I know you, Jonathan, covered with Crip a little bit. You touched upon it, which was div cards. I know this is something that brings back to some of the issues I know that DM you've been encountering when it comes to wealth acquisition. And that is how, like, stacked decks and div cards is allowing players to literally have access to fight uber pinnacle endgame bosses before anyone in a new league start has even reached white tier maps. That is what the stacked decks is allowing us to do in the current state of the game.
Yeah, stacked decks is a huge problem. I agree.
Mark and I are both rather unhappy with stacked decks. That's probably the only thing that I have to say right now about them.
Fair enough.
Yeah, there are issues with it for sure.
Well, like, there's two ways to look at it. I mean, yes, it was originally meant to be this, like, reward specifically from Putrid Cloister. And now it's like every second league's reward mechanic, and you're just getting them left, right, and center. But on the other hand, it's very fun to sit there and open them and hope to get the best thing. There's both ups and downs to it, for sure. But what I do know is that...
Yeah, I mean, I can see that some people like the Gumba and they like stacked decks because, you know, you open them and whatever, right? But yeah, the fact that you have access through stacked decks to stuff that no one else even has reached yet, you know, like in a league start, that's just extremely stupid. So I think they should like maybe restrict the pool, or maybe like item levels, or like different tiers of stacked decks, or I don't know what, you know, these kind of things, and that would make a lot more sense, I think.
With div cards in particular, right? It used to be that, like, just thinking it from a less experienced player, right? Like, I'm not talking like farming burial chambers for doctors and fortunates and whatnot. I'm talking like you're in the campaign, and what used to be that whole aqueduct, and you want to farm a tabula, so you farm aqueduct. You get your humility cards and get that. That's pretty far lost at this point, which I think is pretty sad. I think in solo self-found that has seen more, but I mean that's you know, obviously a minority subset of the players. And not to say that we don't want to have the system work in both worlds. I'm glad it does work in solo self-found the way it was originally intended. It's sad to see it that that's not really how it works now for Core League. So you go into your map and you farm whatever is providing the highest economical value, which in this league probably is burial chambers, obviously Crimson Temples, and not only are you acquiring, you know, your doctors every so often, you're getting your constant flow of fortunate cards coming in for just divine orb sources and whatever league. But like, I don't know, what if I want to, just because I'm a little bit masochistic, want to run Ancient City, and like, I mean, like, not that I'm going to, just for the record, I'm not crazy, but let's just say I wanted to, like, because I like the tile set, or I enjoy the boss fight, or I enjoy whatever about it. There's zero incentive for me to do that in a trade league, economically speaking, because I'm not going to be getting these doctors and or various other div cards. I don't even know what div cards drop in Ancient City, to be honest, but I'm going to assume it's not as good as some of these others. And I think that's really sad, and that's lost. Now, if someone...
Wouldn't that be the fusing card? Or no, the Barlow card?
wants to farm burial chambers all the time, albeit to them, but I don't like the state in where you feel forced or obliged to farm a specific map, even though that might not be the map that you want to be playing because of the boss fight or whatever other factors. Or just the layout, like your build. Maybe you want something more indoor and enclosed, or maybe you just want something, you know, more aesthetically pleasing or whatever. And right now, div cards kind of influence everything there. While also, sadly, we've lost the, like, a player wants to farm a tabula. It's just, again, not really happening. I mean, they can, but it's just not really going to be the case.
That's fair.
I think I confused Ancient City with the Arcade Temple, like before Arcade Temple. What is the map? That kind of map.
I mean,
Anyway.
wealth acquisition is always going to be a high priority in the state of the game trade league softcore, where the vast majority of the player base exists. I mean, that's obviously going to be a main driving factor, just as much as there is meta builds that people are, the majority of players are going to, hence why they are meta builds, right? With that in mind, that obviously has a big impact on trading. And what's the philosophy in PoE 1, unless that has changed, is that it's too easy to trade, but you don't have any plans on, at least what I've heard, to neither make it easier or harder to trade. But that's PoE 1. How is that looking for PoE 2?
We honestly don't really have any plans to change anything in PoE 2 with trade, to be frank. Like, there's really not a lot, as I said, it's kind of, there's not really a lot, I think, that can change there easily without causing some kind of negative effect. So ultimately, we're kind of where we are. The most important thing, I guess, to say is that we are a game with trade. That's something that a lot of modern games are afraid to do. But we think is important. So, you know, there must be trade. We don't think it should be easier than it currently is. And so here's where we are. So you know, like I guess that kind of really is the end of it. But yeah, I mean, trade's obviously important for many reasons that we've gone over many times before. But yeah, it's just super important that we want to be a game with an economy.
So I have a question for PoE 2 that I don't think has been asked before, but hopefully I'm not asking one that's already been asked. Hotkeys. One of the questions I saw in the chat earlier was that a gentleman was wondering whether or not there is going to be additional implementation of hotkeys available, meaning you can have more skills on your bar and use them in any given build. Is Are we going to be locked into the same amount of abilities, or is there going to be additional action bars, etc.?
So one thing that is different about PoE 1 versus 2 is that in PoE 1, you could actually have more active abilities technically than you could in PoE 2 if they weren't supported. And so that means that there were cases where you were sort of incentivized to do that. Now you have 9 skill slots, and you can get more skills from items, but that's okay. In the case of the mercenary, you might have 4, but I really wouldn't. 4 is probably the most you would get extra from items in a character, for the most part. Which means that realistically, most characters will have 9 skills, and some of those are probably going to be reservation effects. Now, the UI for reservation effects, all right, you know what? I'm just going to say it. When you die, you no longer have to recast reservation effects.
Oh, nice.
So that means that the reason to have those bound is like no longer necessary, and so then the number of actual skills that you would want to actually cast then gets lower, and that means that you generally don't have to. The number of skill binds, I imagine, should be enough for the most part. So I'm not really concerned that, but we've still got the ones we can go control, click on buttons. And can you actually rebind those individually? Like, can you rebind? You can, yes, that's fine. So if you want to have more binds that are not like visible to you, but still there, then you can still do that just like you can in PoE 1. So I think that we have enough actually, but yeah, like there were some things we were doing to effectively make it so that I think just the way that PoE 2 is, it doesn't require you to have more binds than what we had in PoE 1, particularly. So yeah, that's kind of my answer to that.
And I do believe for controllers, you mentioned a crypto.
Yes, I've already talked about the way the binding works on controller. Where I believe the number you technically get is 22, but that includes other things that have specific binds on PC, like dodge roll and stuff. But that's another whole thing. Yeah.
Well, then I got another kind of not a follow-up, but another random PoE2 question I'm going to throw at you here, which is that, from my understanding, I've heard we're going to have more Todo Ascendancies going into PoE2, but I didn't hear in particular how we are planning to acquire these Ascendancies. From my understanding, Lab is a PoE1 related thing, will not be in PoE2, so are we available to have information on how to unlock Ascendancies at this time?
So we haven't announced the specifics, but there are ascendancy. There is special stuff for doing ascension that we've created. It's different in each. Not to give away too much. There are different things you have to do to get the points. Like the first set of points you get in a different way than you get the second set of points and the third set of points. And so it isn't just like it's not like there's one activity you have to do. There's more stuff you're doing, and I think it's more interesting than what PoE 1 had going on. So I'm not going to talk about the specifics of it, but effectively there are quests. There's a quest in Act 2. There's a quest in Act 3. There's a quest in Act 4, and they're pretty interesting things, I think.
And just to note, he's saying 3 things. There are 4 sets of points.
Oh yeah, there is an in-game one, an in-game set as well. But that's there's the in-game set as well, of course.
I mean, anything but the lab will make me happy. So
hopefully that will be the case.
Yeah, our Trap's coming back to the game. Follow-up question.
We definitely. Well, okay. I'll answer that seriously.
Please do. Actually, I want to know. I die to this all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. We do appreciate the fact that people don't love the trap gauntlets and lab. A lot of people don't love them, which I find a bit sad because I personally do actually kind of have a soft spot in my heart for them. But yeah, I understand that. Like we're being a bit more considered with regard to that kind of stuff. But I mean, we still like to have sort of occasional mechanics that are sort of interesting like that. But yeah, I understand that the lab has some issues.
On the topic of action bars, now there's quite a few people that clearly has never played a proper minion build, and they don't understand that it's far from lazy. But at XLCon, you guys mentioned that obviously from what we've seen and experienced, the ones of us that played PoE 2 pre-beta, was that the gameplay is very, very much more active than we have in PoE 1. And on stage, you guys all said that the minion playstyle will also be more active. Okay, so I'm just very curious, specifically to the minion playstyle. How on earth are they going to make that more active than it already is? Because I have situations, just for reference here, for context. I have builds where I do not have enough slots on my action bar to put my aura. So if I die, I have to literally just change my skill bar to enable them because I have too many skills to use. So how is that going to be more active in PoE 2?
You might be right. You might be right that it won't be more active, but I think that the activities you're doing should be better than the ones we have now. So I guess that's what I would say about that. I think like there are definitely quite a lot of skills to use with minions in PoE 1 as well. But yeah, I think we can do better than what we've got there. I guess I don't want to say too much here because we're going to be announcing a bunch of minion stuff later. But yeah, I guess that's my point there. Unless you've got anything else to add there, Mark.
It's too hard to explain without revealing stuff we want to reveal. But
There's some different.
There's a guy streaming, selling, leveling swords and dual kills for his mods and real money. Holy shit. I'm not sure if like there is like explicit like TOS against that. I know that, I mean, RMT is generally not allowed, I guess, but I'm not sure like how exactly the TOS cover this. I know that GG, for example, is extremely strict with this. Like if you ever use your stream to get any kind of like advantage from your viewers, or okay, you can get advantage from your viewers, but you cannot give anything to your viewers through your stream because this is considered RMT in PoE. I'm not sure how this is with Diablo. I know that people, give like free items and free carries to people, and like, in D2 and I guess even D4. And generally Blizzard has been fine with that as far as I know. Which, yeah, is kind of bad. But I mean, like literally, like RMT on stream is kind of like a different story, I guess. Yo, thanks for 2 subs, Razman. Hey Josh. Appreciate the comment, man. Hey, emails. Where should we find unique items on the Terran realm? It's the same as on season. There's like we have a boss loot cheat sheet. You can find it on Maxroll. You can see the boss loot table of all the bosses. Every boss has certain drops. Endgame bosses should take that much time and effort like this one. Yeah, I mean, imagine they make like an Uber curator fight. That would be kind of cool. Or like an Uber Elias or something, right? That would also be fun. If there's actually like a 5-minute encounter and they're like hard and they're like, on the difficulty of like a live or so. He's currently the #2 stream on Diablo 4. Oh, congratulations. And he's a Russian. Okay. Well, this is how it works there, I guess. Surprised to see me on non-hardcore. Yeah, it's because of the stash. We're doing the Necro on softcore, so easy peasy.
Very different mechanics going on.
Better.
It's better.
For sure.
That's basically what you told me at XLCon. You just smiled at me and said, it'll be better, trust me, bro. And I'm like, okay. I mean, I do trust you, but I mean, a little bit of context. I just needed to have that on record.
Right. No, I understand. Well, there'll be before too long, there will be a video that will explain a lot of the stuff. And you know what? I'll have another interview with you after if you want to clarify some more specifics. Then I would say.
I'll hold you to it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
So I have a question in relation to PoE 2 campaign in towns. So something I noticed while I was playing through is that the only time you really experience other players, as is designed, is within the towns. You go to a town, you see other players there, but the point of the players being there, at least in my current experience, doesn't matter. They're only there to kind of give breath to the world and make it feel alive is the way it feels. They're not really there to interact with. So I'm wondering if going into PoE 2, you are carrying the same philosophy of the towns and players will see them in the towns in order to just make the world feel more active, or do you have anything planned around social interaction within towns and a reason to go there as opposed to being in your Atlas, hideout and just trading with the people that come in? Is there a reason for us to go to towns continually, I guess would be my real question.
So I think I'm going to kind of divorce this into 2 parts here. So one of them is there a reason for...
Oh, why do you write it like this? Thanks, Condes, for the raid. Hello, guys. Does that mean something in Polish? What is that? Ding ding. Oh look, I got Oh, easiest whisper of my life, yeah. It's the same letter, okay. Thought maybe it's like some wordplay or something. Do you feel like doing 10 Duriels? Not today right now. I do have a lot of mats still, but I want to focus on the Necro right now. Anyway, hope you had a good time on Counter Stream. I was trying my way on my fresh Necro that I just started earlier. We're listening to Path of Exile 2 stuff here. Because tomorrow I have my interview with Jonathan, so I wanna like, you know, catch up on some of the others as well and all that. How many mats? I have like almost 20 summons or something. I have a lot of mats right now. So I can do like some big rotations, but not today right now. We're gonna do like a small one with the boys again tomorrow, and then maybe some leftover I have to like slowly get rid of. I still have to do more Malphas at some point this week as well, or this weekend I guess. Once we have that, I guess I can be in a bit of a spot.
For other players to be encountered than seeing them? I guess probably not really, because we're kind of a game where we never like to force people to have to engage socially if they don't want to. Like, it's a thing you can do, it's fun to do that, but it's not something we sort of require. Like, we are a game, you can play multiplayer or single player, and there should be no advantage to either if we're doing our job correctly, although I'm sure many people will argue about that point, which we don't have to worry about right this second. But effectively, it is our intention that multiplayer and single player should be relatively equal as far as like wealth acquisition and power and so on goes, and therefore we don't want to kind of force people into these larger things. But I actually do agree that the town cycle in PoE 1 isn't as good as it could be. And there's a few things we're actually doing to deal with that, and there's kind of it's a little bit of a mix. So one of them is that in PoE 2 we actually have an NPC who will identify all the items in your inventory for free.
Oh,
we'll
wow!
Reduce the number of and we will reduce the number of scrolls of wisdoms that drop, and that will mean that is one reason to go back to town to get all your stuff identified for free. So that's that's one thing. There is the flask thing as well, which is a little bit different, but I don't want the reason that you're going back to town all the time just because you need to refill your flasks all the time. Like, that needs to be something where it's like that happens sometimes, but it's not like just constant, right? It needs to be like sometimes you run out. That's a consequence of the fact that there needs to be some kind of gameplay around flasks, and so therefore there needs to be some bottoming out that can occur, and thus you go back to town to deal with that. So that should happen once in a while. But the other thing as well is gold. The vendors are not good enough in PoE 1. They need to be better. Having a currency that you use with vendors means that we are putting a lot more effort into actually making the vendors matter. Like, you're going to want to check them, you're going to want to find the stuff in them. So that's something that that we're doing to try and, you know, just get that feeling of like you're going there, you're checking out that stuff. So I think that's another thing that kind of makes the town cycle a little bit stronger as well. I think probably one of the games that had the strongest town cycle to me was Diablo 1. That game, just for some reason, you just like the town was so like I just remember going there every time to always checking all the vendors and stuff. That game just had a really strong town cycle for me. I think it's partly because that game, which is not something we're going to do by the way, but that game didn't really have regen. And so that meant the town was kind of like a bit more important even just from that perspective. Like, there was a lot more kind of like I don't know, I don't know what the word for it is, but it's just like it was a lot more living off the land almost feeling of like, you know, like you're struggling for every potion and so on. Yeah, so the town cycle, just having a heal was a thing. Yeah, that game had a really strong town cycle. I don't think we're going to go that far, but at the same time, I do think that the town cycle in PoE 1 was not strong enough, and yeah, we're trying to make it better.
Well, we've even got the gambling, which was there at ExileCon, and which is obviously use of gold, which is pretty good for like targeted upgrades. Like, if you need a ring, then you gamble for a ring. Again, not so much to be utilized. Well, we'll see, but it's more of a like early game.
Go on, someone real quick. TB is definitely, you know, you can feel the nerfs, but it still kind of works. I made an update on the Maxwell guide lately for the cold and ice combo, which is pretty nice. Also made a video on it. We are a game, yeah. Yeah, I'm running Bone Spear and Bone Spirit right now, but I'm not really convinced currently for the early game. It seems kind of weak compared to like Blood Surge, but I'm just gonna stick to it for now to like struggle my way through and see how it goes in the progression.
Through campaign, gear problem solving thing as opposed to obviously end game, which I cannot predict exactly how it will play. Obviously, if D2 is anything to go off, I mean, people did it obviously for at end game as well as throughout the campaign. So who knows?
You mentioned gold, and I want to follow up on that and ask, how are you approaching the difficult balance issue of, well, gold's too scarce and I feel like I always need it. Oh, if it's too common, then I feel like the drop doesn't have any value when I receive gold. What's your philosophy behind gold acquisition and how you're approaching how much people should have at what given time?
I mean, ideally, I think it needs to feel somewhat scarce, because otherwise, you don't value it as a currency. So there needs to be stuff you want to buy, right? And it needs to be that, like, so gambling is one way to make that happen. Is like there's good upgrades to get there. But I agree, we have to be a little bit careful with it. And the other thing that's important as well is we really don't want to make a gold so rare that it becomes a currency that you want to trade with. Therefore, that kind of means that, like, the intention is not that you trade with gold. The intention is that you trade with currency, and the currency is supposed to be, by currency I mean, like PoE 1 chaos orbs and stuff like that. Yeah, we can't make it so rare that you kind of compromise that. Like it is a tough needle to thread. But I don't know. I guess you probably weren't around when we did that Ruthless with Gold League, because we did some testing around that, which I don't think exactly hit. We did a PoE 1 league for that just to sort of test it out, and we learned some stuff from that. And basically, there's stuff to do there. I mean, the reason that we even added gold in the first place is just because we felt like it's something that you can drop that feels like you get a little bit of reward from something without having to drop another item that you actually have to pick up. So it's a way to kind of like bolster the feeling of drops from monsters in a nice little way there, which is and it really, like, we're sort of looking at things of like, okay, how many items can we have a monster drop while still without causing the kind of like ridiculous explosions that we managed to get to in PoE 1. And we realized that if we wanted to kind of do it the way that we wanted to get it to, having gold, then that would mean that the number of items that you felt like you were getting, like the number of actual physical items on the ground, would be too low. As I said, gold is a way just to make it feel more rewarding in some ways with that stuff, and giving you something but also has the nice little stuff with vendors and so on that I also quite like. So I think that the other thing is, I guess it's interesting as well, is the reason why PoE 1 didn't have gold. There was kind of this feeling at the time of like we wanted to get away from all of the gold sinks that games required, and so I think that we probably went maybe a little bit too far with that philosophy. Like the reason that flasks were invented was to make it so that you didn't have because you didn't have the gold sink of potions. And like the way that worked in D2. Yeah, that was the original thinking behind that. And then no repair as well, and so on. So we had all these things where, like, okay, if we get rid of all the gold sinks, then we don't need gold anymore. And that was kind of an explicit goal. But I think that we threw the baby out with the bathwater a little bit too much. And I think that, it's still good. The vendoring thing is still, I think, nice. So, that's kind of why we're at here.
I'll pass it to Ghazi for the next question, then I got one more follow-up on gold after Ghazi's.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to continue on the gold topic real quick about the original feeling that I got from testing it out and whatnot was that it was a really good way for you to be in the last act of the campaign. You realize, shit, I'm having problems. I'm gonna need to upgrade my gear, and I realize, one of my rings is from Act 1. I can go to the gambler and try to see if I can get an upgrade. Perfect. Sure. Then at ExileCon, I had different takes from different devs without throwing people under the bus. Some people told me that it was meant to only serve as just that. Easier gear progression during the campaign, early stages. You can gamble some loot up, and you can then try to get some easy upgrades as you progress, and then it becomes less and less relevant as further you progress in the game. And another dev told me, you can do gold find barb style plays in the game, and that's going to be a perfectly viable play style. That's something you can look forward to doing. And
I don't know who said that. I don't know who would have said that. That doesn't.
Okay.
That doesn't.
So
that
the
doesn't
first
sound
one is
like
the correct statement.
Yeah, the first one's more correct.
Yes,
this one's more correct. Yeah.
I don't know where that second.
I don't know where. Yeah,
from.
I don't know where that second one came from.
And I don't want to know.
Yeah,
I don't want to know where it came from.
Right.
All good. Yeah. All right. So cool.
So my follow-up to the gold then is, one of the things I learned, because I just started doing the solo self-found, hardcore, and all that stuff, and what I was really kind of excited to find out was that you can use the vendors to kind of trade your currency around, and acquire the different pieces you need. So how are you approaching, because it sounds like the goal is specifically for you to make vendors a little bit more useful. You've mentioned this a couple of times in different interviews. So I'm wondering, how are you making sure you don't step on the toes of the vendors being important in that part of the game of acquiring currency and
I think one thing that could be very interesting for vendors is if they make it like, a bit like Tusion and Rock style, like rewarding. Like, not like you actually go and craft stuff at the vendor, but I mean, that should be kind of like the goal for these items that they can get from the vendors.
Trading it. How are you approaching the gold is now a primary source for the vendors? Are we keeping the same mechanic of being able to exchange currency, and I got this, so I can exchange it for this, and the knowledge helps out your solo self-find grind, etc.?
I do actually think that we should retain some of those kind of like currency to currency type recipes, because I don't think if we put a price in gold on currency, I worry that will break things in the economy in a way that I don't like. It's a little bit hard to explain exactly why, but Chris honestly would have a much better rant about this, because he was very, very worried about this exact situation with gold and if there were gold prices for currency.
Yeah, that's a blatant no-no.
Yeah, so that's a no-no for various reasons. But effectively, I do think that having the kind of like those fixed trade things can still be useful. So I think we'll probably. I don't know if it'll be exactly in the same manner that we have right now, but there'll be something there'll be something to be able to do that kind of stuff, to effectively give a floor and that you can always use this way to get this currency item if you really need it and you're willing to. You don't want to do trade for it. There's a way to do that.
So, just
just look for the Bone Spear guide or Bone Spirit guide, I guess, on Maxwell. I didn't make anything for those sites.
Final thing on the golden before we jump to another question. Seeing as it is more for the beginner early stage of the game, can we then assume that we're not going to end up in a position where we get wasted stats like, hey, you're going to reflect 3 physical damage to attackers, or in this case, hey, you can have % increased gold fine for endgame modifiers, or the fact that in the endgame, are we going to still drop gold if it's now going to be a less and less inevitably a completely irrelevant stat in the endgame?
So I think that the gold sink at endgame will probably be top end gambling. Like effectively, like you just get an extra chance at a nice gamble, and there's some stuff around that I am now just suddenly considering. Sorry, I just had a game design thought here that I'm not going to say on stream, to do with interaction between the drop system and gambling that we need to have a discussion with after this, because you probably understand what I'm thinking about there. Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Sure.
Whatever. Anyway, there'll be some expensive gambles you can do.
But that'll
be what you want.
We don't have a gold find stat, right?
No, we don't.
Like, we don't have that on gear at all. I don't know where that's coming from.
No, I'm just asking because we have irrelevant stats right now, such as that, and like region 2 HP. It's like you're never gonna notice it, so it just feels like a waste of stats.
We are, there's 2 things here, but we are working harder to make sure, so I've talked about before, like light radius, obviously it's just a full miss stat right now in PoE 1. In PoE 2, that increases your minimap reveal radius, which is smaller in PoE 2, like by default.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a little bit smaller.
I didn't know that.
And there's another thing about that as well, which a lot of people, again, might see as a negative, but I actually think it's much better for just playing and exploring. Right now, like, even though you haven't revealed the radius of the minimap to see an exit to an area, and this was at ExileCon, the minimap icons will show, like, very, very, very far away. So you can just, like, you can see where an exit to a level is, even though you're not even remotely close to it. Those minimap icons now only show up once you are actually close enough to reveal them in that radius. So it'll make it much harder to find points of more exploration is required to find points of interest, or stacking more light radius is a way of doing
I don't think this is going to be a thing that people will do, to be clear. But I think actually, to your other point there, like, okay, useless stats do suck, right? Like, that is an okay.
Yes.
There are games I could mention that have had a problem with this, of having a lot of stats you just don't care about, of values that you don't care about. So for number one, generally speaking, a stat, if it appears, should be something you can actually feel in your character, right? Like, that is important. That being said, you do want to have at least a couple of misstats just because that is a thing. Like light radius was literally in the game for this reason. It's a stat that you're like in PoE 1 that's there to be like, oh crap, I got light radius, right? Like you want one or two of those. Now, I don't think that you want more than one or two of those. I think that that's enough to kind of be the kind of light radius. You know what I mean? Like you want that, like you want to exalt something, and that's what you get to be an occasional.
For sure,
result.
I want that.
But another thing that we did discuss is that we were kind of like, okay, the tier 1 version. Well, I don't know what they're labeling tiers with these days, but I'm going to say tier 1. Whatever the top tier of a given stat is, should be something that you care about no matter what stat it is, right? If you're getting tier 1, like strength, that should be a thing that you, I mean, I guess people do stack strength and this or that, but you know what I mean? Like the top tier version of whatever stat it is needs to be something you actually really do feel like, oh yeah, that's awesome. Like no matter what it is, right? So like if a stat is like, I wouldn't care about it no matter how much of it I got, then that is not a good stat. With the possible exception of light radius, which, as I said, exists entirely to be a foil.
We have done some changes to the core mods on items and have considered this for sure.
Right.
I think we look explicitly at them and is like, will you ever want this?
Yeah.
And if the answer is we were like, nah, like of course not, then I think we have, even at highest value, where then we've just like, then throw it away.
Right. It's actually interesting because a rookie mistake, I think, like there's kind of a lot of these actually. There's this whole like, you know, like in the realm of more is not always better, that I feel like we touched on earlier. I think it can be a bit of a rookie mistake when designing item systems to think that, oh yeah, you want the mod pool to be just absolutely like you just want to add all sorts of shit to it. You actually do not. You want to actually the core mod pool, like the things that can just drop on anything. You actually want to restrict quite down to a sort of quite restrictive set because it actually makes it more fun that way when you don't have all sorts of random shit you don't understand. Like you want the actual core set to be like. What's the word we were using when we were designing this? It was like something like damn it, there's a perfect word for this, but it's like core in some way. Like I feel like they're kind of there's some word like that that escapes me right now, but it's like you want the stats that are on your base items to feel like they're all kind of like major important things. Like you're not just got some random like, you know, chance to do X when Y happens when blah whatever. You know, like those are fine to have on like some special niche case that you can craft or like some corruption outcome or some weird thing like that. But the core mod pool needs to be very simple and very understandable, which I think is important.
I mean, there's other small changes as well. Like, I mean, resistances are useful. However, a resistance coming from a weapon is something that we've removed, and so it's more about you want a good weapon. You're rolling the weapon.
Right.
The weapon's there to deal damage. It's not there to give you resistances.
Right. So having the stats be localized to individual slots is something
D4
that I think,
burn.
not in every case.
Yeah, I mean, I can't help but think about like D4 and D4 design, right? And the fact that we don't even have like anything to put on I just, you know, like no crafting, etc., to make it more exciting and all that stuff. So I hope that next season is gonna, you know, actually do like a significant turnaround there.
Case, but like they should always like that is I think another important thing about, you know, like if I want more of this, I need to concentrate on my boots or, you know, whatever it is. Like you need to the slot should have some identity there.
Yeah, and then your gloves are your hands. Your hands are used for mostly for casting spells, attacking with weapons. So your gloves have more damage centric things, whereas your helmet is more about eyesight. And so you may have things to do with accuracy and critical strike chance because you can see better, or say crit multi because you can see weaknesses in the enemy, and and obviously boots, movement speed because that's how you run. So having a lot of those things. So we've gone back and like reevaluated all that, and there are some overlaps with PoE 1, but there are
a lot of the decisions are the same because they were good decisions back when they were. But then, in fact, actually, there were some cases we just straight up removed some mods that were added later to go back more to what we had when PoE 1 first released, because like there are things that I think were too complicated that got added to the core mod pool.
So I have kind of a random thought and follow up on the itemization. You're talking about items and when they're good, it should feel good, should be, you know, part of the fundamentals of the item, etc. But you also mentioned that you're having an idea in town because scrolls of wisdoms are going to be less. So I'm assuming we're going to have somewhat of a progression path. If we go out, we farm the gear, we go back to town, we identify them, and in that moment of identifying is when the player has the opportunity to have like a dopamine hit of like, oh, I got a good item. So have you considered during that identification time to have tiered, let's call them animations, that happen depending upon how good of items you identified. So let's say the identifier, your item has 3 or 4 tier 1s you identify. Or you got one really good one. The game can tell it's a really good one. So it has a much bigger identification. Or the guy has a better voice line related to that. Is there anything like that we can expect?
I think there is something we could do here, and so I appreciate the suggestion. Yeah, I think it's a reasonable thing to. I think it's a reasonable suggestion. By the way, the word I was looking for before was fundamental. You said it, and then I'm like, damn it, that's what I was looking for.
There it is.
The mods should be fundamental, is the word. So thank you for that. So two good things in one sentence.
All right, I'll take a maybe, because I'm a dopamine addict, so I'll take the maybe.
yeah, for sure.
On the topic of modifiers and whatnot, that we went through, I wanted to talk a little bit about crafting. I know we tackled this a little bit on Exocon as well. I believe that the biggest take from it was that the philosophy, at least then, was that the idea was for crafting materials would never take away modifiers, except for, I believe there was Chaos Orb, which would take away one and re-add a new one or whatever it was.
No, I wouldn't say that. We're changing how they work. So, Chaos Orb is remove mod, add a mod. But the philosophy around that was actually that one came about because we were saying, okay, how can we make it so that you'll actually pick up an item on the ground, like a rare from the ground, and ID it at endgame?
I didn't watch the CKD interview yet. No, we did watch Crip, and now we're watching this here. This is Gazi and the M. And yesterday we started watching this interview as well.
And we've got a few changes around this, not all of which we've announced yet. But the Chaos Orb change means that currently any rare that's on the ground, it's only as good as the base type, really, because you can just alch and chaos, and it's effectively the same thing as any other item that would be from the ground. So the idea of changing chaos to remove a mod, add a mod, is just to make it so that you can pick up an item from the ground, ID it, and then it can be a near miss for something good, and then a single Chaos Orb can fix it. Or make it worse. But the key thing is that you're often going to be okay, this is almost a good item. I use a Chaos Orb. Was it good? Nah, it wasn't. But then sometimes you use it and it's like, oh shit, now it is really good. You know what I mean? So it's in order to make it so that ground items actually matter. Like that was the thing behind that. But something we kind of I'm not going to say lucked into, because it became a goal at one point as well, is that there's actually no longer any crafting in PoE 2 that requires you to just dump ridiculous amounts of currency into something. Everything now is really more around you use it once and carefully look, and maybe you use a few. But the way that Chaos Orb works now, right? Like generally speaking, sure, you might use a few Chaos Orbs on an item, but you're certainly going to be paying attention after each one, and sometimes it'll just brick the item because let's say, for example, you had a high tier damage mod on it, but the rest of the mods were kind of lame. So you can use a few Chaos Orbs on that, and if you don't remove the high tier damage, then you can make the item better. But if you it's likely that after a while you will remove the damage mod that you were hoping to preserve. So you might make it better, you might make it worse. But the thing is that it's no longer the case that you're just dumping a bunch of crap in until you get a certain role that you like, and that's true across all.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely really good, just buying, 500 essences and then going ham. It's yeah, I mean, essence spamming is kind of fun in one sense, but on the other hand, it's also just kind of, too crazy. But I do hope that it preserves up some, kind of crafting from scratch. And, then you redo it and you do, okay. But yeah, just, spamming, 500 alterations to try to get, this one mod. And then you go from there, and then you do, 27 different steps. I mean, that's kind of, annoying, I feel. Especially the long spam process at the start, where you have to get a certain mod or something. So we're certainly gonna do something like that, but I guess just in much lower frequency. So I'm going to handle trading in the game. There's gonna be in-game trading system apparently. So this is something that we learned from the sys interview. Finally 45. Let's go. I guess we can just blast off now. But the power leveling, there is power leveling in this game, yeah. But it's not as effective as in for example, League 3 or so.
All of the different currency we have.
That sounds amazing.
So there's just no more of that kind of stuff going on. It ended up being good. And that's true even for a few other systems, I guess, around where, we're just making sure that we don't have that kind of it makes the crafting better. There's that. But then there also, I suppose, the thing we also mentioned is you can't rarity downgrade anymore. We removed what's called scouring. So that kind of also means, once again, that you care about white items on the ground too. You actually that has that effect as well. So like that kind of changes it changes how things work quite a lot. Yeah, that I think has changed the philosophy of crafting pretty significantly. And then of course there's the other crafting systems in that PoE has as well, where we're always trying to make sure that for PoE 2 we want to make sure that we isolate them a little bit more explicitly to specific domains. So that you don't have to consider every single crafting system in the game when you're crafting, say, a weapon. There might be these few crafting systems you have to consider, but you don't necessarily have to consider, like these 10 other ones, if you know what I mean. So that's something, another little change that we're trying to do to kind of just like make it so that for a given weapon slot, at least, you're sort of thinking a little bit more about like you're restricting the level of amount of shit that you might have to deal with.
So, I mean, I love the fact that I don't have to spend another 300,000 alterations on the amulets, which happened back in Standard League 8 years ago. It's a little different nowadays, but it's still this whole spammage of just spinning the wheel till you hit what you need kind of approach. It's kind of annoying for your wrist. But there's still the other problem that I think a lot of people...
Can I please react? Well, sometimes I have to look at the gameplay a little bit as well, because I was like super undergeared here. I mean, right now it's just like listening. I was like talking a lot more earlier. And I mean, I don't have too much to say. And I mean, sometimes, okay, I agree with some points. I don't really agree with some points. And that's just like kind of like, discussing their philosophy. So there's not really too much to say about it.
People are disliking, and it's when you have endgame content farmed, you're getting a good base item to work with. And this high item level 86 weapon can roll a tier 12 life mod or tier 12 damage. Is there any plans like raising the bar with the minimum tier can roll on the higher item levels to allow people to work at a more higher success rate on the higher type of item level items that they draw?
There is some information that's relevant here that we're not talking about yet, because there's still some more item stuff to do. But it isn't really what you're saying. It's a sort of different thing that's just sort of relevant to what you're saying. So unfortunately I can't really talk about that yet. But I do appreciate where you're coming from. Let's just say that. And we'll leave it at that.
I mean, mirrors are probably gonna still be a thing, right? And mirror tier crafts will also be a thing. It's just that they didn't say they're gonna remove like the high end of crafting. It's just that, like all the individual steps you're gonna do, it's gonna be like less spammy, less like, just dump like a fuck ton of it, and then hope for like a good outcome eventually, or like just like calculate the cost. Okay, I need like 2,000 alterations to roll at one mod, and then I need like 70 Azelings to hit that mod from that step, and then I need like an Exalt Slam at the end, and that's like a 1 in 700. And I mean, that's just kind of like stupid, I feel. So I think like just like making individual steps like shorter but more meaningful is definitely the way. Also, why is my stash crashing now? Like my game is crashing because I take my stash. What's going on? And in the end, you're still gonna have like outcomes that are mirror tier items, right? That will be the best items, that will be extremely rare and extremely powerful, and people will want to mirror those. I think you can just like design the process in a much better way. It's just like in PoE 1, you just have like accumulated like all these like thousands of different crafting methods, and then you have to get your free synthesis implicits, and then you have to do the alt spam, fracture the right mod, and so on. Okay, my stash didn't open, but I'm reconnecting. I got a sacrilegious soul here. What the fuck? Where's that coming from? What? Okay.
That for now.
I agree, and yes, the same hesitation is just being we're not ready to talk about it yet. But
dude, serious,
our current plan certainly improved that problem. Yeah.
So I have kind of a more broader scale type of question here. Is the PO2 or PoE2 lore and kind of setting of it a direct following of where we left off in PoE1, or do we have a different setting entirely?
Starless is good on double swing.
Entirely parallel universe. Have we gone down that route and discussed that much yet?
we're in the same world. It's about 20 years later. There will be some characters that can come back for that reason because 20 years is short enough time that they can still be around, which is why we picked it. But I wouldn't say you need to have played PoE 1 to sort of understand the plot of PoE 2. Really, I mean, there's a lot of
The monetization model depends on creating new tiles for crafting mods. That's not true though. I mean, very often in League mechanics, if there's like some new stuff to store, like a heist or these kind of things, like they just give it to you immediately. Like Expedition had that, Heist had that, the Sentinel stuff. So they're not really just like creating League mechanics to create a stash problem and then sell you the stash solution. So I think this is untrue. Most of the monetization is just the MTX.
Nods and stuff like going back to certain locations and various things like that happen, but you can certainly just play it for what it is. The storyline as such is like independent of PoE 1, but it is set in the same world.
20 years has actually proven, well, I was going to use Alva as an example, but it's nice to not have to recast the characters, the same ones we want to use, and you do want some of the same ones to appear, and it's nice to not have to completely remake them with 20 years of aging. But then I was going to use Alva as the example, but she's a kind of a time traveler anyway, so who knows what's going on there regardless. So, but yeah, there are other characters that will appear, and it's nice to not have to like recast everything for them and or get the same voice actor to change their style because it might not work. And but in some cases we might intentionally do that, but allowing for us to bring back some good characters, and thus 20 years, like. I don't know how I'll sound in 20 years. Maybe I'll sound the same, actually. I have no idea. But, yeah.
Does this mean we get to kill Piety another 500 times?
Piety is gone.
Are you entirely sure? Because she keeps coming back no matter what we do.
Of the 600 bosses, I think she's 500 of them or something. No.
I figured as much.
We're done. We're done with
Piety. She is proper dead.
Yeah.
Done.
Another question I know from the community was sorry.
Uber piety.
There's one. Is it pre-impaled by Malachi or post?
You fight her with Malachi's scepter just impaled through her, and she's just got that there. No, anyway, continue. Sorry.
A community question is regarding the uncut gems and the gem NPC, PoE 2 related skill gem acquisition. Is it something you can go deep to, or a little bit more detailed description of how that will work for the free and PoE 2 in general?
I guess there's really not a huge amount to say, really. Like, you find uncut skill gems, you use them, and you pick what gem you like. It's pretty much as simple as that. So yeah, I don't know what else to say about it. Yeah, that's it really. I mean, what else can I say?
So how is this then connected with like the gem rewards from quests? Is that something we're gonna see in general, like the kind of acquisitions throughout your campaign for quests?
Right. So we actually did have a conversation recently about whether the NPCs, when they give you a quest reward, should just give you an uncut gem, or whether they should present to you a choice of the rewards you would get from the gem of the same level. So in general, we do, like the uncut gem level, like the tiers of them are kind of related to the quest rewards you would get from a given quest. Like you kind of get a quest for each one in order. But we were unsure whether or not we should actually give you the uncut gem and let you use that interface, or whether we should not do that, because if you give someone an uncut gem, it means it's tradable, so that's kind of like a potential kind of weird thing. So that's kind of the reason why we're saying not giving an uncut and actually just giving you effectively the ability to use an uncut on that character from via that NPC, which is probably what we'll end up doing. But I mean, the tie to quest rewards is merely just that we make each tier in the gem is kind of, you could effectively see those tiers as like the list of the quest rewards you're going to get through the game, right? Something like that.
All right, fair enough.
So a follow-up to the setting of the PoE 2 question. I've noticed one question that's come up significantly in chat. People were wondering about cinematics. Can we expect cinematics throughout the campaign, or one to get us in the mood for the setting at the beginning? Anything you can share there?
I don't have anything to announce here.
Okay.
I'll just leave it at that.
All right, fair enough.
Yep.
I do have another question from the community, which was regarding weapon swap mechanic, which waves into something you and I talked about earlier, DM. And that was, I guess the issue question is MTXs, when you put your weapon on your back, is the MTX going to be visible on your back?
Yeah.
So usually speaking, so MTXs can override things on your back, depending on the MTX. So it's actually already the case with quivers, which maybe you didn't notice, that a quiver will sometimes disappear on your back if you put an MTX on. So effectively, the MTX takes priority usually over the like non-MTX thing, if that's, you know, if it needs to. But I imagine the specifics of that will come down to the individual MTX, basically, like what, you know, whether or not it looks like it's going to intersect too much with the attachment. And there might be some other things we can do in some cases that I haven't really considered until now, about like moving where the attachment point is or something, which I could maybe imagine us doing. Like it's something we have to consider at least when we're building them. But
so, that's fair. There are two more questions to the weapon swap approach, and one is in regards to, was a question whether or not you were able to use different types of weapons for dual wielding when weapon swapping. That was apparently not possible to use two different types of melee weapons, so do a dagger and a sword or something.
Yes, so we did restrict the. So this was something I was very sad to see go, but. Yeah, in PoE 2, you can't just use like an axe and a sword on one, like you can't like have an axe in one hand and a sword in one hand. You can use them between different weapon sets, but you can't use them at the same time. And the reason why that happened was actually because when we were during the discussion of like all the stuff around weapon swap and all that sort of stuff, we kind of like the whole reason we designed the new skill tree, the specialization points and all that sort of stuff was because of the fact that we were trying to find a balanced reason to be able to use, say, an axe and a sword, and we weren't able to find one that could really work until we came up with that whole specialization point system. But what we realized when we did that was that, like, okay, well, we still haven't solved it for the case of dual wielding them at the same time.
Can someone explain to me about the specialization system, because I haven't really heard about this very much? What Necro am I doing? This is supposed to be Bone Spirit, but Bone Spirit seems not really so great right now, and I also don't have the aspect on it right now. So I just found a Ring of Sacrilegious Soul, which we're gonna be using for a while now, I guess. Let's see if we can make this work. On double swing barbed, run the 2 and be better with the charge. The X does more damage to healthy. The damage to healthy, that's just a stat that applies to all of your attacks. You don't actually have to use the 2-handed for that, and also your dual wield weapons do much more damage because of Haradni. You have a big damage multiplier there. Like once you have that, you just put everything on this. And the only reason to not do that is for like weapon swap stuff, but you're gonna give up the weapon swap stuff pretty early on once you have resources solved. I didn't upgrade my jewelry here. I should definitely get that up as well. I have poisonous, lightning rest. Okay, we have so much lightning rest right now. Could be possible to do full physical pen RF and run T100s. I literally just deleted my physical T100 pen RF setup on the planner like a few days ago. You can do that, but turns out Shadow Imbue is strong enough to just explode packs in T100s, so you're gonna do that instead. But you can do that, yeah, if you want to go like, I don't know, smoke grenade or whatever. Okay, seriously, why is my game lagging out all the time? Can set up different talent lines based on weapon swap. So that's skill tree here. Ah, this is what I mean with specialization. Okay, so you have like a few of the points that are dedicated on the tree to like your weapon, your main weapon, and your offhand weapon, right? Okay, I see. Yeah, I wonder how that is gonna work out, but the system of it is kind of interesting. I didn't even know this was the name for it. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Yeah, the physical one I deleted it, Wax, so it's no longer in the planner, but you can do it if you want to. I just deleted it. But you have to like, you know, swap a few things like Eldritch Bounty is no longer necessary, Night Stalker Glyph and so on.
And we honestly just couldn't find a balanced way to make it really acceptable,
I tried
short
more
of
balance,
having
yeah.
all sorts of skills that specifically call it out, which I really wasn't that keen for, because I think that it would make the skills kind of overly complicated and annoying. Like, and generally speaking, if you see a skill that's like, oh, when you're using an axe with the sword skill, then it does X or whatever, like you kind of assume then if you see that skill that, oh, this should be a skill that I have to use in this situation, even though it wouldn't necessarily be the case. Sorry, I'm being a bit disorganized here with my thoughts, but effectively the issue was as I said, we couldn't find a balanced reason to have both. So then we're like, okay, well, the amount of animations we have to make that work is like really high. Like if we actually supported that, it would probably be more animations for those cases than it would be for not those cases. So then we're kind of like, well, if there's no good reason balance wise to do this, and it's going to be a huge amount of animation work, maybe we should just drop that and not do it. And as I said, it may be a bit sad because I like the idea. Like there are especially a few cases where I'm like, we should really be able to find a way to do like sword dagger or something like that. Like, that's kind of cool, right? Like there are things like that I thought would be kind of cool, and maybe we will do that one day. But at least for the time being, we just decided, you know what, we're just not gonna allow heterogeneous dual wielding. So there are the cases that are specifically allowed around like scepters. Like scepters you can use with different weapon types and all things like that. They're not really a weapon though. But yeah, generally speaking, you can't use an axe and a sword together, and I'm sad about it. But
Wait, what? You have to always dual wield the same type sword?
But it is a thing that didn't really have a purpose, so we're not doing it. Yeah.
Fair.
How about
The
PV?
last one.
Oh, go. You want to go for it, Gazi?
Oh, I just had one last part of it, and that's snapshotting. It
Yeah.
still exists
Okay.
in PoE 1, by the way. How will that work when it comes to specifically with the snapshotting of skill tree changes in
So
in
it's
reference to like spirits, the reservation mechanics, for example?
It does not snapshot. It snapshots the but spirit reservations are reserved. Like the amount of spirit you have still has to be enough to maintain the things that you. Actually, hang on. Am I even getting that correct? Like, okay, okay, so hang on. If you got an aura, right? When you cast the aura and then you move to the other weapon set, like spirit reservations in particular, I believe, like internally, technically, you have two different skills. One of them is in weapon set 1 and one of them is in weapon set 2. And so it's like you cast it on both in both weapon sets, and then when you swap from one to the other, it technically changes one skill out for the other. This is kind of getting into the internals a little bit of the game here, but like, so that, okay, so snapshotting occurs for anything that isn't a spirit reservation, right? If you fire a fireball and then you change weapon set, that fireball is snapshot the stats you had when you cast it.
Mm-hmm.
But the spirit reservations, when you cast, when a spirit reservation is enabled on a weapon set, it has the stats that it would have under that weapon set. Yeah, that's how it works. Okay, right. So there's a little bit of a complicated detail there, but I should hope that it actually, in reality, will feel intuitive when you're actually playing it. Effectively, you get the stats that you have at the point when you're doing it. But as I said, internally, the way that works is that you've actually when you've got a spirit reservation enabled on your character, there are technically 2 copies of that running. One is kind of like one for each weapon set, and then the one that's running comes to the fore as you switch. Is the technical the back end of how that works.
So
for whatever that
what I'm hearing is then that snapshotting for the spirit reservation, because permanent minions, if you do go back to minions as well, they will have a reservation such as auras on the spirit, so that will function the way you're saying.
Yes.
But you're also telling me that the way we snapshot or can snapshot in PoE 1, which is only limited to one specific minion nowadays, would work in PoE 2 as well, because that is a temporarily summoned minion. So you could snapshot a
temporarily summoned minion will effectively snapshot the weapon set. But the thing that I should say though is that this isn't technically snapshotting, because the way that the weapon sets are implemented is that your character at all times has multiple complete copies of your stats and all your skills loaded for each different weapon set. So actually you have 2 non-snapshotted weapon sets of all of your skills. sorry, this is once again, this is getting way into the deep internals, but effectively, like, if you change your items, then that will change the minion.
It's a very interesting discussion.
But when you change from one set to the other, it doesn't change them, because really you have when you've got like a temporary minion skill equipped, what you've actually got is two different skills, one for weapon set A and one for weapon set B. We don't like present it that way, but that's what's going on under the hood.
Yeah.
And so, effectively, the set you cast it on it will use that set that you have.
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
I got you.
Right.
Makes perfect sense.
I know. To a new player, that must seem completely incomprehensible, but I can assure you that it will seem relatively intuitive when you're using it. I hope.
No, it's perfectly logical. It's all good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I have a
do you
question
have a
on a
question?
completely different topic. I actually got two of them. Right?
Yeah.
So it seems obvious in PoE 1, at least in my experience,
but-
that PvP is not a focus of the game. It's in the game, but not really, right? So I'm assuming we're keeping the same philosophy going into PoE 2. This is not a
Basically,
PvP-centered game. Maybe there's an arena somewhere you can smash each other, but that's about it.
Yeah. And the reason for that is really just that we have been punished each time we try to really. Okay, I say that like it's the player's fault. It's not. It's our fault ultimately. But yes, PvP releases have not gone well for us. It has not been something the players are calling out for overly. So it's just kind of something that we're like, we have no reason to worsen support for it, but we also have no reason to really like go ham on it either. Which maybe we'll try again. Maybe we'll try again one day, but not for PoE 2's release certainly.
I guess our non-traditional form of PvP is more to do with like.
I didn't make any Maxor builds on Necro now. This is handled by Macro and Chronix. I'm not sure who Tattoo is doing the Bone Spear guy these days, but you can look for Bone Spear or Bone Spirit there. Like ultimately I want to do Bone Spirit on this and see how that goes. But now, yeah, it's just for me to have like the tools, I guess. But we're getting there. Once I'm level 50, I'm gonna have Paragons. They're gonna be pumping. We're almost there actually, so.
Not that we fully embrace it nowadays, regrettably, is racing.
Yes, racing is a form of PvP that Path of Exile has succeeded at to some degree. We should embrace it more. I'd like to do more there, but
that's cool.
It's something that it's a bit of an unusual form of competition as far as most games go. But it has been a thing that kind of has been something that people have liked. So I'm hoping we can preserve the racing scene for PoE 2 as well, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, RPGs are about racing, they are about getting better and faster and, coming back and doing it again and again and again and good, this is exactly what works, right, in RPGs. There's a genre for it. So, we see this right now with the Gauntlet, for example, we see this on the season start, Race to World First, whatever, right, all these kind of things. Yeah, this is exactly what they should do, so, what the fuck? Problem, guys. What happened here? What if I press T? Wait, what? Okay, what the fuck is going on? What? Push the forward, we look. Consider not using a pirated version of the game. That is like the ripped off Russian client here. It's like Chris Wilson. No, this is Mark and Jonathan. Chris is the bald guy. He was handling overall GG and PoE 1. They are like Jonathan is game director on PoE 2. I'm not sure what Mark is doing. He's like the chief mechanics guy, I guess. Something.
That spirit.
Does that mean,
go on, Gazi.
I was just curious if there's any interest in reintroducing the seasonal races, which was very, very attractive back in the day with the Descent races. You mentioned that earlier with Maelstrom of Chaos area.
I agree that the races were cool. The problem was just, and it's unfortunate, that we just didn't, to get like, or business speak here, we just didn't have the kind of like return on investment from that, unfortunately. Like, it was cool and the community loved it, and I think in the long term probably it was a good thing to do even so, but like having to make all of the effectively cosmetic microtransactions, which is effectively what they were, you know, like the alternate art uniques and all that sort of stuff, like having to make all that stuff, and then just
I
make
wrote
sure
the
that all
code.
of the race mods were interesting, and like just doing that whole. It was just a big amount of work, and we just didn't really have anyone internally who was able to do that work really well, who wasn't busy doing other stuff. Like it's the kind of thing I think that we should be doing. Like honestly, we should be doing it, right? I'd love to, but it's like, you know, we just need to find the person who's going to be able to take charge of that and make it happen, without consuming too much development time. Because yeah, it was really cool. But the funny thing about it is that as cool as it was, and I mean, I enjoyed it. I actually played not too much, but a little bit of that. Some of the races where it was more.
What the fuck? Give me the tooltip, man.
Quite so much skill.
Hello.
So I sort of enjoyed. I enjoyed doing that stuff. But funnily enough, we didn't see an increase in players when we ran race seasons. We just didn't. Which is I don't really know why that. I guess it just sort of engaged players who were already playing. So it just kind of wasn't really something that was moving the needle as far as like
you can't see the ring.
Getting players in the door, and that's kind of why it ended. But as I said, I still like it though. Like I want to run it. Like I like it. So yeah, we should try and do it more. But just needs a person internally who's going to do it.
Recycle past league challenge rewards. There's the reward structure for the.
I do not think that's a good idea, because those rewards were sold as exclusive, and they therefore need to be exclusive.
Well, they weren't sold if they were challenge rewards.
So when I say sold, I mean sold to the community, like, you know, as in the community we're told this, and so therefore we don't want to go back on that. Which is the same reason, like we're careful around that stuff, because like that fairness of that stuff is very important. So yeah.
Wait, is this like a softcore bug? What is going on? I've never seen this bug. I mean, sometimes I have like that there's like a bit of a delay on the tooltips or something, but this was really weird. And also like the waypoints just all disappearing. Actually, I should have walked out of the gate hall and see if there's still no waypoints. I forgot now. I noticed higher ping today. Well, I noticed going to World Tier 3, it was definitely like, you know, a bit sketch with like lags and stuff, or like I clicked my stash and everything just lags for like half a minute or something, kind of strange. But this is probably just because I'm like doing everything the first time or something. What was at the top of the hour? And we can probably go there and get it. Oh shit, I just realized I filled up my disk as well. Okay.
So in PoE 2 then, because I'm hearing a lot of like custom challenge type of stuff, are we expecting the return of custom leagues? Maybe this is a question I already asked that I might have missed.
There's no reason. Yep. There's no reason we wouldn't have that. It's just absolutely a feature that we would have. I mean, it's not like hugely popular, but it's also no problem at all just to kind of have going there. There's some. I think there are probably some custom league features we could do that would improve it a lot. In fact, I honestly want to revisit that again now that I'm thinking about it, because like there's some cool shit I think we could do around that stuff. But yeah, it's just kind of another one of those features where it's like it is what it is. People who like it, and it stays how it is.
Fair enough. Well, Ghazi, you got another question? You want to follow up with?
I have one small one, yeah. I got one small one, and it's touching a little bit about you, Jonathan, what you talked about with Crip recently, and it's the aspect of...
So YouTube's still running? Apparently Twitch just crashed, guys. Are we still here? Let me see. Excellent connection. You guys are still here, right? Okay. Is there a link? How did I link my live stream? Can I do that? Can I do this? Ah, here. Easy. Can I do this? Ah, here. Okay. Well, apparently Twitch just crashed, so that happens. Reconnection successful. Okay, apparently it worked. We're back, I think. Are we back? No, we're not. What the fuck is going on? YouTube's alive, yeah? Nope. That's okay, we connected apparently, but apparently I gotta try to restart Twitch. We're still back. Hello? Okay. Well, that's how Twitch works in this country, guys. But that's always YouTube. Can recommend.
Of free respecs for your character progressing, and your statement, correct me if I'm wrong, was that you would prefer to see information to be provided in a more digestible and effective way to the newer player or the player themselves, so that they could make a sound assessment and a decision of their character's progression to not need the respec points to begin with. Now,
if you're on Twitch,
I've been working personally with written guides for almost a decade, and I can tell you right now that they don't read it. They don't read the guides, so they're not going to read the tutorial in game either.
Well, to be clear, what I was referring to there was the feature we discussed earlier, where you can see when you hover over a passive point what the effect that will actually have on your character. And also, just to understand, I'm not saying we should have less respec points than we have now. We probably should have more, honestly. But I don't think that just giving out more and more respec points is the solution.
Wait,
that the tree.
Where are you, Nini? What the fuck? 230 kilometers. It's like around the corner, man.
Needs ultimately, I think that it is more to do with making sure people understand how the tree works, which is why for features like the informational type stuff, I think is actually the better way to go. But sorry to.
No, I just feel like people just don't read it. They take the POB and they think they've read the guide. And
well, I do think they'll read. I do think they'll read like plus 25 DPS on this skill, right? Like versus this other one that's plus 10 DPS. Like they'll read that. I agree they're not necessarily going to read an information dump, but I think that there are ways to present information that players will see and appreciate.
What the fuck is going on with my game, man?
It's just a matter of making sure that we're doing that. Like I don't think, like, I agree with you. Like, a lot of people actually suggest the things where, oh yeah, we should just give them this big screed of information about this. And I'm usually of the opinion that actually, well, once again, like, yeah, nobody reads that, right? Like, they're gonna watch you have to. They might watch a video on something if it's right in their face, and not too long and not too complicated. They might look at like a plus 20%. Plus 20 DPS like number that's there, but they're probably not going to go off and read a big screed about how some particular mechanic works. So yeah, I agree. We have to do that. But as I said, I think it's just a matter of presenting information really succinctly and well, and making sure that we can find just good little UX ways to do that.
Speaking of clarity,
I guess my
I think
you want to go, guys?
I guess my yeah, I'll take it. So I think that my question goes down to, do you really think that making sure that information is available for the players to make that decision, that assessment, is going to be enough? Because when I heard this in the interview, my reaction was, I don't think the majority of the community will feel that is a fair solution or a good enough of a solution compared to having increments of, hey, okay, you've reached this point, you can now use one free respec.
All right, well, I'll ask you this question then. Do you think you should be able to make mistakes on the passive tree?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, if that's the case then at some point there's going to be people who are unable to allocate the correct points, even regardless of what information you give them. That's just a thing that can happen. So, is the problem, if people have to be able to make mistakes, then on some level, is it possible, like, what solution, like, if we're we're going to give them all the information that they need, if you want people to be able to make mistakes, then yeah, there's going to be that situation. I don't know what else we can do. You know what I mean? At what point do you say, at what point does it become the fault of the person allocating the points? You know what I mean? Like, if people are able to make mistakes, then there has to be a point where that is the case.
I'm going to die either way.
It's just a question of where you draw the line.
You can put in all the tips you want in the game. I'm still going to die.
Yeah. So then,
I mean,
so
the
then where do
correction
you
to
draw
the
line,
mistake
right?
is the respec points that you do get access to. No, I absolutely
sure.
buy the argument to it personally. All I was saying is that my reaction to it was that I personally didn't see that being considered a solution based on the community's reaction. But I might be wrong, and I'm happy to be wrong on this because I think that the arguments you're presenting is more than valid, and I actually agree with you personally. I'm just trying to see it from the other players' views.
as a random bugbear, by the way, and like this is a thing that happens all the time, but it is a bugbear of mine. Is a lot of people will phrase feedback in terms of like, I think other people will think this, and whenever your feedback is like in this way, I always kind of take it with a little bit of a grain of salt because it's like. What if everyone thinks that other people will think this, right? Like that they're just not even a thing anymore. You know what I mean? So it's one of those funny things that that I've noticed can happen sometimes, and I always take feedback a lot more seriously when it's like I think this rather than I think other people will think this, because like then it's like, well, then we know it's a real problem rather than kind of like I'm assuming I believe someone else might have a problem, you know? So like that's just one of those random little bugbears, and it actually happens internal to the studio as well. And I try to call people out inside, like our designers in the studio will sometimes present arguments of this nature, and I'm always kind of like you have to be really careful the moment that you're like I'm going to assume something about other people, because it's a thing. So that's just a random.
Very common.
Did you just assume my problems? What's this game like compared to WoW? This is nothing like WoW. This is completely different from WoW.
It's hugely common. This isn't just like something that you do. Like everyone does this, but it's just something that I always have a little thing about that.
You know, speaking of other people.
All of that being said,
oh, sorry, Mark.
There will still be there will still be respec points offered. Right?
Yeah.
It's just then we have to answer the question: how many mistakes is it okay for someone to kind of make? And I think I can't remember how many regrets you get throughout the quests in PoE 1, but like we kind of you know, do you say that someone can make 200 mistakes, or is it more like 20, or is it more like 15?
Well, the thing is, it's not just about mistakes, right? It's also about just like, okay, like you make a character, you start working towards a certain direction of a build, and then you realize you don't want to make that anymore, and you want to like respec your, you know, ice Sorc to fire Sorc, and suddenly you have to respec everything. And then it's not just about fixing a mistake, it's about making another build. And then you just need like, you know, 100 points, right? So it's not like, I think this whole like, you know, putting like a number on it is kind of the wrong idea here. So yeah, okay, it could be nice if we do like, you know, small tweaks to have like points, and then okay, how many small tweaks can you make? But here we're talking about, you know, maybe something also like, you know, like a complete respec, and there should probably be options for that as well, right? We discussed this yesterday as well, and it seemed very adamant that making respecking just kind of like difficult in general, which is early on at least definitely a problem. You find out certain things are underpowered. Yeah, that can also be, right? You just like start playing the game and the balance is off, and then this is effectively on the devs if the balance is off and something just sucks. But you have to fix it as a player, and the way to fix it as a player is to respec, right? And then, yeah, you're just kind of like stuck there if you don't have enough options to do that. So that can easily become a problem. Yeah, it's like, you know, you start here in D4, and, you know, like end game, okay, most stuff is like somewhat balanced. But, you know, early game especially, like a lot of stuff is like really shit. Like, you can't even play it or so, but like, you know, some of the Druid key passes would be examples, right? Like something like Nature's Fury, for example, just does literally nothing. If you don't have like synergies like Symbiotic later, for example, right? And if you just pick that, and you can't undo that until later, until you realize, okay, there's actually these kind of synergies that actually are intended to make this thing good at some point, but they just don't do anything early on. And this is also not necessarily a balancing problem. It's just that, you know, some things have more complicated mechanics locked behind other, you know, synergies or something, right? And this is just how you design the class, and that's okay. But yeah, if you pick it up early, you know, the wrong key passive or whatever, then yeah, you're fucked. So Lightning Stone Druid equipped Tempestor regardless of item power? Yes. Did you get a sacred one? Pork. I want to see a sacred Tempestor. Yeah, Tempestor.
And obviously 200 is extreme. That's like, you know, 1.5 full character respecs at the end game. So like, or more. But like, you account for say 15 errors, and hopefully by that point they've learned, and that assumes no regret orbs are dropping, right? Like there are ways to then acquire for more mistakes, and it's a very, very different scenario if you're talking about like I just want to completely change my build, which it's a whole different topic. But I mean that's what re-rolling is for, I guess, generally, if you don't want to cough up the currency for it.
Speaking of a whole different topic, one of the questions I'm seeing all the time is people are wondering, it is cross-platform, but does that mean it is cross-play? Can we get some some clarity on this right off the top? Console and PC interacting, yes or no?
I do want to be more clear about this, but we haven't quite gotten to the point where we can talk about it yet, unfortunately. But it is something I think is important, and I'll just leave it at that. And then we can confirm everything about details around that later on.
I tried. All I can do is try. I'll take it.
I know.
I'll take what I can get for it.
You know, it's funny because like whenever you're dealing with other platforms, it suddenly becomes a thing where you can't just like you can't just say something when you've got like another stakeholder. You know what I mean? Like you actually have to,
true.
But actually, let's assume they make it crossplay. I mean, this was, I guess, bad news for a typical PoE audience, right? Because like most CPC game, and you have like console always has this problem with like delayed patches, and they can't really do like easy changes, like last minute things and whatever, right? There's like so many things that's gonna make it more difficult. But I guess for growth it's good. But yeah, it's like the same problem that D4 has, right? They have the crossplay, and yeah, well, it's nice to have that. It just comes with so many issues attached. And there's no problem in like turning on or off crossplay really. I only turn off crossplay just so I have like less people. But it just wouldn't matter for the PoE where you're not forced to see other people in the game anyway. But what it does matter for is patches, Like every patch has to be ready like a week in advance or more just to go on console. And that's a big problem, and you can't do like fixes easily and stuff like that. So crossplay is something that would work in PoE. Depends on like how the inventory management is. Like, I mean, in fact, less items in general and all that. I think it's okay, but yeah. I can craft a whole one sigil here. Guess we do this for now. It's kind of strange to not have scrolls here in the inventory, gotta say. Crossplay when enabled, it feels more like lag play. Okay, can we finally imprint our thing here? Please. We have 8 abstruse sigils. Nice. That should be enough. Exposed flesh. Let's go. Switching PoE, switching builds in PoE is so hard because of all of regrets. Yeah, but I mean, the main problem is that you don't have all of regrets early on. You only have them later. Later on, it doesn't matter. And early on is when it matters, because there will be noobs that will try something and they want to try something else. They want to try something else. Something doesn't work for them. They're gonna be unhappy with the build it shows, and they want to try to switch to another build on the same class, and they're gonna be like level 30. They have nothing, but they also don't want to restart, right? And then those noobs will just quit instead of re-rolling or instead of actually trying to figure out a way to fix it, right? If you don't give them an actual clear path to what's a respec or something, for example. Like in T2, you can just go to Akara and you can get a respec, but you can only do it 3 times. But you can still grind up more respecs later if you have to in the endgame with the essences or whatever they're called, that drop from the mini bosses. So that is they drop from the act bosses, I think, right? But either way, there is a way to respec a character in the late game that is kind of expensive, but you can also do it very easily early on, just from the quest reward, for example. And for example, having like a quest reward in a campaign somewhere that allows you a respec potentially, that you can use or you cannot use, I think would not be such a bad thing to have, in addition to regrets. Or just like, individual points, Somewhere along the campaign I could literally just make even a side quest, right? There could be like a side quest and you go there and then you get like a full respec if you want.
So So that's why it's kind of one of those things where, like, you know, you have to really know, like, you know, contracts must be signed and other things have to happen.
Let
you know
me
what I mean?
shoot another one at you and see if this one's fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about talking clarity in the game. That's why I was going to start with the other question. You're talking about this earlier. Loot filters is an obvious, amazing thing I wish other games had in, because it does make the readability of the game a very high tier.
Yeah.
Now, in going into PoE 2, I'm assuming we're going to have loot filters. How about in...
And are we disconnecting again? And what's going on? Twitch, please turn crossplay on. Oh my fucking god, man. Today is not a good day for Twitch. Okay, apparently Twitch crashed again, guys. Guess I'm gonna give the link again. Wait, do I still have it? Easy. YouTube doesn't disappoint, yeah. Oh man.
In-game customization of loot filters without having to import them from other websites. Is this something that potentially will be in PoE 2? Are we expanding upon the loot filter system?
Well, honestly, I don't know that we need an in-game... Like, I don't know that we're ever going to be able to make an interface for that that's better than some of the websites that exist to do that, honestly.
Fair.
Like, it's one of those things where, like, you know, this is another one, like, a very similar question people have asked in a similar nature is, hey, why isn't the trade site in the game client? And it's exactly the same thing. Like, I think a website is actually a better interface for being able to do that than a game client necessarily will be. There's probably a few things we could improve feature-wise in loot filters, like just minor things to do with, like, you know, like just some of the features around what you can mark up and a few other details like that. Like, I think there's a few extra little visual styles we could add and bits and bobs like that I think could be cool. Yeah, like, as far as like the actual interface for it goes, it's still just putting a file in a directory, I think, is probably is fine enough for that. Of course, my hope is that you won't need a loot filter in
Yeah, sure.
PoE 2 initially, but it's still cool to have the customization that people can do, especially when they're talking about, like, they're trying to find specific stuff. Like, it's always good to be able to do that. So.
It is certainly my hope as well that
Dude, people are talking about loot filters in D4. Of course, PoE 2 will need loot filters. Oh man. Oh god, okay. That's kind of funny when you think about it. But yeah, I mean, kind of strange that they're not, like, thinking about the better solution to loot filters. I mean, look at Last Epoch. Like, Last Epoch does it really well. And the system doesn't seem too complicated even. And I mean, Last Epoch is, like, not an as complicated game as PoE 1 is. I think PoE 2 might be somewhat comparable to, like, Last Epoch. In terms of, like, you know, loot complexity and item like, quantity and all that. And yeah, I think, you know, this works. And so I think they should really think about solutions for loot filter in-game directly. Same as before, by the way, but yeah. Even TI is in-game loot filter customization, yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just a way, like, this whole, like, website stuff. I mean, okay, later in this interview they said that they're gonna have in-game trading, right? So no trading website after all. Also no need for TFT and these kind of things apparently, so that's kind of cool. But I guess some stuff like TFT and, you know, services, I guess, is eventually, like, you know, these kind of things you can't trade in-game anyway, or like you can't price them in-game or something. So we will have stuff like, you know, communities where you carry and boost people and whatever, and RMT and all that. That will go all outside of the game client. But yeah, in-game trading is definitely good, and I think in-game loot filters should also be a thing. Maybe not for launch, you know, I guess it's like worst case a feature that they can bring later, but yeah. Depends on, like, what exactly they're gonna do to the loot system in PoE 2. Like, if there's really so few items dropping, then I guess it's not such a big deal. Did they say no trade site? Yeah, they're gonna have in-game trading. So, like, this is an old interview here, like 11 months later or something. They had another interview with this, and there they actually said they're gonna have in-game trading.
in PoE 2 you will not need it beyond formatting things to look more important.
Yeah, sure.
As opposed to just hiding 99% of everything.
Because the community obviously are going to have the things of like, this is valuable, this is valuable. That's what they're deciding, and so obviously they're going to want to make loot filters that highlight, what the important shit
it's
is.
cool
Oh
that
my God, man.
white background, red text equals expensive item. Like that is, and it's big and right in your face, and you're like, that's awesome. You immediately get that.
Right.
Without having to read, you immediately go like value. There's something valuable there just because you see the color.
But then we want the community to be the ones deciding what they think is valuable in that regard. So that's why the kind of like community maintain that. But ideally, you shouldn't want to have to filter items out entirely in PoE 2.
How does the decision of you see somebody, you're saying like filters as an example, you see something that a third party will make where you say they do such a good job, we don't necessarily need to improve upon it. It's already there, people can use it. Whereas opposed to other things like path of building you're talking earlier, it's like we don't want to implement that in the game because this actually has negative connotations. How do you as a team come together to decide which of these you're being allowed to, okay, the third party does this better, and how do you decide which ones, well, we like what the third party are doing, but we think we should do it in the game? How does that thought process come together?
I guess a lot of so I guess the thing there would be like, how many things have we actually done ourselves? And I think
the trade website.
The trade website would be one of the big ones, and that one really. I'm just trying to think back to why the motivations there were. It's kind of like there was a lot of dodgy stuff around
8 magic
like
on its class.
Third party.
What the fuck?
No, that wasn't really the main part though, was it? What was there around the trade site that was kind of the main reason we did that?
I can't remember exactly, but at least like I could see a world where it's like if I think what was it? It was PoE XYZ or something at the time. I don't remember. Like if that was gone, like
oh, I remember it now. That's right. It was all the RMT ads.
Oh,
yeah, that's right. Those third-party websites would cover in RMT ads. That was a that was a
trade.
That was a bit of a that was a bit of a
You know how much money those RMT ads are paying now?
I have no idea.
It's ridiculous. All of us streamers are getting offers from it on a weekly basis. It's hilarious how much they're paying.
But even it's funny though, because even with that one, we were like, we don't want to ban like the API. We don't want to actually like remove that. We're just like, let's just make a trade site that's better, such that we outcompete them, based on that being a better trade website, which kind of ended up working in the end.
That's kind of crazy because like even ad companies are doing it. Like they're being told. Even PoE Lab has had this issue where those kind of ads have snuck in, and they've been trying to work hard to make sure that doesn't come. And even then, it still sneaks in every now and then. It's almost impossible to stay away from. But it's actively active work around it.
But I mean, we sort of like I think it really just comes down to exactly what I was saying before about like the new player. Like, you know, will this feel more overwhelming or less overwhelming if a new player sees this as part of the expectation? So I mean, I'm happy for those things to exist. You know, there's all sorts of like crazy tools out there, and honestly, like it would be cool if we did more effort to some APIs and things like that to allow more stuff like that to exist. I think it's fun when the community makes those tools, but it really just comes down to, you know, is it new player friendly or is it not new player friendly? Like, can we do a better job or can we do a worse job? And these are the factors that go in to that, really.
But like on that topic, so can we then assume, based on what you guys just told us, that you guys are happy with the sheer quantity of third-party tools that people are utilizing, or in many cases even expected to use?
Well, okay, so there are some I certainly don't like. You know, like there are things that I think cross the line a little bit.
Any names?
Well, I don't know if I want to really do that, but you know, like sure, there are some things that I kind of don't love so much.
Soon.
Maybe you're more.
This video's almost over.
More happy to name names, Mark, than I am. But
well, no, I won't. Yeah, there are some tools. There are some tools that are like, okay, talking about some that are not allowed. For example, look, sometimes you go and trade with someone. Sometimes I go and trade with someone.
Yeah.
And they have unreasonably put all of that currency in the trade window faster than a human could. And I'm like, all right, that's questionable. And yeah, I could do something about it. But then I'm like, well, the fact that this many people need that is a development problem I want to fix. So, for example, I think in 3.24 we're going to be pushing for, if you control shift, well, you know, you can control click all your currency into the window. If you do control shift click, it'll put all of the currency of your inventory into that trade window all in one go, right? So now you don't need to have this illegitimate third-party tool in order to do that.
And once we have that feature, then we can potentially start banning people who use that tool.
Well, sure. I'm not to say there isn't people being banned for it or not. I'm just saying, like, I've gone and traded with someone and I see someone and, you know, like, sometimes you go into, like, 300 latency and you want to control click your entire inventory of divines or chaos into a window, and it's like with the 300 ms latency, it's like, oh my god, this is taking forever. Like, come on.
Yeah.
And then sometimes you go to that same person to trade and then it's like, and you're like, okay, I don't know. That's questionable.
No one reports them because we love those. We love those people.
Sure,
We buy a lot of things. Nobody's reporting them.
Yeah, I know, because there's a reason we don't. There's a reason we don't ban for that.
I could easily just be like, all right, I'm just gonna become a police here, or I'm gonna be like.
But it is against terms of use, because technically you are doing multiple actions on one thing, and so that's against terms of use. But at the same time, we've kind of been like, you know, like, I mean, it would feel a bit bad for us to ban people for that, right? You know, like,
yes.
Yeah.
So.
But at the same time, we recognize, you know, but therefore we come up with a solution to the problem. We do that, and then now it's like, well, now there's no reason for this tool to need to exist anymore, and that's an example of the kind of thing where we're kind of like, yeah, not so great.
So sometimes there's implement the tool in the game, and sometimes there's, just remove the need for its existence and do it ourselves. So, I mean, ultimately they achieve the same goal. I mean, another thing is the fusings and jewelers. We're going to add I guess it's more of an accessibility feature, which is that it's really only for getting 6 links or 5 links on 5 sockets and or max links and socket counts. So it won't be used for getting a 5 link on a 6 socket, but we will have it that, like, if you hold the fusing, you can shift click fusings to keep spamming it. If you hold it down, it will use fusings at some rate per second. I haven't determined how many it uses. I want it to be like ultra fast.
6 link without having a...
Yeah. So it might be faster to click, but you'll save the
cool.
mouse hand a little bit. It also, obviously, controller will get the same thing, so you can just hold down the button. It'll be like ding 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 ding. You know, right. I don't know how fast it'll be. No.
Sorry, we just had someone from the community just messaging us, but hey, you're spoiling our features. But
there will be plenty of people who can see and appreciate this later as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Sure.
So a real question then, just to make sure that I heard you guys correctly, was this something that is confirmed for next league?
It is. The tasks have been sent to someone with the target version of 3.24. Correct.
Okay.
We can never promise things will be done. At least in this case, but the goal is to do so. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And what is
one other spoiler in this?
Confirmed for next league, just to make sure that I heard you guys correctly. Was this something that is confirmed for next league?
Okay.
It is 24. Promise things will be done. At least in this case, but the goal is to do so. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
One other spoiler. Sorry, Nick.
Hey. No. Skip forward, come on.
No. This is specifically for DM. I am really, really trying. This is a different kind of spoiler. I'm really trying to make a hideout, a microtransaction hideout at that has contained within it an entire tower defense minigame. I really want to do this. So you can hit a button and see the monsters going, and you can build blight towers.
Log in.
I want this so much, and I will try. I don't know when. But it is. I think it is.
I as the solitary Blight enjoyer in Path of Exile, will hold down that tower defense, no problem. And as
you
go on, guys.
I just want to say, if you make sure that has like a leaderboard or something, or high scores or something, you actually make that shit engaging. Then I think we're gonna have a lot of people doing that, especially the people.
Why does the sun always go down, man, in the evening? To turn on the flashlight.
Coming from the Warcraft 3 custom games times. For sure. Sorry, Dave, go ahead.
Yeah, as we're getting towards the end of it here, I know we've been keeping you guys quite a while, so I figure we're starting to wind down now. But I wanted to give you guys an opportunity at the end here to shout out somebody on your team. Let's go, Jonathan, you, and then Mark. Can you drop one person on your team that you feel is doing a particularly amazing job lately going into the Path of Exile 2 development? And why?
My goodness, that's a real hard one to just like single out. Oh, you first, Mark.
Give a compliment. I'm digging for some positivity here. Is what I'm trying.
There's so many people though. There's so many people.
You know, I know. I reckon. You know what? Blake Blake has been doing a real good job managing the environment team. And he doesn't. They don't honestly. The environment team don't get called out a lot because they're not responsible for gameplay.
Sure.
And so like they don't tend to come up a lot during conversations like this. But Blake, you know, he's done a real good job just managing that whole team. Like I can, you know, you can ask him for something and it just comes back, and it comes back great. So he is someone that I think is real good. And as I said, he doesn't get a lot of kudos because he's just, you know, the environment just doesn't tend to get that as much.
Shout out to Blake.
I mean, there's too many people. I mean, you've got like Sam running that animation team amazingly. You've got Ed, who was already mentioned, doing the character animations, like all the player character animations done by Ed. Just amazing, right? You got Sam handling getting 700 monsters worth of animations done. You know, like it's ridiculous. You got Jason and the design team making pretty much every single boss, putting them together, like setting them all up. You've got Felipe doing every single player skill effect. Well, Felipe and Gabriel, but Felipe is like, you know, pushing boundaries constantly. All the awesome new VFX stuff you see is like coming from his brain, his mind, and the player skills in PoE 2 just look phenomenal.
See, you took the chicken way out, which is to name lots of people.
I know,
right?
because
it's a hard question. I know.
Unlike you have to name one, and that's hard, right? When you have to name one, that's hard.
I mean, you got Dane making all the items, and the items look ridiculously good. You've got Joey handling the entire character art, all NPCs, all monsters, concepts. She's running that team. I don't know what to... And then, okay, I'll give a special note to Tyler, because he is relatively new in the grand scheme of things, and that dude is, like, outrageously good.
VFX.
Yes, VFX. He is just so good for being so new. Like, you get these people that come in occasionally, they just have the eye for what looks awesome. He made most of the boss effects you see in... I will say it's most, probably, yes, of the boss effects you see in like things like all the ExileCon bosses, and just like an absolute champion when it comes to that. He did the Voodoo King and Affliction, which again is using some awesome stuff going on there.
Well, the fact that you're able to list so many of them off the top of your head, you know, inspires confidence, I suppose. And, you know, it looks like you guys enjoy the team.
Oh, 100%.
For sure.
It is very important to me and to us, I guess, that we know who everyone is and exactly what they're doing. And we talk to these people almost every single day. Our style isn't middle management. We talk to someone who tells everyone else. Like, we talk to these people, we engage with these people all the time. And it makes it just, the level of passion going on here is just amazing. And you see it in these people. We certainly give them the opportunity to, you know, shine. Hopefully they see it that way as well, but at least I feel that happened. I mean, I can speak to that because that was me, right? You might not know this, DM, some people do, but like 11 years ago I started as QA in this company.
Oh, really?
And now I am one of the game directors and currently like running PoE 1 and alongside Jonathan for PoE 2.
Mark likes to tell the story about how I wasn't going to hire you.
Yeah, he wasn't going to hire me. To be fair, not his fault. I walked in and these guys just asked me some questions in the middle of the room, and I didn't know this was the interview. And then I was like, and they were like, "Sweet, thanks for coming in." And I left, and I was like, "Okay, well, I didn't get that job." And I just thought it was a casual conversation. I didn't realize it was.
I mean, that's because that's casual conversations
Yes.
are how we do interviews.
Now I know this is how things happen, but my my expectation of how companies worked was very different to how this one works. So anyway,
it's all good, man. My first
it's awesome.
interview, I showed up in pajamas because I didn't know it was an interview, and I did not get hired, in case you were wondering. So yeah, I've had similar experiences, but yeah, I want to thank you guys for your time. I want to thank the whole team, all the people you mentioned, and I really appreciate you answering some questions. I know we had probably some hard ones. We had maybe a little bit more softer questions in there too, but it was enjoyable to have the 2 hours and change you guys have shared with us here today. So thank you for that. And last thoughts or anything you want to mention here at the end as we're wrapping up?
I think we're good.
No, thanks to everyone, including you guys, obviously. And I just good luck with killing the rest of the Ubers. I have been watching all of your boss kill videos, DM, and I really
trying.
enjoyed your Cirrus one. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's good fun to watch.
Yeah, I'm after this I'm doing hardcore solo self-found. It's a character I'm working on now, and if I die I have to gift 100 subs, and I'm trying to make my way to Beat Shaper. So that's the current goal, and it's been a fun progress learning Path of Exile. And Gossi, you got any last mentions, call outs, anything you got going here, brother?
No, Previ got me roped into playing a bow build, so I'm doing Bama, and it is bombardment is crazy good. Whoever designed that, chef's kiss, dude. Holy shit, dude. I don't think I've ever enjoyed a bow build this much in my entire life, and I've played this game for a decade. So I'm very happy with that. Outside of that, thanks so much for joining. You'll find Darth Microtransaction on Twitch, Gassy TV on Twitch. You'll find this entire video, if you didn't catch it from the beginning, on youtube.com/Gassy TV as well. Big shout out to both you guys for joining in, Jonathan and Mark. And we will have another one with Jonathan after the reveal of the witch, apparently.
This is the video that we watched.
Confirmed.
That's not okay.
Ship it and clip it, boys.
Ship it and clip it.
All right. Thank you so much for this, and we will see you next time.
Awesome.
Thank you.
See you later. Bye.
Cheers.
Okay. Well, it wasn't as interesting as the other two interviews, but it was still fine, I guess. It was very long, this one. It's like almost twice as long as Crips. Holy shit. When bones on the plate is sound. I don't know, maybe you can try to write a program that plays a certain sound when you press a certain spell. Like some, you know, visual detection program or something. I'm not sure what kind of sound.
Bones Storm!
What the fuck is that? I've never heard that, but yeah. There's no way they can... I guess you can try to like alter the game files or something, but I wouldn't really suggest that. Where's that from? It's from a boss in WoW. Oh, it's like from the... Is that from like the Lich King raid or what? The first boss? Yeah, Marigar. Oh my god, okay. Didn't realize that's the sound for it. Yeah, I didn't raid in the ICC. I quit in Lich King because I didn't like the expansion very much. And I kind of skipped most of the raids there, besides I did a bit of Agamon raiding and stuff. Anyway, you can turn on some music again, apparently. Can I catch the Herald? Maybe someone else is doing it there. You'll be blasting this in walls. There needs to be a rewarding cash limit after 10 or 50 million. I don't have to tell Blizzard that. Oh, I didn't actually finish this. Okay, we can do this, and we can do a turn in, and I think we're gonna go World Tier 4 actually. 51. This might be fine as a Necro actually. Oh, Brian, I'm good, and you? Thank you, I like the music. Yeah, I mean, if you like the music that's playing on stream, including like some of the synthwave that we have from Lowwave Records, there's 4 albums that they created. You can find it with my name on Spotify or Apple Music, YouTube Music, everything. Or Expansion Pack Music. We have a Firefly rank 7. What is actually going on? already have enough storage for so many characters. Well, either you kill them or you delete them. That's how.
It is done.
We can get some new boots here that are kind of outdated. Nine and a half move speed. 2 to bone spirit.
If you want work done, let's get started.
The force is ready for whatever you need. I can break that down.
Okay, what do you do? Bone grafts, I guess, is like the only one that actually does something, and then Scent of Death, maybe. Oh, that's very far. Guess I can go for that first, though. This is Essence on kill. Let's get that, actually. Let's try it. Above a legendaries drop very early, actually, like level 5 or so. You can get them very early. Dude, what? I was still standing on a waypoint. How did I get XP? Yeah, someone just killed this guy and I got loot and what the fuck? Hey, can you just stand here and like AFK found this? No. I'm not getting anything. Wait, why not? Aren't these guys right here? No. Okay, now I'm invincible. I'm getting XP. What? Look, the bar is moving slowly. You didn't know. Yeah, in hardcore you don't find people. That's wild. Holy shit. I mean, that needs to be fixed. Also, I'm getting legendary sets. Like, holy shit, man. Look at this. How stupid is this? Okay, get a coffee and come back with free paragraph. I might actually take a short break. I should probably try this in World Tier 4 though. How long do these was last right now? I completed them all. I don't know. But yeah, staying there in World Tier 4 would be kind of big. Bits nice loot as well.
Cursed. This place is cursed.
Okay. Level 52. Should be fine, right? We're gonna be fine. Yeah. Oh. Actually, what are my resistances like right now? 27 cold, 34 fire. Okay. Dude, I do so much damage now. Holy. Two-shotting these guys with bone spears. Without the overlap, actually, I can probably one-shot elites, yeah. With like a good overlap. It's kind of nutty. At least on a crit with grasping veins. Okay, we have a special event soon, by the way, guys. I guess after the capstone. I'm gonna be playing with some guys from the Greek community today. Anyone here from Greece? Besides Nini? Hard vibing here today. Ooh. Greek Pride, let's go. Yeah. I just joined their Discord server. Okay. Actually, I guess I can, wait. I'm gonna go and voice them in a second. Dimitris. He's the one who set us up. Okay, let's see what he says. Okay. Hello?
Hey Max. Hey.
Hello Dimitris. I'm on
How
stream
are
right
you?
now, so just so you know.
So
I'm doing good,
is
and you?
Would you prefer Max or Wudijo?
I don't know. You can say either, but most people just say Woody or something.
Woody. Okay, sure. Thank you very much for coming, taking the time in order to do this. It is quite an honor that you joined us in order to play the game with you.
Yeah.
The community is a pure Greek community that it was started in July. It is the most active community in Diablo 4 at the moment. Although it is unfortunate that the game is a bit slipping from being quite an active one, quite a dominating game. But we do believe that it has the potential to be even stronger.
Yeah, I think so too. Well, it's cool to hear that you know, you have like this entire community here set up. Like, how many people do you have in this Discord?
So here it is 300 people, but active we have approximately 50 to 60 people who are joining the channels on a daily, weekly basis, because we play together and we are always participating in voice chats. So what you will see in this community is mainly people participating in voice chats. The average age of the community is around 40s, so we don't have a lot of youngsters. The youngsters are the minority here. Imagine we have people of 45, 50, even 65 years old, people playing Diablo 4.
Okay, nice.
So it is a very engaged community here. And this initiative, I thought about it back in November, that it would be great to play with one of you guys. I tried even with Rob, but it was quite difficult to reach out to him. And there was even an active possibility of Lucky Luciano to join us. We exchanged 20 emails or something, but then because of the previous season having quite a low interest, it didn't materialize. So you're essentially the first one who is joining us.
But it's cool that you're trying to do this with other streamers as well. So yeah, good luck with that at least. You know, things can be pretty fun.
Okay, you do stream as well, Max?
Yeah, of course.
Perfect.
I'm on stream right now, so people can hear you, and you know that they just heard your explanation and stuff, so they know a bit what's going on.
Perfect, no problem. So listen, what I thought, and please tell me if it works for you. What we thought, and we did a competition where we have 6 people, 3 people from one team and 3 people from another team that will join you in order to play 100 level Nightmare Dungeons. I assume that this is what you guys are going to play, not less than 100, right?
Well, yeah, okay. I have to tell you that I'm somewhat low level right now. So you know, like I know that you guys are playing softcore, right? And I just started my softcore character, and I didn't actually like invest as much time as I had hoped I would.
No problem.
So I'll try and see what I can do, but I'm probably not 100.
No. What level is your character?
Well, I'm doing the capstone dungeon, the second capstone dungeon right now. I'm level 52, but yeah. So I can do Nightmare Dungeons in World Tier 4 and stuff, but I probably won't do like 100.
Do you want us to take you on the capstone?
I'm in there right now. I'm doing it right now, actually. So while we're speaking.
Okay.
So I will be in World Tier 4, but I won't be like T100 ready.
No problem. So look, for us, it's important that we are bonding together and we play with you. It's not
exactly. So I also figured that we don't have to go like super try hard, hopefully, and I mean you can try some challenging stuff or whatever, but yeah.
Exactly. So whatever you guys will agree. So the idea is that we will all join the channel wudijo event. Everyone will be muted except you and the 3 people that you will play together.
Okay.
So because I don't want the others to create quite a situation, because a lot of people would like to ask you questions, etc. So I will be there together with you, unmuted, in case someone from the muted people would like to ask you a question. Feel free to decline to answer any question that you feel is not a question that you want to answer. The guys know that they won't ask questions that will make you feel uncomfortable, but they might be interested to understand how you see the game, last epoch, any.
Yeah, I mean this is fine, you know. Like I'm open to like a lot of questions, so I think that's really not be a problem.
Okay. Perfect. So, yeah, essentially, we join wudijo event. We start playing. I mean, you will start with the other 3. I didn't take part in the competition. Mainly, I will try to moderate the whole thing. Everyone will be muted. And then you
can you tell me more about this competition? So you were running a competition in advance, right? To determine who's gonna join now. Okay, so what did you do there actually?
So this was like a 7 days competition, in which 7 days we have some tiers in this server. This tier starts from unranked to bronze, silver, gold, diamond, etc. The more you participate actively in the channels, in the voice channels, the more XP you are getting. I have a bot that I'm using for this. The more XP you are getting, so the more XP you are getting, you increase in the tier. So we put into the raffle only those who had the gold tier, the diamond tier, the mythic tier. So the ones who were very actively participating into the channels. I didn't want everybody, no matter whether they were active or inactive in the channels, to go into a session, a gaming session with you, because I wanted to have people that are active in the community.
I understand. That makes sense.
For that reason, I promoted this in a Facebook group that there are approximately 4,000 or 5,000 Diablo players, although the majority of them are quite inactive over there. And we had yesterday that I did a raffle, there were approximately 30 people who reached the point within a week to get the tier for them to be eligible for the raffle. I did the raffle in front of everyone through the random org, and we got 6 people and some people who would replace those 6 in case someone would not be available, and that was the whole process. 2 months ago, we did the same situation with a raffle on who will win the Diablo 4 Collector's Edition. So I try every 2 months to have an initiative that will increase the engagement in the community. Although this is a bit an expensive thing to do in order to keep the community running, it is something that it keeps it alive. So I'm happy for that, and that's why I'm also happy that you take the opportunity to join us.
All right, thanks for the explanation, and yeah, sounds nice. So I hope that everyone's gonna have a lot of fun here. So we're gonna be like cycling through some people, or how's that gonna work exactly? So yeah, like is it just like 3 people all the time?
So we will go wudijo event. 3 people will join a party with you. You will run for an hour, and then these 3 people will go out, and there will be another 3 people.
Okay, I see. All right, so that sounds cool. All right.
Yeah, so I guess it will be great, and also a good experience for us to say that we leveled wudijo. No one will be. It's gonna be.
Yeah, I can definitely need a bit of help right now on my Necro, so that's...
Sure, let's do it, man. It will be our pleasure. Well, let's do it. Let's do it.
Alright, so we're starting in like 5 minutes or so, right?
Yes. In 5 minutes, just join the wudijo event.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. I'm gonna... maybe give me like another 2-3 minutes or something. I'm like finishing this dungeon, and then I'm gonna...
No problem.
Alright.
When you're ready, just join us and we will be there.
People in chat are asking how do they join the community. Are you on Twitch chat right now? Can you link it maybe? Your Discord? So I guess for the Greeks.
Yes, absolutely.
It's a Greek server, guys.
On Twitch it is.
Yes, I mean if you're on Twitch, then just link it there.
Okay, let me open Twitch as well. People can hear me at the moment.
They can hear, yeah. So they heard all the explanations and everything.
So hi everyone. So hello everyone. Hello to the whole community of Max. Great to be with you guys, and hopefully we will have fun together.
Yeah. Chat says hi, Dimitris.
Hey guys.
Yeah. He sounds very Greek, huh?
Yes. It's quite Greek indeed. So let me share the. Okay. Yeah, I need to log in. Hold on a second.
Okay, he's coming, guys. Don't worry. How does softcore work? I mean, this is how it works. You ignore resistances and then start blasting. Then the guy one-taps here and capstone. I don't have cold res here. Could have gone for extra cold res, I guess. But yeah, whatever. Yeah, these guys are gonna be hard carry me, I think. I was hoping I would be a bit further along, and I also wanted to start this character yesterday already, but then I did like all the last epoch stuff and all that, so. Is that you? Born?
Yes, yes, that is me. Yeah.
Is that MM is like 2015? What?
Yes, exactly. Your Latin is quite good.
Well, I mean, no, there's Roman numbers, right? So like, yeah, we started.
Nobody tells that. Usually they ask me what is that, and I have it as a tattoo also on my knuckles, on my fist. So usually it's like, what is it? This is actually the year that my son was born. So.
Ah, okay. So that was Dimitri's, guys.
I will join the guys into the lobby, lobby channel.
This is the last guy.
I can inform them that we will start in 2-3 minutes for them to be aware.
Yeah, I still have to finish Elias, so maybe say like 5 minutes there.
Yeah, sure. Take your time.
Okay.
If you need help with the capstone, let us know, man.
Okay, maybe that.
We did a couple of times.
That's fine. I'll be able to handle it, I think so.
Okay. Cheers.
Okay, see you in a moment.
See you in a moment. Bye-bye.
Alright, so I guess they're gonna prep and stuff, and I'm gonna join in a second. So we're gonna do like, I think 2 hours, he said. So, yeah, just like casual hanging out and stuff. It'll be fun. It's all Greek to me, Kappa. Okay, let's go. Just Elias left. Those one-shots were annoying. I wonder if Elias one-shots me. I'm very squishy. And I have 35 fire res, might be okay. I just didn't have cold res. These guys actually just one-tap you if you don't have cold res. Let's go. He's so lovely. Yeah, seems like a nice guy. And he's like, you know, as he said, he's like trying to keep the Greek community alive and stuff. He's doing like, you know, these events and all that, so kind of cool. Oh my god, Elias blasting me, by the way. Okay, I'm... oh my god. Oof. Maybe I do need the help of my Greek friends here. What the hell, man? Like, I was walking in here on level 50 on my rogue, and it was like easy peasy. Yeah. I'm just too squishy right now, that's the main problem. And I have to play this like very carefully, and then can't do the shotgunning. So, F. So maybe they can carry me through the Elias fight real quick, actually. I was trying to go very early so that I'm at least in World Tier 4 when this thing starts. You carry for 500 million. Oh, thanks, man. That's a great deal for Elias. You need help? Yeah, it's fine. I'm gonna join these guys. Sacrifice defenders. Ah, true. I could do that actually. Yeah, they're really good actually, right? To give you lots of res. Do I have the sacrifice thing? Yeah, that's fair. It's a really good early game strat. The res rework. Didn't know what he's doing the event was. Yeah, I mean, I'm basically always streaming, right? So, let's go. I mean, if someone is uncomfortable with this, you know, and maybe can find solution, but let's go. They said wudijo event channel. There's no one in there though. They're all chilling in the lobby. I guess he's like explaining to them right now or something. Well. Ah, Nini joined the Discord as well. Okay. Look how many people there are, guys.
Εγώ ακούγομαι. Τέλεια. Θα ανοίξω την Έλενα. Λοιπόν, μισό λεπτό να ανοίξω την Έλενα. Μισό λεπτό. Muted. Θα πρέπει να ανοίξω την Έλενα. Ποιος άλλος? Wudijo. Λοιπόν, μισό λεπτό να ανοίξω Έλενα και Wudijo. Μισό λεπτό, κύριε. Max, just a moment. Let me unmute yourself, Elena, and the other two guys who will play with you guys. So, bear with me, please. So I can change the settings in the channel.
I can't speak right now on the channel. I'm muted. Everyone is muted, so he has to manually do it.
Okay, Max, I believe you can unmute yourself now, if I'm not mistaken.
Nope. I can't.
So let me try with Elena as well.
I just wrote a real quick in the Discord channel. I'm sure I have to consider.
Yes, I know, Yanis.
Okay, it's kind of hard to keep track of the Discord while I'm doing the Elias fight here when I'm so on the get. Holy.
Adonis. Okay.
Oh shit. Oh man, you could have blasted him so hard if that wasn't in the wrong moment.
Αντώνη, για δοκίμασε να ξεμουνιταριστείς, σε παρακαλώ. Max, can you please try to unmute yourself or exit the channel and enter it again?
Okay, I guess I can try that. I'll need a second.
Ναι, ωραία.
Okay. Αντώνη, το κάνεις. Ωραία.
Ωραία.
Okay. Let me unmute Elena as well. Okay, so Elena, I'll have to change the permissions. Elena, once I tell you, please try to exit the channel and re-enter it again. Elena, για δοκίμασε κι εσύ. Max,
Kalispera.
you can hear me now, right?
Yes, I can hear you. Hello.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Hey, Elena. Woody, you can hear us?
Yeah, hello.
I think not.
Yeah, yeah, we cannot hear you, Woody.
Wait, it can't. Oh, you can't hear me. Okay. I'm gonna try to just disconnect completely and come back or something. Hello?
Yeah, it seems like your tile is being highlighted, but we cannot hear you. So let me see if it's... No, you have permissions. All of the permissions, they are there for you, but seems like we cannot hear you.
I mean, what happened? Hello?
Max?
Can you hear me here?
No, it's not the channel, because I can see that
I will try to
it's highlighted. So
I'll
it
restart my
seems
Discord,
like it's something to do with the settings, with your settings or your mic.
Okay, I'm just gonna restart my Discord. I don't know what happened though, like, I was just talking to him. Like, what is going on? Okay, let me see that again. Hello? Where am I? Hello?
Hey.
Is it working? Can you hear me?
Έτσι.
No, they can't hear me.
Ωραία. Για να δω, Βασίλης. Ο
What the
Βασίλης
hell?
είναι ο Lokis GR. Okay. Let me try Vasilis as well. So.
Hello, can you hear me?
Vasily, you will have to re-enter the channel.
What the fuck?
Now, but if you do it now, Vasily, αν το κάνεις τώρα, you will be okay. Woody, you can hear us?
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Hello? Yeah. No.
Oh, it works?
Yes.
Okay, Kalispera. Yeah.
Kalispera.
Hello.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
How many other Greek words do you know? Like Malaka, for sure.
Dio Peter Hero.
Okay.
Wow.
Apollo. Yeah, I know.
Nice.
I know a few things, and I can understand a few words, but I can't speak it very well. So, but I do have a Greek wife, so.
Keep trying, because I have a Dutchman and he learned to speak Greek. So keep trying.
Yeah, I mean it's just about the time. You know, I need time to like actually study the language. So that's just the main problem.
Yeah. You don't have to study. Your wife needs to talk to you in Greek. So with time, believe me, you will learn it.
Yeah, maybe yeah, but it still needs like some effort, I think. But anyway, I'm glad to be here. Hello, guys, and
welcome.
I hope that it's fine on English, and you know, I know like English is like really like it's like very like many people speak English, right? And I hope that even though there's a Greek community, we will be fine, you know, and communicating with each other.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so who do we have the pleasure with here? This is Elena.
Yeah.
Demetrius is gonna be chilling, and then who is this? Antonis?
Yes.
Yes, and me.
And Arben. Basilis. Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah, nice to meet you guys, and also everyone else who is gonna be here. So I'm very much looking forward to this. So, just wanted to let you know, like, I'm not sure what Demetrius explained to you now, like, I'm on stream right now, so, you know, people can hear you. But, you know, there's also people that are quite excited here about it on stream, actually, so that's cool.
Do you need help with the capstone?
Yeah, I just talked about it on my... Oh, my game actually just crashed. I just finished a capstone dungeon, but yeah, I'm not sure what you had planned exactly, if you had like, you know, some plans exactly for, like, you know, certain content that we want to do, but unfortunately my only softcore character is just barely... Yeah, I can give you my battle tag, just add me. Wait, did you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, my Discord was a bit laggy. Yeah, I'm gonna give you my battle tag, I'm just gonna write it here, so you can add me. At least those two are gonna group up with me now. Yeah. But yeah, like, unfortunately I only have like a level 50 something Necromancer now, because I usually play hardcore, and I just made this on softcore, and I didn't get that far yet, unfortunately. But yeah, we can just run some dungeons together, you know, have some fun, talk a little bit. Like Dimitri's told me that, you know, you might have many questions, and, you know, let's just do that. So, feel free to like, you know, ask anything you like or something.
So, Woody, quick question. Would you mind if one of the guys here stream the game in the channel, in the Discord channel?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I mean, I'm literally streaming myself as well, right? So, I mean...
Okay. Perfect. So,
Also,
because initially I didn't know that you would be streaming at that time. And that's why we created the channel, so that we would stream inside the channel,
okay.
and everyone would follow your efforts. So either Elena, Vasilis, or Adonis, because technically might be too much for you to stream even here. We don't want to stress your computer, so either of the three will either Elena, Vasilis, or Adonis can stream here, so the others can see.
Εγώ άμα στριμάρω θα έχω πρόβλημα με το ίντερνετ, οπότε αν μπορεί κάποιος...
Okay, Vasily or Elena?
Okay. How can I do this? I'm not sure.
You can just open live stream in Discord.
Okay.
Just
Share your screen, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
your screen, exactly.
I don't want to watch the Twitch. I mean, worst case, you can also just, you know, check out my stream if you want to see like my perspective as well, right? Since I'm on Twitch and YouTube, so you can look there if you want to see my point of view, basically.
Yeah,
or I'm not sure if I can also turn it on here for Discord. Let me see if I can also do that if you wanna. Yeah, I guess I can. So sure, we can try.
I can share my screen while from Twitch that you are streaming.
No, I started it on. I'm not sure how the quality will be, if it's gonna like lag or something, because I already have my own.
Do it as well, so perfect. Yeah, now we have the view of Vasilis and yourself.
Okay. Yeah, so if you want to play with me, then just, you know, like, add me now, and I wrote my battle tag in the channel. The crew.
I sent you a request.
I sent you too.
Alright.
Yeah.
For everyone, I will try in Greek now,
just for a few seconds. Παιδιά, όποιος θέλει ερωτήσεις, υπάρχει το chat του wudijo event εδώ του καναλιού. Αν θέλετε γράψτε στα ελληνικά και εγώ θα μεταφράσω. Ή εγώ ή η Έλληνα ή κάποιο από τα παιδιά. Okay. Max, for you and for the rest out there, what I ask from the guys is that in case they have any questions, they can write the questions in Greek on the wudijo event chat here, so I can translate and ask you directly in English.
Okay. Yeah, sure. I mean, just go, shoot it whenever they have something.
You mentioned your wife is Greek?
Yes, that's Nina V. I think she just joined the community as well. I see her in the channel.
She joined. She joined before. I mean, if she wants and she joins us again, maybe I can unmute her if she would like to participate in the discussion. Where is she coming from?
She's originally from Catalonia.
Kefalonia. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But now she's in Athens. Yeah.
Nice. Nice. Very nice.
Βασίλη.
Ναι.
Do you want to speak, Nini?
Δεν
You wanna
σε
join in?
Μπορώ να το κάνω εγώ το Βασίλη.
Για κάντο να.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I'm missing one now here.
Yeah, it's coming.
Alright, perfect. Yeah, as I said, unfortunately I can't do like very high-end things right now with my character, but we can try to run some dungeons or, something while we're just chilling. So,
okay. By the way, Woody, if you would like me also to reply to some of the guys here in your chat, that I can see some of them are talking about Greece or Greek, so not a problem for people to follow your chat as well in case some input is needed.
Yes, of course, just do that. If there's something that you pick up, and I guess it's a good opportunity also for my community, just get to learn something about the Greek community or Greece or whatever the questions they may have, and could be going both ways maybe.
Sure, perfect. That would be great.
But yeah, guys, what should we do?
Okay, both of just normal. What would you like?
Well, I'm fresh in World Tier 4. We can. I mean, you're all level 100, so actually not 91 there, so not fully decked out here. But yeah, I don't know. We can try some Dungeons together, see how I can maybe contribute, or just play something while we're talking, I guess. So I guess we're not overly focused on the gameplay itself.
Okay, I will do like create a key between 61 and 70, so you can follow behind us.
Okay, I'll try.
And yeah, we will see. We will try to clean everything. Don't worry.
I'm getting carried, but guys.
It's just random, so no worries. Go.
Yeah, to be fair, I've almost never done group play before. I've done it a little bit in Abattoir of Zir, and like a few runs here and there, and then Duriel, of course. But yeah, it's very random for me to group up.
Okay, let me try to unmute Ninevi in case she wants to talk to us. I don't know
Kind of
language capacity.
That's so.
But just in case she would like to talk to us in Greek or whatever, she would be free to do.
T63 as level 52. I'm just leveling up, guys. That's what we're doing. I can actually kill stuff though. That's cool. I wonder. I think I'm gonna try this. Maybe like after we're done here, I'm gonna try solo, like whatever, like some height here, and just see what happens. And just like mostly use squishy. That'll be interesting.
Don't forget your pot.
Yeah, I'm pressing it all the time right now. It's scary in here for me.
Okay, Ninevi is unmuted as well.
Hello.
In case she would like to join us again, she will be unmuted in the room.
Okay.
Are you guys also playing together, like normally, like Dimitri's explained to me, there's a lot of people here and like hanging out in the voice channels and this kind of things. But are you also like grouping up? Do you know each other?
Hello.
Hi.
Oh,
Okay, hi, Nini.
How are you?
We're good.
Nini
we're
is here,
good.
guys.
How are you?
Hello, Nini.
Fine. I'm in Athens right now, eating souvlaki every damn day. Finally.
Well, me too. Every time that I go back to Thessaloniki, I want to eat souvlaki, but always I eat something better from my mana's cooking. So every time I say, like, next time I will eat gyros. Every time, yeah, I will do it, but in the end, I don't do it. So you are lucky.
Mm-hmm. Goody, tell your impressions about Thessaloniki.
Thessaloniki.
You remember
Well,
Thessaloniki?
yeah, we visited it once together, so that was a really nice city actually. Like I really liked I remember the rotating tower. That was
Pirate
nice.
ship?
The pirate ship, yeah, exactly. We had like a little cruise there. So
We also went to the Ote Tower.
Yeah.
The one that goes around.
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah,
Panoramic view over
the
the
rotating.
city. What else did we do? We
I
went
mean,
to
just
that
saw a lot of things in the
fancy
city,
hotel
basically.
roof garden
Yes.
overlooking the port. After that, we went to Chalkidiki.
That's Nini speaking right
the
now, guys.
amazing beaches. But as Woody told you, I come from Kefalonia, so I'm also very spoiled when it comes to beaches.
Nice.
Yeah.
God, man.
Island.
Just died.
So far, we've been with Woody to Crete. We stayed 1 month there.
Where in Crete?
Our base was in
That was
Chania, but
in
we
Chania,
went
yeah.
around a lot. Yeah, we went to
Crete was really nice. I really like it there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of places already in Greece. We also like to yeah, in Crete we went also around a lot, right? Because we were there for like 4 weeks, and we drove to different places. I don't remember all the names of the cities. When was it?
Rethymno, Heraklion.
Yeah, Iraklio, I think we've seen, right?
Yeah, Iraklio, Agios Nikolaos, the one
Malya.
who
For sure, Malya.
Did we go to Malya? I don't remember.
For sure.
Ah,
Everyone
I
goes
think-
there.
Maya is about half an hour from Heraklion.
Actually, my mother comes from Crete, so I love this island too.
I'm from Rethymno.
Are you from Rethymno? No, my mom is from there as well. I love Rethymno.
I am from Chania, actually.
Mm-hmm. Chania has amazing beaches all around the area.
Indeed.
We also went to Bilio for vacation once.
Mm-hmm.
Where
Yeah,
else have I taken you, Woody?
the peninsula, Chalkidiki.
Yeah, Chalkidiki, we said that. He's
Oh,
super
okay.
busy. I want to go around everywhere in Greece with him.
Yeah, there's like way too many islands to explore.
We are open to suggestions and meeting you guys for coffee. Yeah.
And souvlaki.
Oh, there's so many options.
Mm-hmm.
I love the comment from one of you guys, the Woody speedrunning Greek islands.
Yeah, speedrunning indeed.
Yeah, I mean, we have to, right? There's way too many of them. So, how often do I take holidays? It's not often enough. So we have to.
Alonisos. We have a suggestion in chat to go to Alonisos. Yeah,
Where's Alonisos?
in the Aegean.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Woody, when he was very young, he went to Corfu for a summer, and he was selling pebbles there to buy donuts.
Yeah, when I was like 6 years old or something, yeah, I was there, and yeah, they had these like typical donuts that they sell at like at the beach or something.
You know,
And-
the lucumba we buy in the beach.
and I liked them very much when I was a kid, yeah. And when so you were painting, like my brother and me, like my brother was a few years older, we were
Yeah.
painting like stones as like ladybugs and I don't know, some we sold them to people so I can buy donuts. It was great.
He insists that it was the best he ever had.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
It's true, man. They're good.
Maybe they made them different back then. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I tried
Never
it
have a good
again. Yeah,
experience with them.
I tried again, and I didn't like the modern one, but maybe my tastes have changed, or maybe they changed the ingredients, or I don't know. That was like many years ago, so.
So, Woody, what is your favorite Greek food?
My favorite, I mean, that's souvlaki, of course.
Yeah, you always say that.
Yes.
You know, Greek cuisine like pasticcio.
Okay, I need to remember all the options.
You don't remember shit, right?
Yeah, I mean, I do remember, but first of all, I need to like see like what is there and also the names.
Yeah,
I
okay.
mean, in general, the Greek food is always good, like wherever I go, and and Nini knows, and there's gonna be good food. I don't have to worry very much. So.
Yeah, it always we always come back to euros. Yeah.
What is your specialty?
My specialty?
Yeah.
Woody, what is my
Exactly.
specialty?
Especially, I mean, like your cooked food. You mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
what
probably
I cook best, I guess.
that's probably pasticcio.
Pasticcio. I only
Yeah.
made it once in my life for you. It's very
Yeah.
hard to make.
But it was very good though. It's like definitely one that stood out.
And I thought you would say my crepes.
Yeah, the crepes are good, but they're not on the same level.
Okay, good to know.
I mean, you make many nice things though. So Nini knows how to keep me alive. So.
You're too kind. I guess you don't bite the hand that feeds you, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Ninevi, you're also playing Diablo.
Yes, I actually do play games a lot. Diablo is one of them. I made a Necro bone spear this season, but then I stopped to play Path of Exile for a while.
Okay.
And I'm gonna come back soon. But I'm
By the way-
nowhere near your level right now.
By the way, you have no restriction, no conditions attached. Invitation to stay in our server and play with us, because I know that Woody, of course, he has a lot of things to do. He is quite a busy man, so it would have been crazy for him to join us and try to spend time here. But feel free to join us whenever you can, whenever you want. It would be great.
Okay, I will do that.
Yeah, new friends for Nini.
Especially after I return to Bulgaria and join him.
You do speak Greek, Ninevi? You do speak Greek?
Fisica.
Okay.
Yeah, she's Greek. She's on California. I told you.
Yeah, I'm just
okay.
speaking to English also in your server in case Woody wants to read later or something.
Okay, cool.
And right now also 750 people hear us.
Wow, nice. Hey to everyone then.
We had more earlier, but stream went dead for some reason.
Well, maybe because it's Saturday and it's the time that everyone wants to join for a drink or something, and they just back again. Yeah.
Nah, it was actually, I don't know, like sometimes it just happens that Twitch has a hiccup or something. My YouTube stream was fine, for example, but my my Twitch stream not. So it's, yeah, I don't know. So something happens sometimes.
Yeah, one of the reasons we left Greece 1 year ago was to find better internet. So we went to Bulgaria for that.
Okay.
But soon we found out that disconnections is also a thing there.
You can come to Amsterdam. I live in Amsterdam. We don't have problem with the internet at all. So.
Amsterdam. You want to go to Amsterdam?
Well, I would love to go somewhere that there are no disconnects for sure. But right now, luckily, in Athens, I got finally a big upgrade in my connection here, and I got 1 giga download speed and 100 upload. So if we come back here during the summer, it would be all good, hopefully. And no disconnects, Woody.
Mm-hmm. Have you tried already extensively? Preparing?
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much.
What about you guys? How is the internet where you live?
Well, here it's. I live in Malta. By the way, not in Greece. I moved to Malta since 2012, and the connection I have is 2 Gbps, so 2000 Mbps.
Really?
Yeah, quite good, quite stable. It's fiber, so
Yeah.
we've been
Wow,
with
that's-
fiber since 2015 or something.
Wow. I didn't expect this from Malta. I was
Yeah, me
I
neither.
was doing research a while ago for us to move away from Greece. Yeah.
But just for everyone to understand, because I see that someone says that's insane. Yes, it is insane, but not all of the devices can take advantage of this speed. So a MacBook 16-inch can get up to 1.3, 1.4 download speed, while the
Yeah, from Malta.
other
Hello.
devices cannot get more than 1. So they can get 700, 800, 900, even if you connect with an Ethernet cable. So it depends also on the device that you have, whether you take advantage of the speed.
Malta has 2 islands, right?
It has Malta and the Gozo, the small island across Malta, indeed. Yeah.
Okay. And is that the case for both of the islands or just the main one?
No. It's actually they have. Well, to be honest, I cannot speak of Gozo. I don't know about the connection in Gozo, but I do know that here in Malta, across Malta, fiber is all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Camera's flickering.
Woody, are you interested in Malta? It's always sunny there.
Always sunny.
Yeah.
Oh.
Amazing beaches.
I don't know much about
Amazing
Malta, but I mean,
80 kilometers by 60 kilometers, the size of the island here. Quite a multicultural island.
Mm-hmm. People do speak a lot of English there, right? You don't
Absolutely.
have communication problems.
Yeah, second official language. First one is Maltese and the second one is English. So.
Okay.
Oh my God! If I knew about the internet connection, I would have chosen this over Bulgaria. Maybe they have also great taxes there.
It's a bit late for that right now. But
I know.
who knows? We can still relocate, I guess. So I mean, we're not staying here either forever. So
Nothing is set in stone.
Yeah, you're right. The taxes is a thing here for people to move to Malta. So.
yeah, I mean, Bulgaria is also nice and all, but yeah, ultimately I don't think I really want to stay here. So yeah, we have plans to like at least go back to Greece for now at some point.
Yeah.
Especially now that the internet has improved. It was like a big
Souvlaki
problem
every
for me. Yeah, Souvlaki every day is like hard to beat, to be honest. So that's the best argument.
We need to take another trip to Thessaloniki, though.
Yeah, guys, you can come by.
I was telling them earlier that our souvlaki in Athens is like a sample compared to Thessaloniki.
Yeah, they have like different style, different ingredients there or something, right? There's like.
No, they're just huge.
Maybe just admit it, please. Say it for my friends from Athens that in Thessaloniki the food is more tasty than in Athens, right?
It's just more in general, you know. Yeah, tasty too, I would say. In Athens, you have to search a bit more, I guess. Not that we don't have nice places to eat, of course, but yeah, you need to know where to go.
Yeah. Well, I'm happy that they cannot speak now.
Are there like many of these like sorry, yes?
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask, are there like these like regional rivalries? Is that like common in Greece?
Yeah, it's we have a funny rivalry. We also use some words differently, which makes things very, very funny. I don't think no one hates anyone, of course, But yeah, we
so-
tease each other a lot.
Yeah, true.
But it's always like in good spirits, I hope.
You also in Germany tease each other from Bavaria and other regions, right?
Yes, I guess so. We do that too. Yeah. It's probably similar.
Woody, someone
Yeah.
is asking here. Although I will go to Diablo now. Topic.
Sure.
What is the best Diablo for you until today? Which one you
History.
enjoyed more?
Okay.
I guess maybe I can complement this question with how do you see Diablo 4 being evolving, and how do you see the potential of Diablo 4?
Okay, I mean, there's a lot to talk about here. I mean, about which game I like the most, I usually just say bigger number, better game. So, you know, I like Diablo 4 the most, and then Diablo 3, and then Diablo 2, and so on. I mean, I did play a lot of Diablo 3, and more than Diablo 4 because it has been out for many years, but, you know, I definitely like Diablo 4 more these days than Diablo 3. I just, you know, see a lot of potential for the game as well in the future, and just like playing it. So, yeah, I mean, how is it going to evolve? We already know some things are coming, and, you know, I also expect that there's going to be a lot more things, you know, improving over time, right? Right now, we also, I think you said this at the start, right? It's like, yeah, Diablo 4 is not exactly where we hope it would be, but we all know that they're working hard on it, and things are improving every season. And next season especially, I think it's going to be a really big one with the itemization changes that they're planning to do. So, like, I've seen that already. I can't talk about it, but I saw a preview of what they're planning to do, at least roughly, and it looks really cool. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you here.
Yeah.
I know I'm pretty sure that you have signed NDAs
Yeah.
in order not to mention anything that is pending to be public. But can you mention again what you said about next season? Because
Okay,
I couldn't
next
hear you
season.
well.
Yeah, okay, next season. So this is something they talked about as well in like the developer update and the campfire. But they will change how items work, like item affixes. You know, there's gonna be also like some sort of crafting, as far as I know, or you know, like item modification and these kind of things. And like they basically all the items that we're gonna have now, they're gonna be like obsolete. Yeah, so we're gonna have completely new, you know, focus on what we're gonna find and the stats and all that kind of stuff. So yeah.
Okay. So my understanding is that you do get a taste of a preview, a sneak peek of a season before a season goes live.
Not necessarily. So for example, I didn't know anything about season 3 theme. Like I didn't know about the constructs or whatever. So that was also news to me. But yeah, sometimes, you know, as a content creator, I have like this Diablo partner program, and sometimes they do like a preview, or like at least they tell you like a week in advance, okay, something like that is coming or so. But it depends a bit on, you know, case by case. So yeah. But again, like most of the time it's like secret, and you just have to wait, you know, to talk about it. So yeah.
So you guys don't have any usability sessions with the development team of Diablo in order for them to understand better? Because you guys as content creators, you have a lot of interaction with the community. I mean, most of the interaction that someone can have is coming through these channels, through Twitch, through Discord, through YouTube. So I was thinking that maybe Blizzard, what they do at least is get in touch and provide access to you guys, give you some sessions where you can explain what you believe can be better. Because you listen to people, you talk to people, you have interaction with people. Something that Blizzard sometimes may not have to, or they're quite biased with the product that they're developing. I mean, it's normal, right? I mean, when you're working on a product, so many hours, so many days, weeks, and months, you're biased. Some things you cannot see them unless you speak to the actual gamers. So is it not the case that they speak to you guys? To you,
Yeah, of
to
course. I
Rob,
mean,
to Lucky Luciano?
Yeah, there's, as I mentioned, there's this Diablo partner program. You are in touch with like Blizzard, either with Adam Fletcher, for example. He is like, one of the popular people, like, he's a community manager, like head. But also like the devs sometimes, sometimes we actually do talk to them, or at least they read the channel and, they see the feedback that we have. And yeah, there is definitely a bit of, interaction there, more or less depending on the person. Again, like I can't really give you any details, but yeah, this does exist, and they are paying a lot. They're paying a lot of attention to feedback in general. I think one thing that D4 devs are doing well is they're actually, kind of aware of what the community wants. They're like trying to solve the problems that the community sees, or they are definitely paying attention to also what the content creators say, because we can aggregate opinions, the way that we do, right? Like I have. Every day I get like hundreds of people saying stuff about the game in my chat or on YouTube on my comments, and they're unhappy with a certain thing or they like a certain thing, and yeah, obviously I can read these things, and I carry this
Please
also to
tell
Blizzard.
them we want armory. We
Yeah.
cannot respec every time and spend so
Yeah,
much
I mean,
time.
armory is obviously one of the big topics, right? I mean, this is like thousands of people have told me about, I want an
Yeah.
armory, and yeah, I know that Blizzard knows that, people want armory. Like, this is definitely somewhere on the list, right? So it's just an obvious thing at this point that, they have to do this at some point, and it will happen. We just don't know when. So yeah.
As soon as possible.
Yeah.
As soon as possible.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. So if it's also something I put actually on my wish list. I made a video like a few days ago about my wish list for season 4, and at least I mentioned it there. I don't think it will happen in season 4 or so, but at least in the near future, I could imagine that that might happen. But yeah, it's just like it always takes time, basically.
I know. I played also in past
I just got
Diablo
blown up by
3
the
from begin,
couldn't
so
destroy your thing.
I know also it was not so easy
Thank
in
you, House of
Diablo
Cat,
3
for the
in
subs.
begin, but at least they know the problems that we have at that moment, and somehow they need to help and fix it.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's just like many things to work on, right? And as I said earlier, like every season brings something, and they're improving the game every season, right? And yeah, season 4 I think will be a big change already with the items, which is also like one of the big topics, I guess, that people are unhappy with.
Mhm.
And I think it will massively improve. It's probably not going to be perfect or something, but it's a good step for sure, I think. Yeah, I mean, in the end, I also don't know what exactly they're planning and when, right? So yeah, we do have, maybe like a feedback session, or maybe we do get a preview, but it's kind of like rare. And it's kind of like the dev team always decides like what they actually want to share in advance. For example, like this was a kind of special case with the items. They just invited a lot of the content creators, and they just kind of like showed them like their general idea, at least, of what they want to do, without like really the final system already, and like being fully fleshed out. So I also don't know exactly how it's gonna be next season. But on the other hand, I know nothing about season 5. I know nothing about season 6, and so on. So
Yeah. Are there gonna be any change? I'm reading a question from one of our members. Are there gonna be any changes in PvP? Are you aware of anything upcoming?
no, I think PvP is not a priority at all. And honestly, it shouldn't be. Like, while I would actually like also to see some improvements to PvP, I don't think this is something that I would even suggest to the developers myself to do right now. They have other problems, I think. So it's just the reality. Like, they have to do other things first, and then maybe an expansion or something. Maybe they'll do something with PvP, but right now I don't think so.
Okay. Woody, I don't know. I mean, no idea whether you have this information or not, but what is the reason that some of the features that were existing in the previous Diablo, for example, Diablo 3, are not available in Diablo 4? A lot of people are saying that Blizzard left those features on purpose outside of Diablo 4. I have the opinion or the assumption, maybe, that maybe those features needed to be refactored for Diablo 4. Do you know of anything around that? Why those features are still missing, and we're still waiting, for example, for a loadout to come?
Yeah, we just talked about the armory, yeah, but I don't know what's the exact reasons. I can only speculate. And if I try to explain it logically, I think it just has to do with the team is a different team than the people that made Diablo 3 like a decade or longer ago, right? This was like 15 years ago when they actually developed Diablo 3. And those people are no longer there. And also, I guess Diablo 4 had a different vision, I guess, right? I guess they didn't expect you to change your build that much, right? They wanted you to, like, make a character, level it to 100 over many hours, and then, your build kind of becomes, more and more, like, stable, and this is the character that you made, right? And they actually talked about this before the game released, like, they want respecking to be difficult and costly, and not, potentially even something you don't want to do because of that. So I guess this is why, right? They just thought you wouldn't have to do this because of how they designed the game and how they expected players to play. But then it turns out that players want to play a different way and they want to try different builds, and well, now they have to deal with the reality that armory is necessary, I guess.
Because we don't have anything else to do, like now they just put on an event that it kept us maybe like 2 hours busy, and that's it. So yeah, sorry, but this is something that we really need, because okay, I just play now Blizzard. I start with Fire, Meteor, and now I change to Blizzard, but then I want to change also to try the lighting or whatever. What is, the different kind of specs that I can keep busy myself, So
yeah, I fully agree. So like, as I said, I don't know why things are the way that they are, but I'm just trying to find like a logical explanation. So
I'm not accuse you. Don't take it personal.
No,
I'm
no.
just asking,
Yes. Yeah, it's also like, I don't know, like I think they launched with a vision of the game, like, making it much more slow, much harder to progress, like, they talked about they want you to play like 120 hours to reach level 100. Yeah, and I mean, the reality is that, you're gonna reach level 100 in 30 hours now, right? Because they made it easier and faster, or even faster, right? I did like even below 20 hours or even below 15 hours if you're really fast. You can go much faster than they had originally designed the game. And now, we kind of have nothing to do. So it makes perfect sense to me, right? Because they designed the game to like last a long time with just leveling, and now leveling is not a big problem, and yeah, there's not much else. So it's just logical, I guess, that now they have to fix it with adding more things and giving us better solutions to all the problems.
Yeah.
And yeah, as I said earlier, I think like every season they'll bring something new, and it won't be long before the game becomes, really like fleshed out, I think, and yeah, all these problems will just disappear, I think, or most of them. At least that's my expectation. So this is also why I'm still like, sticking to Diablo 4 so much. As a content creator, for example, like, I enjoy the game for what it is right now, and I know it's improving. And I know, also people that may not like it right now, they will come back as well. And yeah, I'm gonna be there.
Yeah.
Δόξα.
Έρχομαι.
Σηκώνω εγώ.
The Random Greek in there. Being boosted, yeah, a little bit, guys. But I think solo I could kind of kill stuff not too bad. I killed some of the smaller monsters here.
Woody,
yes.
Are you positive for Diablo 4 moving forward, or you believe that a lot of challenges will be in the doorstep considering that other games, other hack and slash games are coming. Last Epoch, the PoE number 2, for example. Do you believe that this is going to be a period where, okay, there will be quite a good competition, and this is always great? What's your take here?
Well, I mean, competition is generally good, right, for everything. To make sure that the game doesn't become stale. Like they are forced to innovate, they are forced to upgrade the game because these other games exist, and because they know people will go to these other games if they don't deliver something, right? So yeah, of course, this helps. And Last Epoch, I mean, personally, I'm also looking forward to Last Epoch a lot. Oh man, that was nasty here, by the way. What just happened? I walked out of the corner. Okay, anyway. FI still. Yeah, so Last Epoch, I mean, yeah, it's not going to be a threat, I think, for Diablo 4. Just because it's like, kind of like small game, small studio. But PoE 2 will be, definitely a big competitor, I think, for Diablo 4. And I think this will definitely incentivize Blizzard to like step up the game, try to do better with Diablo 4 and try to compete with that, right? To not lose a lot of the players. So while personally I'm just really looking forward to playing all of the games, like especially those three, like Diablo 4, PoE, and Last Epoch. I mean, yeah, I'm still like probably like main D4 guy, but yeah, maybe PoE 2 will just be like extremely cool, and a lot of people that now play Diablo 4 will all go play PoE, and at least for a while, right? So it's good that these games exist, and there's also more things to do as an ARPG player, because especially for people that play a lot. Yeah, I mean, if you're good at a game and you play a lot, then, well, you finish the game really fast as well. And there's not much left then, unless you just start again and make a new build, or, these kind of things.
Yeah.
So, yeah, ultimately, it's good that these games exist, and it's good that they also put a bit of pressure on Blizzard, I think.
Do you think there is the potential for Path of Exile to be a mainstream game, considering that it's a more complicated game than Diablo, right?
Yes, I mean, they will always have this problem.
Of the year.
Yeah, I mean, Path of Exile 1, at least, is definitely probably the most complicated game on Earth. Yeah. But, yeah, I'm not sure how mainstream. I'll definitely think that PoE 2 will be more mainstream than PoE 1 is. Which is like, if you compare it to the size of Diablo 4, it may look large because of the content creators and because of the streams. But the truth is, Diablo 4 is a way bigger game in terms of numbers and players and everything and the name. And this is just how it is. And yeah, PoE 2 definitely has a huge opportunity, at least for GGG, to grow, I think, and they're definitely going to try to catch a bigger audience, including Diablo 4 players, of course. But yeah, I mean, ultimately we will see exactly how that will play out, so we don't know.
We will see.
I mean, I was actually watching a lot of the PoE 2 stuff today and yesterday. Like, tomorrow I actually have an interview with Jonathan, the game director from PoE 2. So that's going to be quite exciting. And I've been trying to catch up a bit on, like what other people were also already saying in the interviews and asking and all that. So it's very interesting actually to see all these things. And yeah, I mean, I could also imagine like for you, for the Greek community, like, if you have this is like a Diablo themed Discord, right? There's only Diablo 4. But, there's going to be certainly a lot of people that also play Last Epoch now, that also going to play Path of Exile, and that is also like an opportunity for your community, I think. You can just like play together and like explore together, have some channels for people that are interested, and you should definitely consider that, at least if you haven't already.
No, absolutely. I mean, we're not. We generally play Diablo 4, but we do explore other games as well occasionally. So we have a good base of players who play World of Warcraft and Call of Duty, actually. So in a way, we are playing a lot of Blizzard games.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, perfect then.
but we are also and Fortnite, yeah. We're also looking forward to Path of Exiles and Last Epoch. Some of our community members also have started and played Last Epoch since the beginning, and now we're looking forward to the 21st of February, if not mistaken.
Yes, yeah, it's 2 weeks only. Not even. Yeah.
I'm back.
I'm
I'm coming.
Let's not
And
forget
Titan.
Titan Quest 2, yeah.
And Titan Quest.
Exciting
Yeah,
for
Titan
the
Quest. Yeah, true. Titan Quest is like a big game for the Greeks, I guess. Right?
You're right.
Yes.
When is that coming, by the way? Do we know? Like, well,
Sometime during this year, I think.
This year?
I think so, yeah.
okay, but it didn't say when.
Unless I'm greatly mistaken and confuse it with the expansion of Grim Dawn, which is made by the same devs, I think. Grim Dawn is also an amazing game, in case you don't know it.
Never played it, actually.
No.
I have a question for wudijo.
Yeah.
wudijo, which is the best class and why is it rogue?
And have you even played a rogue, Nini? By the way,
Yes, I did.
you did. Okay.
I created a build you are very familiar with.
I remember the flurry. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
long time ago. Yeah, I mean, I just like
I'm
these
a
kind
rogue
of
fanatic.
these
but
like
melee-
fast
melee
bow
fanatic.
classes. You know, like it's just like what I enjoy the most in these games. Like I always play these kind of classes more than the others. It's just what I like. You know, like in WoW, in D3, and like Demon Hunter, and you know, WoW. I played the
Demon
rogue
Hunter
and
is the
monk.
best. Demon Hunter is the best.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
that's why I don't like I don't like in Diablo 4 now the rogue, because I used to play Demon Hunter in Diablo 3, and the way that I have to play now the rogue here, I don't like it at all. So
Are you
I start,
are you enjoying multi-shots
yeah, and you know the strafe.
and the
It
strafe?
was
Yes.
so fast, so good. So yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely something I hear a lot, that people are missing this a lot, and you know, the D4 is just like it demands more of you to like, you know, get such a ranged rogue playstyle, right?
So fast.
It's
Yeah.
definitely something I also gave feedback like to the devs too, like in particular Adam Jackson, the class leader, for example. So I actually like mentioned that to him at some point, like, you know, like multi-shot, you know, like this is what people love, you know, like maybe we're gonna see something at some point. So
Because I really miss the Diablo 3, you know. I played even now that is end. I joined to season 30 and I did my rogue, I did my demon hunter, I did the season. You know, I'm really, you know, like attached to
get the
Diablo.
goblins, guys, they're running. Okay. Yeah, I also played a bit of season 30 myself. That was fun. Yeah, the season start and just jumping back on it sometimes. I guess you also have like still people here like from the community that play D3. And it's also D3 is like also like a good game to just play together, I think. Probably more than Diablo 4 if you ask me.
Yeah. True.
A bit, yeah.
Πέταξε τον Goblin.
Demon Hunter is king. I have a lot of Demon Hunter enthusiasts in my chat here as well on stream.
Demon Hunter, yeah.
It's the best.
I mean, it's also like my main class in D3. Like I've played this many years, so of course I have many people here probably that came to my stream because of that as well. So
Ninevi, in Diablo 3, what's your favorite class?
I was always playing the Age. Yeah, but always with daggers. Never
Okay,
liked
daggers are so
bow builds, especially. That was Woody's thing.
good. 'Cause, yeah. 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 'Cause, yeah.
I played a bit of Sorcerer and Necro too, but I love Necro minion builds, and D3 didn't offer that very much.
Yeah.
I like Necro in D4 though.
Yeah. I think, in season 1 with Necro.
Did you play minion?
Minions, but it was not so strong.
Yeah, it sucked.
Yeah. So
You
then
make it sound like it's better now. Yeah.
I heard that is. I heard.
Passive, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it actually like a thing?
Barbarian was also playing minions, and I think he was doing well.
Okay. Well, there's something then.
Fun fact: Kriparian also started with D3 and married a Greek girl.
Nice.
Wudijo is following his
Really?
footsteps. Yep.
Yeah.
Wow, wow.
The Age Goblin Blaster
So,
from
which
Rax.
is your favorite class, guys?
In
It's
Diablo
hardcore
4
popular.
we speak about?
Yeah, so far.
I mean, hardcore
I
is never
don't have
popular, I
any
think.
at that moment, to be honest, because I'm trying to explore all the characters. So now in this season, I made the rogue. I didn't like it. I turned into sorceress, and I can say that I enjoy a little bit more now the game with the sorceress. And I will let also my other mates to speak about class.
Yeah. What are you guys playing the most?
Vasilis? Vasily?
Τι, έλα.
You can tell us about what is your favorite class to Diablo 4?
Just started 2 weeks ago, so I only play Rogue for now.
I
So
like
don't know
you.
about the other class.
I like you very much.
And Adoni?
Maybe
Favorite?
Necro. Δεν ξέρω. I don't know.
Guys, I'm aware of the time. What is it okay if we shift now to the other team, to the other 3 guys joining?
Of course.
Joining Woody. Okay.
Ciao, ciao, Woody.
Okay, well, I mean,
Thank you for the runs and for the information.
well, thank you for the carry, I guess. So yeah, it was very fun. So you know, I'm glad to meet you guys, and hope you had a good time. And
We had.
Let's take a group.
Let's make next WoodyCon in Greece.
yeah,
And
let's
meet
take a
up
group
in
picture. Let's
Thessaloniki,
make a screenshot together or something,
Yeah,
guys.
definitely Thessaloniki.
In Thessaloniki.
Yes.
Nice. That would be great. That would
Oh.
be
Yeah.
great.
We will eat well, that's for sure.
Oh, guys, come back to the party. Let's make a screenshot together.
Yes.
Woody, we're also considering everybody joining for a photo in the end, for a screenshot in the end.
Oh, okay. If you want to do that, then let's do it at the end.
Oh,
Then,
no,
okay.
no. Feel free to do it with the guys here, with this party. But then you will give us 2 or 3 minutes in order to arrange in the end, after an hour, a photo
Okay.
with everyone. So everyone
Okay.
will join.
Yeah, I think everyone will be difficult because I think you can only have 12 feet. Maybe in town you can have more. We can try, yeah.
Yeah, we'll
it'll-
try. Forgive my
Yeah,
forgive
something's
my English
bugged with
for
the cam,
now.
guys. I don't know.
Άρη, ετοίμασε αν είναι ρε εσύ το τέτοιο για τη φωτογραφία σιγά σιγά τα group, αν μπορείς. Ίσως αυτό να χρειαστεί γι' αυτό να βγεις έξω από το κανάλι, να πας σε κάποιο άλλο κανάλι με τα παιδιά, για να σε εννοηθείς πώς θα
I
γίνουν
don't
οι
know.
τετράδες. Τουλάχιστον για
Cam is
αυτούς που
bugged,
θέλουν να βγουν
guys. I'm
φωτογραφία.
gonna check it later.
Sorry about that.
Where we will meet for the photo?
I'm just in Kyovashad right now.
Okay, let's go, give us that, guys. Vasily, give us at teleport.
Getting Titan Quest 2 this year. Hope it's good. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely excited to try it out as well. I haven't played Titan Quest 1, but yeah, we feel like the Greeks here. That's definitely like, you know, big Greek thing, I guess. Lol, I'm hearing my mother's language. Yeah, these are. I'm playing with the Greek community right now.
For the
Amarino.
next team, we will have Kostas, Rologas, or Rologas to prepare. Nosanity, I see that you're available, so make sure that you're ready. I'm going to unmute you so you can join us. And then let me see who would be the third one.
Okay.
I need to.
Bear with me.
I need to fix my transmog.
Raptoras. Let me go down one channel.
Woody, are you wearing your nice transmogs for the
No,
photo
it's
shooting?
it's
No,
terrible.
what is
And
this?
I was just thinking like, okay,
You
I have to
must be a
change my
fashion icon, I told you. Go change quickly.
quickly. Okay, let me see if I can fix this.
You know, always the women they take care of the outfit from the men, eh?
Yeah, Nini is always making
Yeah.
my transmogs. Yeah.
I always take over the stream to do that.
She's traditional Greek wife.
Yeah. Oh, this actually looks much better already with a few changes. Okay, let's see.
Okay, let's see.
Frosty, σε κάνω unmute να μου πεις αν θα μπεις.
Done? Done, toch?
What is going on here?
So let me unmute Kostas now.
These are
I will
the,
unmute also Frosty and
from the Greek
Nosanity.
community. We have some special event today, and they asked me to like hang out with them and play with them a bit and stuff. And I was like, okay, why not?
All right.
And, did you take your screenshots?
Yeah, we say souvlaki and we take the screenshot.
Okay.
Good one. Good one.
Okay, yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Random NPC with lantern behind you also wants a picture.
Yeah, photobombing us, the NPC man.
Rologas, try to re-enter. Try to rejoin the channel. Now I'm trying Nosanity.
Yes.
Hey, Costa.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, wudijo. I love you so much. I need to kiss you. I need to kiss you. I'm fan sex boy. That's guild.
Okay.
I will kiss him for you guys, I promise.
Yes, that would be great. That would be great. So,
Holy.
Nosanity, can you please try to rejoin the channel?
Oh, you lost the Falco character at 42. What happened, Button?
And let me try Frosty now.
Okay, let's sort out these things here.
Okay.
I just threw like items in there because didn't have time to check it out. But while we're waiting. Poison explosion, oh no.
I said you, wudijo.
Hmm?
I said you. Free at
Ah,
least.
the invite, okay. Or what?
Frost.
Right? It's problem.
Frosty, you can rejoin if you want to. Nosanity, κάνε ένα rejoin εσύ να παίξεις. Πιάσε τα χαρτά. Έλα να παίξεις.
Wudijo, maybe leave game for Diablo and go again. It's problem party.
Ah, okay. I'll try to restart.
Κώστα, are you sure it's not on your end? Είσαι σίγουρος ότι δεν είναι από σένα? Έκανες
Ναι,
εσύ...
τώρα μπήκα. Δεν έχω μπει σε πουθενά. Τώρα μπήκα.
Okay.
Ναι, it's Blizzard, one problem this party. Fuck.
Yeah, sometimes there's a bug or something. I'll try to restart.
But I did fix it. No live game. Fix it party.
I'm logging in right now. Waiting for the Malakos.
See who is the other one.
Oh man.
I don't know. Yorgo, would you want to join us in the party?
Yeah, in case you
If
guys don't know, Malaka is like
does not
some
want to join.
very common Greek slur.
So, guys, όποιος θέλει να μπει τώρα στο πάρτι με τον Κώστα και το Woody, μπείτε λίγο στο Dungeon 2 για να σας δω, να δω τουλάχιστον ποιοι δύο θέλουν. Έχουμε 2 spot ακόμα διαθέσιμα, γιατί επιλαχόντες δεν θέλουν. Οπότε, Woody, I'm trying to find the next 2 spots, because the ones who were the winners from the competition are essentially not available.
I said you.
So,
okay.
Στάθης, Γιώργος, Παντελή, Μπάμπη, Μινόταυρος.
Κοίταξε, όποιος... Μισό λεπτό.
Ωραία. Ο Μινόταυρος θέλει. Κώστα, περίμενε για να συνοηθούμε, γιατί μιλάμε ελληνικά τώρα.
Όχι, αυτό ήθελα να πω, εντάξει.
Ωραία. Ένας ακόμα, one more guys. One more. Babis and one more. Okay, Γιώργος is not available, so Στάθη, Tormentor.
Yeah, okay. We're just chilling here. So, yeah.
Okay. So, Minotavros will be the next one. Minotavre, μισό λεπτό να σε βάλω. Okay, I'm gonna add Minotavros now.
Sounds like everything a WoW classic GTA could be yours.
And παιδιά, όποιος
well, he's trying his best, man. You know, he's coordinating
για
them.
να δω ποιος άλλος είναι, να τον βάλω επίσης. Τώρα βάζω και το Μινόταυρο και χρειαζόμαστε ένα σποτ ακόμα.
Yeah, he's like trying to fill the last 2 spots because the other two are not
Λοιπόν,
available.
Μίλτος. Ωραία. Μπαίνει και ο Μίλτος, λοιπόν. Ωραία, ο Infer expired. Δεν μπορεί να μπει. Οπότε βάζω τώρα το Μίλτο. Μπαμπή, μπορείς να δοκιμάσεις να κάνεις ένα rejoin.
Ωραία, Μινόταυρος it's party.
Okay, Milto, you may try to rejoin the channel. You will be unmuted now. Milto, δοκίμασε να ξαναμπείς στο channel.
Yeah, I'm just waiting now, you know, like while they're setting this up, and they're speaking in Greek anyway, so I don't know exactly what I guess he's just saying like okay, do mission stuff.
Okay. Woody, Miltos is the third member in the party.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Hello. Nice to meet you too. Okay. Did you add me in game already so I can invite, or like we have 2 people in the party right now, 3 people with me, so 1 is missing.
Μίλτο, με έχεις free at list.
Νομίζω, περίμενα να δω.
I tuned it down a bit, guys. Don't worry.
Πες μου για ξανά το όνομα.
Ρολογάς.
Ρολογάς. Όχι, δεν σε έχω.
Πόρε φίλε. Στείλε το battle tag. Ή δεν θα γράψεις το δικό μου όπως θες.
Μινόταυρος είσαι έτοιμος.
Περίμενε το Μινόταυρο.
Μπορείς να γράψεις το δικό μου.
Hello, Woody. Πώς έχω το Μινόταυρο.
No.
Δεν ξέρω. Άμα έχεις το Μινόταυρο, κάνε request πάνω του.
I'm not gonna make it louder, man.
One minute.
Okay.
Όχι, δεν τον έχω. Οπότε κάτσε θα σε κάνω τέτοιο.
Ναι, κάνε με.
Λοιπόν, πες μου.
Ρολογάς 13 δίεση. Ρολογάς 13 δίεση.
Ρολογάς 13 δίεση.
2385.
2385.
Γιατί αφού σε είχα βάλει, πώς τις είχα κάνει. Κολλητά,
Ναι, ρε.
Οκ.
Friend request, ok, κομπλέ.
Ναι. Κάνε request πάνω μου.
Οκ. Θα περιμένετε να μπω λίγο.
Ήσουν σε κάποιο άλλο πάρτι. Περίμενε, ήσουν σε κάποιο άλλο πάρτι.
Όχι, θέλεις να μπω με το μεγάλο, γιατί είμαι με τον 65.
Yeah, it's like I'm back in Athens, guys, you know. Start speaking randomly German. Let's go.
Would you give us a minute while the guys are trying to connect?
Yeah, natürlich, kein Problem.
I'm very sorry, I was not prepared for this.
Okay.
is a late minute addition, Miltos. Although Saturday, I consider to be one of the best days in order for us to join. There are some guys who are actually working night shifts, so that was a bit tricky for them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Okay, I think I should actually be able to do some kind
It's
of damage
party
now
ready.
and survive. Let's see. I want to see it. Perfect. Well,
Ready, wudijo?
yes. What do you guys want to do?
Go
Oh,
then.
okay. He's going
I'm
hard.
full ready.
He's full ready. Okay. Well,
One,
let's do it. Let's do 100, guys.
You have potions?
It's fine. I'll try to stay alive. Let's see. I just upgraded all my gear a lot, so I might be okay. At least to not die.
Why?
Κωστά, Κωστά,
Ναι.
Κωστά, please.
Έλα. Ναι, ρε, εντάξει.
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 Okay, so who do we have now? Yes, Costa and...
I'm Kostas, yes.
Yes, you're Costas, yes. And then
And I am
Bobby's?
Harry.
Harry.
And I'm
Okay.
Milton.
And Milton, okay. Alright. So we're doing a T100. Is everyone geared up and ready for that?
Yes. All
Okay.
inside. Would you come?
Alright, let's go. Yeah, I'm getting hard carried here, but... Yeah, because I wanted to level this character a bit earlier already and, you know, be a bit stronger and maybe even 100, but I didn't have as much time for it after all as I had hoped. So, yeah, in 100 I don't think I can do much, unfortunately, but at least I can survive. Let's see. I'll try. But thanks for the carry, guys.
It's okay.
Anyway, are you guys playing together sometimes as well? Or like, do you know each other? Or is it just like random? Like Dimitris told us earlier that, you know, you have this community here and, you know, people are also grouping up and all that.
So in case, I don't know if they could hear you or if they understood the question. I mean, for some of us, English not being the native language, sometimes it's a bit...
Okay, I understand. I can repeat first. Or you can
no
repeat.
worries. Yeah, I'll try maybe to translate in Greek. Παιδιά, αυτό που ρώτησε ο Woody είναι αν παίζουμε μαζί. Αν δηλαδή παίζετε αρκετά συχνά μαζί, αν γνωρίζετε, μέσα από το community, μέσα από το Dungeon Meta. Αν δηλαδή παίζετε τακτικά μαζί. Αν μπορεί κάποιος να μην...
12 ώρες. Ναι, όχι. Πες το... Κοιτάξτε, εγώ καταλαβαίνω τι λέει, αλλά δεν μπορώ να τα πω καλά. Θα γίνουμε ρεζίλα, ας πούμε. Δεν το σπάω καλά. Καταλαβαίνω τα πάντα του λέει, απλά δεν έχω καλύτερα να το κάνεις αυτό.
Ωραία. Αυτό που θα κάνουμε λοιπόν, πείτε μου εσείς στα ελληνικά θα μου λέτε, και αν είναι εγώ θα μεταφράζω, οπότε θα κρατήσω την κουβέντα εγώ στα αγγλικά.
Να πω κάτι, είναι χειρότερα να μιλάτε ελληνικά.
Oh, no, Nini, this is Nini here.
Ναι, το ξέρω.
Εγώ θα προσπαθήσω. Εγώ δεν καταλαβαίνω τι...
Have you ever heard Nini speak Greek, guys?
Πολύ μαζί μας, δεν πειράζει.
Δεν πειράζει, εντάξει.
Κώστα, άστο, θα το κρατήσω εγώ στα αγγλικά. Ό,τι θέλετε, γράψτε στο chat και θα το κρατήσω εγώ στα αγγλικά, γιατί...
Woody, I didn't speak German a while ago, reap my points.
You want me to speak German now?
Yes, I want you to speak German now.
Okay, also die reden alle auf Griechisch und ich auf Deutsch. Ja, ab geht's.
But yes, Woody, I know here people Dungeon Meta, all money people. I'm fun guy.
Κώστα, άστο. Ωραία, άστο, θα το παίξω εγώ με το Woody. Σε παρακαλώ, άστο.
Long story short, they know each other real life and they play together many... very often. Am I right?
Yeah,
yes, that's correct. Yes, I mean we created the server as I told you in July, and then slowly the server became bigger and bigger.
Slowly.
So
It's exactly how Nini speaks.
You will see 300
Slowly.
in the
It's
server.
like
Approximately 60 to 80 are very active.
it's kind of funny.
So constantly on a daily basis, We have, yeah, 40 to 50 members will join us in order to play in parties. So all of us know each other, and some of us we have met also in person.
But the true
That's cool.
question is, are you going for souvlaki all the time?
Not all the time.
What?
Well, because
I'm guy all the time, sorry. I take better souvlaki. Thessaloniki, it's fat.
Yeah, we covered that already. Thessaloniki.
Yeah, we talked about this with Lucky, exactly. Yeah.
Thessaloniki and Creta.
I hear you have great cheese there. That's an inside joke.
Sorry,
from,
but I mean, it's like a lot
Athenians with
of people here on voice, for sure.
Thessalonikians. We mock them for saying cheese for every kind of cheese, basically.
Sorry.
Kaseri, yes.
I love Kaseri.
Usually that's a special
And how do
type,
you
or
say,
what?
how do you ask in the supermarket for graviera then? What do you say? Kaseri with holes. Anyway.
€6 from the kilo.
€6.
€6.
Sorry.
They're having a good time here, huh?
Okay.
Sorry.
What is going on, guys?
Okay, guys, I got to go. It was very nice knowing you all.
Where going, Nini?
I have to log out. My friend is here.
Sure,
okay.
It was nice talking to you, Ninevi.
Yeah, same guys. I hope we can meet one day
Absolutely. Until next time.
for souvlaki. Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
I guess, yeah. Okay, see you, Nini.
Goodie.
We have a T100 Son of Mothers now. That's gonna be fun.
Έλα. Πεθάνετε, μην το παλεύετε. Πεθάνετε.
Okay. Maybe they can get another res off. I can maybe try to help them a bit. With my buffs.
We can do it.
Woody, may I ask how old are you?
I'm 31.
31, okay.
31. 30-60.
Uh-huh. Yeah, like, how old are you guys?
Kostas 36, myself 41. What about you, Bobby?
Κοίτα που έχει κάτσει πάνω από το πτώμα.
53.
Bobby's 53, and then what about you, Miltos? The young one.
Did I hear you?
Πόσο χρονών είσαι, Phil Milto?
35.
And 25.
30,
Yeah, so,
35.
35, okay. So, yeah, in general, the average age here in the server is close to 40s. So,
Yeah, he told me that's actually pretty... That's pretty old, actually. It's kind of interesting. I guess he's like old school, like Diablo fans, and you know.
No.
Diablo 1.
Indeed. Indeed. And you know, if you take into consideration that most of us, we have families with kids, we are working full time.
Yes.
Some of the people here are working, are in 2 jobs full time. So that's why the activity here.
I was just trying to revive you guys. Yeah, sorry, we're trying to kill this son of Marvels. Yeah, it's kind of funny. But keep talking, Dimitri. It's fine.
Yeah, no problem.
Λίγο θέλει όλος, λίγο.
Get him.
Nice.
Cooking them, indeed.
It's fun. Woody.
I got this. Don't worry. Ah, I didn't.
Nice. Κλαίω, μαλάκα, δεν μπορώ.
Woody, what is your relationship with the other streamers?
That's a very difficult question to answer right now. I'm struggling. I mean, generally, I'm, you know, I'm like open to like, you know, just like get along with everyone. You know, I try at least. You know, I mean, there's like, you know, some guys I know better than others, but you know, I mean, a lot of people come as well to like, you know, my chat, or they raid me sometimes, and of course, you know, like I know them a little bit, or just see like some of the content, or people link me their videos. But yeah, I mean, I have obviously like, you know, the Maxwell guys that I work with directly, making guys and stuff. Oh, I died now. Oof. But yeah, I mean, that's like, it's like more or less depending on the person, I guess.
If I may ask, do you own a piece of Maxroll, or you work there in agreement as a column writer?
I don't own, like I don't have like shares of the company or something, but
Okay.
yeah, I mean, I'm the team lead in Diablo 4 basically, and like the director of like the whole Diablo branches. So D3, D4. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I'm like the guy responsible to make sure that, you know.
Έλα, φάτε τον ρε. Sorry.
Όχι ρε φίλε.
We have a problem, guys. I have to get rid of these small guys here somehow. I can't revive you. Maybe one of you should get up and take a revive. Oh, we have none. Oh no, wait. Okay, wait.
I am coming.
Oh, you have one. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I have these little guys here. I can't kill them. I can revive you, but they're interrupting me. Can you kill the little guys? I can revive them.
Έλα, φάτον, ένα δάχτυλο. Έτσι.
Oh, we got him. Okay, GG.
Nice.
Oof. Okay, let me go.
Nice. Welcome to the tribe.
Easy T100 Malphas. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I can't get... Guys, I'm in 4-man T100, man. I'm level 60. What do you expect? I don't even have any other items, man. Oh. Okay, so... Yeah, but to get back to that question, like, my relationship with the other streamers, like, you know, of course, I try to, like, just get along with everyone. And generally I do, so, you know, I always try to be, like, at the very least on, like, a, you know, friendly level or something, but... Yeah, with some of them I also collaborate, or, you know, like, as I said, I work with some of the Maxwell guys, and I don't know. Just trying to get along with everyone.
From the ones outside of Maxroll, who I'm pretty sure that you have quite a high opinion of them, considering that you work with them as well. What's... Which of the other streamers, content creators, you consider as strong players who contribute a lot to the community? Not only in terms of content, but also in terms of theory crafting, builds, and the whole contribution to the game.
Oh, well, the thing is that we actually recruit a lot of the guys that I think highly of to Maxwell. So,
yeah.
I mean, like one guy is, for example, Lucky Luciano. He's definitely someone I would like to mention here, but he also like, he's like part of the Maxwell family now. He's not like a writer on the D4 team, but yeah, he actually kind of recently joined us at least, and maybe he will do something in the future. But yeah, he definitely has done some nice work, I can say. I mean, there's obviously Rob. He used to be in Maxwell, but he's no more in Maxwell, like for, I don't know, a year now or something. So he's doing his own thing, but in terms of, like, you know, the builds he's making and the theory crafting is also, at least on the barb side of things, he's like definitely up there.
Yeah.
And yeah, who else? I mean, there's like some more examples. To be honest, I don't really look at stuff myself very much. Like, you know, I don't look at build guides. I don't know exactly, like, you know, what people are doing and all that stuff. I always think, you know, I play my characters, I do my own builds, and so I don't have like a really great overview, I would say, over this. But yeah, there's certainly more that are worth mentioning here, I guess, that I just don't think about right now.
Yeah. If I could ask you to name someone who you believe that is quite strong in a class, even though it might be a bit unfair, but if I ask you to give a name for every class of Diablo 4 that you believe that they're very strong at, do you think that you can name? So, for example, Rogue, we always tend to say that, okay, Wood is quite strong with Rogue, with the Rogue class. Barbarian, we believe Rob. But what's your opinion here? If you can give us a name.
Yeah, I mean, like Barbarian Rob, I think it's definitely like he's like the biggest address here, I guess. Like that people like, you know, the person that people look for the builds and stuff. So yeah, he's doing a pretty good job there. I mean, Sorc, only really Northar comes to mind, but he's like one of the Maxwell guys. But yeah, he's also streaming. You know, he's not really making videos, but he does write basically all of our Maxwell Sorc guys on his own. Basically, he has by far the biggest number of guides. And I mean, he's like, you know, an absolute crack with like testing mechanics and you know, understanding the synergies and making some really weird builds, and you know, they turn out really good and stuff like that. So yeah, Northar for sure for the Sorcs, I think. And I mean, and yeah, Necros, Macro Buy Boy. He's also doing like a lot of this, like, you know, community theory crafting work and like trying to get the info out there, not just through builds and stuff. So what he's doing is really impressive to me. Yeah, and Druids, I don't really know that much. Druids are like all over the place. One person that comes to mind is like Screamheart or Moxie.
What happened here?
Volcanic. Volcanic.
Yeah. So there's like more, like, you know, there's like more fragmentation on Druid side, I think. You know, it's not like this one guy that's like doing everything, I feel. So
yeah, Mox is quite strong actually. Yeah, in my opinion as well.
But yeah, as I mentioned, like, you know, I don't know, there's like, I don't really look around too much myself, so I don't know.
What about Skull? I don't know how to spell it. Skulm. He plays mainly Necro. Are you aware of him?
Sorry, who?
Kuln, I believe it's his name. He mainly plays Necro. Well, actually only Necro he plays. And he's done quite some exceptional builds in the past, in all the seasons. He's not amongst the, let's say, the most popular ones, but he's definitely one who's contributing a lot in terms of Necro builds.
Okay. Nah, that doesn't ring a bell right now, to be honest.
Okay. Nick Teo?
Wait, are you talking about that mods?
Where is Sorcerer?
Not that much.
No, okay.
Calm.
Okay. Skull. No, I've never heard of them. Yeah, Ponyhove, I know. Some people are mentioning Ponyhove. I've actually had another event with Ponyhove the other day where we had like a little race and he was like organizing that. That was kind of cool. But yeah, I also don't really know about his builds or something, so I don't know. it's like, I'm not really the right guy to answer this, to be honest. So, you know, like I load up a new character and I start blasting. So this is how I roll, and I just try to figure stuff out as I go. This is just what I enjoy, and I don't have time to, like, you know, watch other people.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, just asking in case of, you know, looking around and try to understand where others are going with their builds, especially with with classes outside of Rogue.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I gotta say, you know, I've learned, like, I theory crafted a lot to the entire game, not just Rogue, you know, when the game came out, but obviously I was focusing on Rogue. That was my main class. You know, I played a bunch of Rogues in a row, you know, leveled with different builds, like, tried to take it to end game, and, you know, by now I've done, you know, pretty much everything you can think of on Rogue, yeah, and I know all the mechanics by heart and everything. So, yeah, of course, you know, like, I'm the most, you know, experienced of Rogue, but, you know, like, for example, last season I've made a Necromancer, and I've actually played like 5 different builds on Necromancer, and, like, you know, I tried to learn the class, and I haven't tried everything, but, you know, I know the class well enough. You know, I know my way around the class, I know how the builds work, I know which, you know, which are the core aspects, which are, you know, the glyphs and the, you know, whatever, you know, the little pieces basically of the puzzle for most of the mainstream builds at least. And yeah, of course, you can always come up with some really weird, like, you know, combos and whatever. Like, I guess especially on Druids and on Necros, there's like, and also Sorcs, there's some potential. But yeah, you know, I can like easily understand, you know, like builds just from seeing like them for a second or something. So I try to get to that point on every class, and, you know, I'm kind of like taking it class by class. So, you know, I've played a lot of Barb now as well. I made a double swing Barb, I made a Kratos Barb. And these projects have turned out really well, and people like those builds that I made as well, even on other classes. And I'm just trying to kind of get to the point where I'm on the level of Rogue, but on every class. So this is like what I actually want to do just for myself. And just so I can also, you know, help people the most. Like, you know, I get hundreds of people, thousands of people asking questions every day about, you know, this build, that build. And, you know, I always want to be able to answer them. And, you know, there are some builds I have not played at all, and I cannot really talk about in detail, but at least I understand the basics of them. So...
Yeah.
How many hours do you spend for answering people for helping them?
Well, I mean, most of it is on stream, of course, and, you know, just people come to my stream and ask questions, and it's like a big reason, I guess, why people come to me and watch me, because I'm just trying to be helpful. I mean, I basically do this all day in that case, right? Just like trying to help people out and stuff, but also sometimes, you know, people message me on Discord, or there's like the Discord channels where people just have some questions, and sometimes I see them and I just write a quick reply. So I try where I can, but of course, you know, I can't just...
It's very difficult.
Yeah, I can't take like a lot of time for everyone, of course. And also, like, you know, it's sometimes difficult to give a real analysis and, like, you know, find out what the problem is when people just come to my stream and they say, hey, I'm playing Rogue and I'm dying too much. And then I have to try to understand, okay, first of all, what build are they doing? Like, you know, what are they doing? You know, is it because of them? Is it because of the build? You know, like, you know, there are many reasons why this problem can arise, right? Why people can be, you know, too squishy on their character or whatever. So...
Do you stress it about this?
Sorry?
Do you stress it about this?
What do you mean?
About to the right question, though.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I try to ask them, like, you know, like, okay, like, you know, what is actually going on, like, what, you know, but, and try to figure out, like, what could be the reason, of course, but sometimes, you know, there's people don't have the time or the patience for that, and I just try to, I have to try to, like, you know, give them some answer, you know, I can give them some generic answer, you know, and I say, okay, like, very likely it might be because of this or this, you know, check your armor, check your resistances or whatever, right? I can just say these things because these are like the common problems that a lot of people have, you know, like, you know, when I help like 100 people and 100 people that tell me that, okay, I'm dying too much, and then, you know, after analyzing it, and very often it comes down to the same problems. So
you have some help, a team to help you with these answers, or you have people who play together and analysis all these questions. It's only you. Καταλαβαίνεις τι ρωτάω,
Ναι,
Δημήτρη.
Woody, he's asking on whether friends or members of the community that follows you is usually helping, contributing towards you leveling faster, getting items and materials that
no. Yeah, no, actually. So I play almost only solo, and I also don't really take handouts. I mean, some people sometimes have given me like a few things or something. Like someone was there, he was like, okay, I quit the season, and he gave me like, you know, a few things or something. But in the grand scheme of things, no. Usually I don't really want handouts. I don't really take anything, and I just want to grind, you know, stuff on my own. I do play together with some of my friends that are also like, you know, mostly content creators and streamers. Like, for example, Chronix and Condis and Dakora, and we was like some hardcore guys, you know, like they're like the hardcore streamers, and, you know, we grew up together for Duriel, for example. But yeah, outside of that, I just do everything on my own almost always. So yeah, I've barely played in group at all. Like, I actually, like, you know, I'm actually trying to figure out things as we play right now because, you know, it's like something new for me almost to play in a group like this, and, you know, trying to figure out the mechanics and, you know, everything.
Woody, I understand that, okay, you may want to enjoy this grinding alone and maybe do things on your own rather than getting the help of others. But it would have been better, I believe, in my opinion, if you were grinding faster and getting better items and materials with the help of your community, in order for you to spend more time into producing material that the community will enjoy and find helpful, if you know what I mean. So I do understand.
Okay, so I understand. So basically you want me to, you know, be faster so I can make more guides, for example.
Exactly. Get more guides, be closer to the community, you know. So this way, the community, okay, maybe some of the members of the community will say, okay, he's getting a lot of help, he's not doing things on his own. But at the end of the day, we need Woody or these content creators in order for us to, you know, to watch their guides, to talk to them, to play with them. And I believe this is more beneficial in a holistic point for the community.
Well,
yes.
There's an upside and a downside here, to be honest. So yeah, I kind of get that, you know, like for example, if you look at Rob, you know, who's getting like handouts and he's doing like infinite Duriel runs and he has all the Ubers on day 2 and stuff like that. And yeah, of course, you know, from a content creator perspective, I could just also do the same thing, and then, you know, I can pump out all the guides. But I think personally for me, like, I also want to play the game, you know, like first of all, I want to play the game, I want to become good at the game, and doing something like what Rob does, he's skipping a lot of the, you know, of the grind, and I think that will also just disconnect him too much. And I don't know exactly if that's the case or not, but at least from my perspective, I think I would be too disconnected from the people because I would skip the grind. And I want to do it myself, and I want to play it like a normal player, right? I want to grind the stuff on my own. I want to feel how it is to grind it. And, you know, like this, I have a way better picture of, you know, like what are the problems. And I can also, you know, for example, give feedback to the devs as well, much better, I think, because I have a better understanding of the average player's experience compared to someone who is getting everything handed to them. So
yeah,
that's like definitely one concern that I have with this. And in general, I just would lose the sense of fun and the progression and everything if I did that. So, you know, yeah, sure, you know, it will get boring to farm Duriel over and over and over, and I will still just do it because I just feel like, you know, out of sense of, you know, the accomplishment, the sense of fairness, and, you know, all these kind of things, it matters to me a lot more to do it on my own and not just take everything as a handout.
Yeah, understood. I mean, it's a good point. It's definitely a valid point. I see both.
Yeah, and another thing that is, it's not just like that I would be disconnected or something. It's also that, like for example, if I get boosted through this, like for example right now, like if I did this on every single character, right? Like I invite 3 guys and they just boost me through T100 dungeons. You know, it's fine for now. You know, it's just like we play together, whatever, right? But ultimately, I also want to play the builds that I'm making, right? I want to like see them from level 1 to level 100. I want to see, okay, how does this build evolve? Like how, like, you know, this also is insanely important to actually make a good guide out of it later. Because what happens is if you just get boosted, then you're gonna make a guide for a build that works when you're level 100 and you have everything, but it won't work at level 60 or level 70 or level 40 when you just skip that part completely. And builds, you have to adjust them as you go. You have to figure out, okay, what are the problems that arise while playing that build? How do you solve them on the way to level 100, for example? And this is also something very important for me to include in build guides, for example.
Woody, sorry, do you want a ring?
A ring? No, I have some decent gear already. I found some good stuff, thank you.
Κωστά, maybe, Κωστά, αν είναι, βάλτε ένα level εσύ κοντά στο επίπεδο του Woody για να παίξει. Μην τον πεθάνετε. Woody, what I just asked is that...
Νομίζω καλά το πάμε, για ρώτα τον, είναι εντάξει, θέλει, ό,τι θέλει.
Όχι, εμείς το πάμε, ρε.
Woody, I asked them to get a lower level in the dungeon. So
yeah, maybe it's like a bit lower. Yeah, I can contribute, but not at 100.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, just for you guys to enjoy, because at the same time, you're multitasking while trying to answer the question. So
yeah.
Εντάξει, τι.
Ας σας πάσω εγώ.
Okay. Woody, Vampire season, what about of Zir?
What about it?
Abattoir of Zir.
Yes.
What level, max level 25?
What I cleared? I cleared a 20 on my rogue. So nice. I found the glyph. I found the glyph to level 50 solo. And then I cleared a 20 with it after, like, many attempts. But yeah, I was actually one of the highest clears on hardcore that we had on our leaderboard. Actually, I think there was only Chrono who also cleared a 20, but a few seconds faster on hardcore rogue. So I'm quite happy with that one. So especially like with the glyph grind being like as crazy as it was, and I did it like all alone. I was very happy with the result. And I also cleared a 20 on the barb, but that was just like, yeah, I played it for like half an hour or something. I made the barb and then cleared a 20 real quick, and that was it. After I did it on a rogue.
So far, which of the 3 seasons is your favorite, Woody?
Oh, yeah, certainly not season 1. So
Vampire.
Okay.
I probably, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I like this one and season 2 nearly the same, to be honest. Personally, I don't like the construct too much, but it does have some interesting things. But I like the overall like season itself, with the new builds they made and the new items, like the meteor stuff I want to try, and I'm very excited for that, for example. And yeah, I mean, I guess season 2 was a bit better for sure, even with what we have now. I guess most people would say that. Like the vampire powers were just like, on your character, you didn't have to deal with the robot and stuff like that. But yeah, overall I'm having fun either way, so. Yo, got a tier 2 sub gift, thank you man, born for free.
Αυτό που βάλες είναι χειρότερο από το κατοστάρι, δεν ξέρεις. Νομπά.
Hardcore and softcore are different games, yeah, for sure. Do you guys have people that also play a lot of hardcore here in the community, by the way?
We do.
Think again,
there are a couple of people.
Free.
Actually, last season, when I reached out to your team in order to discuss the possibility of you joining the server, when they said that you have 7 hardcore players leveled up, when I informed the chat, our community about that, almost half of our people started playing hardcore. Because I told them, because I asked them that, look, if it is for Woody to come and play with us, most probably we'll have to have hardcore characters. So almost everyone from that day started playing hardcore.
Nice.
It was, I mean, it was quite a motivation for everybody to start playing hardcore. And I believe that if your team was saying that you wouldn't be with a soft core, then definitely that would have been the case for that season as well. Most of us would have gone hardcore. In general, we do like the hardcore difficulty. It's just that the time sometimes is too limited for us to try and get characters into a level of 100 with hardcore.
Yeah, of
mode,
course,
so-
it's also like, I play the game a lot, so I can I can lose a character and that I don't really mind, right? Like, not everyone has the luxury that they're just gonna level another character or something. So,
yeah.
But it was curious, and it's kind of funny story, to be honest, that you just described.
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed, it was fine. I mean, still now, to this day, we do have a couple of them still playing hardcore characters, leveling them to 100, but the majority is on the softcore.
Yeah, obviously. Okay.
Looking forward to the rankings, Woody?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I've been preparing for this and, like trying to make my build, trying to get the Uber items and, all that stuff, the Malphas stones, so... Yeah, I'm almost done gearing up with my... Like, I want to do it on Rogue and Barb, I want to be competitive. Not on the other classes, I don't care, but... For now, for this season at least, I'm gonna do those two, and then we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, apparently it's also gonna be cool because you can filter for your clan and these kind of things, so I think this will also be like a cool community thing, right? I guess a lot of people here are actually like in the same clan now, and in a Greek clan or something, I guess.
Indeed. Yeah.
Yes.
Indeed.
So... Yeah,
I mean,
it'll be fun.
This is one of the things that we're looking forward to. I mean, to be able to compete against other clans, against other parties, to get a bit more of the
Have to see the
competitive
clip.
spirit in the Diablo 4.
Yes. Yeah, it will be much easier if they ever introduce like more social features and more things to do together and these kind of things. I mean, okay, you can farm together and like that's usually pretty good, right? With just the efficiency that you get out of being in a group. But they don't make it easy to actually group up in the first place, so...
Μαλάκα, μπαμπή. Έχουμε πεθάνει μαλάκα πιο πολλές φορές από ό,τι στο κατσοφάρι.
What did you say?
Πες το, Δημήτρη.
Sorry?
Πες τι λέει ο Λογάς, ότι
έχουμε πεθάνει πιο πολλές φορές από ό,τι στο κατοστάρι.
Okay, yeah, they're saying that this one is more difficult than the 100 level nightmare.
This is why they were swearing, okay. You're dying so much. Yeah, I'm trying, man. Yo, Avani, thank you, man. It's kind of interesting. So for chat, do you also have like your own languages, like communities or something? I know, like I guess like every country has like their own, like German community, Serbian community. I don't know what, right? It probably exists everywhere, but it's kind of interesting. The question is, are people actually like seeking them out? Free as a Dutch clan, a Romanian clan. Yeah, I just asked my chat here, like, if they also have, like, their own country's community or something. Like their own clans or a Discord or something. Seems like that's a common thing, but I guess they're always, like, smaller than the international.
Yeah.
German community stream.
I mean, the most challenging thing on building a community is trying to keep a consistency. While time is passing, especially when people start feeling a bit bored of the game or something, that's when you have to do a bit more to keep the community active. You have to go through initiatives that will keep them engaged, and that's, I believe, something that we're actually doing quite well. Every now and then we do have some initiatives in order to keep our ourselves motivated to keep on going in the community. Because as I said before, you know, people with families with a bit of a limited time, it's a bit tricky to stay active.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's also, I guess, that people just in general, like, they enjoy the start of the season more than, you know, like later in the season. But of course, if you have like some events, I'm also planning to, like, for example, run some events myself that, you know, just middle of the season or something, or end of the season when not much is happening anymore. You just, like, you know, do something special, right?
Yes.
So are you doing that as well? Are you like having some, like, I don't know, fun competitions, or I don't know, some meme stuff or that you're doing, or
Yeah, what we did for every season, and even on the internal, is that we used to create some custom leaderboards on who is getting to 100 first, who is doing a 100 nightmare first, who is killing Uber Lilith, or who, let's say, gathering all the Uber items first. So this kind of custom leaderboards that will keep the players motivated, because even though Blizzard currently don't have these incentives to keep the users motivated, we do try to create this and keep our community engaged. It takes it takes a lot from your free time sometimes, but I believe it pays off in the end, because that's what the community is all about. Trying to keep everybody engaged and motivated.
I see. Yeah, it's, I mean, if you're doing that, that's, you know, big props to you. That's really cool. I can understand, you know, it can be hard to actually, like, you know, do such an event and then, you know, like, you know, have like a rule set that's interesting and, you know, make sure that people participate and have fun, and, you know, it's like, I know how it is.
No, and kudos to you also, Woody, in front of everyone, because we approached a lot of the content creators. With some of them, we were very close to get an agreement in order for them to join us. But with you, it was fairly easy from the beginning. And this is something that I would like to mention even for your community. We did not expect that a top tier content creator of Diablo would say, yeah, why not? Let's do it. So kudos, thank you very much, because that shows a lot of how much you care for a piece of the community that actually is a native Greek.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it also makes a bit sense for me because of, you know, Nineveh, who's, you know, Greek, and, you know, I felt like immediately the connection. I was like, okay, that would be a cool idea now, especially with her also, like, you know, having maybe an opportunity to join the community, or just in general, like, you know, I know Greece a little bit. I've lived there and I'm about to go live there again, and so why not, right? So this was kind of the idea. I'm not sure if it would be like the same if I was going for, like, you know, any other, like, random country or so, and the country is, like, you know, with every country in the world, but yeah, was definitely a cool initiative, I think. So yeah, why not?
Yeah, I mean, you're getting closer to the people that actually read your guys, watch you playing, you know. So in that moment, you know, they feel special. So that's what I believe it matters
Thanks, Aaron.
in the end. So yeah.
Come to dungeon.
Oh yeah, let's go. Sorry. Yeah, thank you, Dimitris.
Teleport to me.
Just looking for discounts on next trip. I'm in. Let's go. Sorry.
Nope.
No problem.
I guess plans for visiting Greece this summer also.
Yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, Nini is there right now, and I mean, she will come back here to Bulgaria, but we are planning to actually move again to Greece in summer. So
perfect.
We're gonna stay there.
Next time you guys visit Chania, definitely let me know. I will show you around. It will be nice to catch up and. Yes, Hanya Crete. So I'll definitely help.
I thought you were Malta though, no?
I am in Malta, yes, since 2012, but I come from Kanya. So my parents live in Kanya, in Crete. So in the summer, I do visit Crete.
Okay, I see. Yeah, I mean, we've been there, so we spent a month in Kanya. So.
Oh wow, a month.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was like 1.5 years ago or something. Yes. So yeah, we rented a place for 1 month, or like it was an Airbnb.
I envy you. A month and a half on vacation.
Well, I took my PC and I was streaming from there actually.
Okay.
Yeah. So no, that was nice because it's just like I streamed a bit less than normal and we had a lot of time to go around, and since we were right there, it wasn't like really far to go anywhere.
Yeah.
What PC do you have? 4090?
Sorry?
Kostas is asking which graphics card you have in your PC.
Right
Which
now I
one
have
are you using?
it's a 3080 Ti.
3080.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, which is pretty good. So that works. But yeah, I'm about to upgrade that actually.
Ποια έχει?
3080.
Okay.
Yay.
Oh, yikes. Okay.
Nice.
Me outer space.
What about your AMD card graphic?
Sorry?
Πες το, Δημήτρη.
Κώστα, θέλεις να ρωτήσεις για τις AMD?
Ναι.
Okay. Kostas is asking your opinion on AMD graphics card. I don't know whether you're too much into...
No, I can't talk about that at all. Like, I have no idea.
Okay. I mean, it's AMD and Nvidia. I guess it's a mean for you to play the game, right? It's nothing more than that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, I know, some basics about, tech and PCs, but I don't know, like.
Yeah, you do what you have to do
different
in order
models.
to play the game and enjoy it. Yeah.
Exactly, and I don't care really. So as long as it works, I'm fine.
Nice.
What's the new card? 4090. It's on the Starforge PC.
Here it's community. Talk about many times. Why ask? Why that ask?
Okay.
Yeah.
Costa, well, Costa is saying that sometimes in the community we do discuss a lot about AMD versus Nvidia and this kind of stuff. I mean, we do like, looking into graphics cards and systems that could help us play other games as well in the most efficient way. So.
Okay, I see. I mean, Diablo 4, if you can run Diablo 4, you can probably run almost any game, I think, right?
Yeah.
It's like a pretty high-end game, so.
Did you play with the keyboard or with the controller?
I play with keyboard and mouse, yeah.
Keyboard.
I've actually I don't really have like any experience with controller, so.
Controller sucks.
So me.
I'm playing with controller. It sucks.
Then why are you doing it?
Because I'm from PS5.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of sad that they haven't introduced mouse and keyboard for consoles now already, right? Like, I think some people are waiting for that. That the modern consoles, you can just plug the mouse and keyboard anyway, and then, yeah, Diablo 4 doesn't work with it, right?
Δημήτρη, ρώτησα το να ενδιαφέρον να ξέρουμε ποια πλήκτρα χρησιμοποιείς στο πληκτρολόγιο. Για την κάθε ενέργεια, ναι.
Okay, the guys are asking which of the keys you're using on your keyboard for the skills. With which keys you're more familiar in using on the keyboard for the skills.
It's kind of interesting because I get these kind of questions a lot, and I always wonder why. Like, why someone's asking about it exactly?
Well, I can see from your stream it's 1, 2, 3, 4 left mouse and right mouse, right?
Yeah, okay, yeah, the skills is just a standard 1, 2, 3, 4 left. Yeah, right, exactly.
Yep.
But yeah, I do use WSD for walking sometimes, so I don't do this always, but I really like doing it while I have my inventory open, for example. Like now we're walking to the boss and I can just like, you know, I keep walking that direction with my keyboard while I'm looking at my items. I really like that. Like this.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's cool, yeah. And yeah, otherwise I just use my left click, right click. I use mouse wheel for moving. So that's like my main movement key, my mouse wheel.
Mouse wheel, okay.
Yes.
Interesting.
It's a force move, so I don't accidentally you know, click on enemies with that and stuff like that, and it gives me a lot of like precision in my control basically. Yeah, it's something that I learned in Diablo 3, but it was very useful, and it's very useful here as well, moving from mouse wheel.
Okay, thank
Yeah, indeed, that's something that you guys have when you're using a
Thank you for the
keyboard
subs,
and
by the
a
way.
mouse over the controllers. The fact that while you're moving, you can check your items. This is something that we don't have. The ones who are playing with controllers.
Yeah, like for control I can't do that. I see that, but yeah, for PC it was really nice, and it also made like speedrunning a lot more fun for me actually this season, because they introduced it and I immediately did it. You know, it was very natural. I was like, okay, I don't really need my WSD movement, but for like opening the inventory, walking, and it came very naturally, and you know, it just reduces the downtime, and you know, this feeling of I have to like try to like, you know, open my inventory and look at everything really fast. I can do it like much more, you know, slowly, and it's still go to the destination that I want to go, which is cool.
Δημητρή, πες του, έχεις σκεφτεί ποτέ να βάλει κάμερα πάνω από το πληκτρολόγιο του να παίζει, να βλέπουμε πώς χρησιμοποιεί τα χέρια του?
Yeah, I think it's fine, whatever.
Okay. Woody, I'm also aware of the time. And one last question from our end, I believe, unless there is another one that maybe we can do. It's whether you have ever considered placing a camera above the keyboard so that others can see the movement of your fingers when playing with the. I don't know how interesting that could be for some players.
I have made a video about that actually, where I did that at some point very long ago.
Okay.
Like that video actually doesn't exist anymore. That was like that's deleted at this point. But yeah, I did that once, and it was apparently a very successful video as well. So at least, you know, for a video or something, I might do something like that again. But permanently having like a mouse cam or something, or like a hand cam is probably not happening.
Yeah. So, Woody, what about you guys take another photo, the four of you, before we do the photo of 12 people?
Okay.
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 To Kyovashad?
I'm going to Kyovashad, yes. Let's go there. I just noticed you don't actually see other people's construct, right? The Seneschal. You only see your own in town. No one has one, yeah. Yes.
I never noticed that.
At
Actually.
least this guy here doesn't have one. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I see people running around and there's none.
Oh yeah, true.
Now here, this just disappeared. Do you see? There was like one on the portal, and when he moved, it was gone. Only hands. Let's go. Keyboard can do the next race would be cool. Yeah, it's kind of hard to do because you need like the right angle and stuff. But I don't know. Maybe we could do something. You'll see. I might have to get a new cam anyway because this one is bugging out right now. Is it still like flickering and stuff?
Okay. If you're good now, Ari, let me. I don't know. Is Aris here? Let me see.
Δεν νομίζω.
Yes. Yes, he is. Would you
Okay.
give me a moment so I can I can now schedule the group photo.
I did not expect a stream to turn out like this. What do you expect, Bile?
May take a few seconds, but we are actually prepared.
So go to one of the viewpoints in the game. Yeah, but it's only like for yourself, right? You can only... okay, you can actually, like, you know, change the camera angle, right? And then have a picture. Maybe that would be kind of cool.
Άρη, μ' ακούς, μπορείς να μιλήσεις τώρα.
Έλα, Δημήτρη.
Έλα, είμαστε ok.
Ναι, είμαστε ok, απλά δεν γίνεται να βγούμε πάνω από 12 άτομα.
Ωραία, ωραία.
Παίρνουμε 2 άτομα και συν το Woody και βγαίνουμε φωτό. Αυτό.
Ωραία,
ωραία.
Is it somewhere here? Where's that thing? Here? Is it here?
Πες μου ποιους να κάνω invite ή...
Μπες μέσα στο πάρτι του ρολόγα και θα τους φέρεις. Λογικά, έτσι.
Όχι, ας μην το κάνουμε έτσι. Κάντε όλοι leave.
The viewpoint.
Και θα κάνω εγώ τα invite 2 άτομα. Θα κάνω το Κώστα.
Okay.
Κάντε όλοι leave.
Okay.
But it will be hard to get all the people there, I think.
Γιατί δεν joinάρετε πάνω μας?
Γιατί μπορεί να χαθεί τώρα το face, ρε Κώστα.
Ναι.
Κάνε leave και θα σας κάνω invite. Απλά το wudijo δεν τον έχω φίλο εγώ.
Well, let's figure it out right now and then we'll see.
Ο Κώστας θα το φέρει το wudijo, έτσι.
Ναι, ή Κώστα κάνε πάνω μου. Μαζί με το wudijo.
I'm trying to find the spot where there's like this viewpoint where you can like change the camera angle. You know what I mean? Maybe this would be good for a picture, actually.
We are in Kyovasad. We have gathered for the
Yeah,
picture.
yeah.
There is quite a. So we gathered around 10 of us, and now we'll try to organize it so that you come with us.
Okay, yeah.
Να κάνω εγώ live party τώρα, δεν έχω καταλάβει.
Άρη.
Κάνε live party, Κώστα, ναι.
Ωραία.
There's a spot in Harazai. Just like at the ships or something, right? At the...
Ωραία.
Εδώ είναι.
Ωραία, θα κάνω εγώ εσένα invite. Ωραία.
Is this here?
Και μετά θα έρθεις εδώ που είμαι εγώ, θα κάνεις live και θα κάνεις invite το wudijo, θα έρθει και τέλος. Okay.
Μα εδώ είναι και ο Μπάμπης και ο τέτοιος και ο wudijo.
Βγες από εκείνο το πάρτι και έλα μόνος σου. Αυτό σου εξηγώ. Ωραία, έλα εδώ που είμαστε εμείς.
Πού είστε, στην Kyovasad λέτε, ρε?
Ναι ρε Κώστα, έξω από το Capstone είμαστε.
Yeah, this is probably not good
Έλα
enough.
εδώ πέρα, με το που έρθεις θα κάνεις leave. Αν σε ρωτήσει αν θες να αλλάξεις world, δεν θα αλλάξεις, θα πατήσεις decline. Θα μείνεις εδώ και θα κάνεις invite το Woody και τέλος.
Μα εδώ είναι ρε ο Woody. Οκ. Ναι.
Yeah, we're gonna get Nini on there. I wonder if it works.
Το πάρτι κάνει invite το Woody και βγαίνουμε φωτογραφία.
Okay, Woody,
Like...
Kostas will now invite you, so we
Okay.
can come all together.
I'm not sure if there's a limit of exactly 12 people. You might be able to have more.
Yes.
So, like in a town at least, right? You can have more than 12, I think. So, yeah, Nina V also wants to be on a picture.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, just invite me, and then I'll invite her as well, and then we can be in the same instance, I guess.
Ναι, Woody leave party to invite you.
You can.
Woody, you will have to leave the party.
Yes.
In order to invite you.
I left the party. I'm alone now.
Okay, Kostas, you can invite Woody now.
Ναι. Yes. Πες το να φύγει στο Capstone.
So where are you? You're at the cathedral. Okay, I'm coming there.
Yeah. Yes, out of the Capstone.
Oh, so many people.
Yes. It's Greek community.
Yes, Kalispera.
Okay. What about Ninevi? Do we have Ninevi as well?
Yeah, I tried, but I think she just crashed. Yeah, are you coming back? Okay, she says never mind. Okay, so.
You sure?
Yeah, it's fine. I can take a picture with her IRL. It's fine.
Okay. Ari, you will take a picture of us.
Πώς έχετε μαζευτεί?
Είπες μαλάκα.
Θέλει να έρθει κανένας
Πού είστε,
άλλος
ρε
ή
φίλε,
είμαστε όλοι εδώ.
Εγώ δεν είμαι.
Δεν είναι. Έλα πάνω μου.
Δεν γίνεται. Κώστα,
Κώστα,
please. Μέχρι 12 άτομα.
Okay. Ari, did you take a photo?
Wait just a minute.
Okay, sure.
Can do this, yeah.
Well met, traveler.
What else is there? No. Can do this, yeah.
La culpa.
Flexing.
Είπες μαλάκα.
Okay, it's okay.
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 Thank you very much.
Okay.
Woody, thank you very much.
Thank you, Woody.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me.
Thank
It
you
was
so much.
yeah, it was fun, and also thank you for this was a really fun stream for me as well. So appreciate it.
Yeah, it was a real pleasure for us. We really appreciate it. We apologize to the people who were following the stream for sometimes with Greek, having them to listen to Greek. But thank you for everything. We wish you a nice evening, and we hope to see you again soon.
Yeah, okay. I mean, maybe there's an opportunity again in the future, and maybe we can do something again. So let's see.
Absolutely, that was
But
fun.
at the very least, I guess I'm gonna stay updated a bit about what's going on because of Nini. She just joined the Discord, and I guess she might be, around sometimes, doing.
Absolutely, that will be our pleasure. It will be a pleasure.
Yes, I think my stream chat also enjoyed it a lot. Yeah. Also in community.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Woody. Cheers.
Okay. Yeah. Have a good one, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
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 Can I get some people love for the Greeks, guys? That was fun. Hope you enjoyed it with the Greek community here. Marcos everywhere. Yeah, well, that's kind of cool stuff. There's also like, all this like random talk about the country and so on, it's like, okay, like a lot of people might not know anything about Greece, and that might be like really insightful, I guess. Yeah, the son of Malacca. Yes, exactly. That was a really cool event actually with that son of Malphas in the T100 run. That was perfect. And we did it, man. It was really close actually, but we did it. The Malphas fight, yeah. That was definitely a cool event. Yo, Simplicity, thanks for 5 subs, man. We are a bit noisy. Yeah, at some points it was like, like 5 people talking at the same time, and like blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay. But okay, it's fine. Yeah, the Dimitris, it was like the guy who was like talking mainly and like, doing a lot of the moderation and stuff. He was not actually in a party. So he only set the ordinance up, and he was like, kind of following and stuff, and I guess trying to like, keep a conversation up and stuff. And then he asked a question with the other streamers, and why we were fighting him out. Yeah, that was good, man. 54 would implement clan houses and more options to interact. Yeah, that would be cool, right? In general. Imagine there was actually like a clan, area, like the guild hideout or something. I think in PoE that it doesn't really work. But here it would be kind of nice if there was like some you know, like the gate hall, right? Like a little area, and you can just gather there, and you like see people from your clan and stuff. And it would be like your hub. That'd be pretty amazing, I feel. Yeah, he was the raid leader for sure. Let's turn on some music again. Imagine you could create your own instance full of bosses to challenge other clans. I don't know, maybe long term we're gonna get some cool stuff there. Honestly, I'm booking a Greek holiday. I can confirm actually, Greek people, they're very welcoming and very lively and stuff for sure. Very enjoyable. So I'm still getting up for a hardcore player. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't be contributing damage, right? So I was trying to res them until someone kills the boss. Dodging around, it worked, yeah. And hospitable. Can I come over, Nini? Well, what are you doing? There's a world boss coming in 10 minutes. Sad cat. Well, we got a lot further now, though, with all the stuff here. I got a lot of good gear and so on, so I guess you're gonna use that and start blasting a bit. Unfortunately, didn't get an amulet, but everything else, yeah. The food is fantastic, yes. Have you been there as well?
Oh, you've caught a rare one. That's a good omen.
Look.
Not to Greece, but we're in Germany. We stayed over with Greek family in Hamburg. Okay, that's nice. Did 40 runs a Doria, got multiple downloads and 1 Uber. Oh, 1 Uber and 40 runs is not terrible. What do you get? Thank you, JWF. Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, they reached out to me, like, we wanted to do this last season already and do some stuff there, but then I think, you know, the timing was bad and so on, and we kind of postponed it. But yeah, this was actually like being set up a long time ago already, and yeah, apparently he wants to try this with other streamers as well, which is cool, you know? Even though they don't really have like maybe necessarily a connection to like Greeks or Greece or something, but you know, for me it was kind of like, you know, I have a clear connection to Greece, so of course, you know, it kind of makes sense, and why not? And it seems like, you know, really like caring about the community that they have there, keep them engaged, and if it makes them, you know, happy and they have like, you know, some kind of like memory, that's great. It's just a bit difficult because, you know, like generally I'm just like on, you know, on my own here playing solo and all that stuff, but yeah. Got a grandfather. That's a good item to get. Simple as a day. Did you try summoner builds? I don't really like summons too much, to be honest, but I will try some more stuff with summons and just like trying to learn a little bit and stuff. So I'm just getting some gear right now. I wanted to try this with Bone Spirit. I wanted to try to make a Bone Spirit build work. And I will actually probably remove this ring soon, so I can get the Bone Spirit aspect in there. I mean, we could get away without exposed flesh and just put a Bone Spirit aspect there, right? That would be a thing. Then we need like... We need like an offender that is actually not a shield. Put an offensive power there for the other Bone Spirit thing with the crit. Story threats squishy. I would assume so. Thank you, Jamie. Yeah, Dimitri, like, you know, I hadn't really spoken to him or something before. Like, he was the guy who was originally reaching out to me, but, yeah, it was mostly actually, like, you know, organized in the end by Dimitri and then, like, my agent for, like, my sponsorships and stuff, actually. Because it just landed in my email and, you know, they talked about this and then, they made it happen, basically, together. So that's kind of cool. So also props to him, I guess. And that's got boring after 2 levels. Yeah, I mean, try another build. I actually just recorded a guide for Trample Slide and I think that's already out. Trample Slide was super fun. You can try it out maybe. Yo, just Jonna, thanks for playing, man. Bosses seem to struggle. Yeah, Lightning Storm is not that great on bosses, but you can make it pretty good on bosses. You know, if you like optimize around single target. I'm definitely excited to try some Lightning Storm myself when I get there. They changed the cooldown of charge recently. Nope. And he just tucks it away. Man, I thought I'm out of the Sturiel hell, but then I realized, okay, I'm playing hardcore now. I have no Fiend Roses, I have no Forgotten Souls. F. I guess I'm not gonna try to roll my items too much. Just hope for some good drops. But I guess minimal rolling we should probably still do. Why is that a random star, by the way? Shit is super fun. Insane speed, use of Trample and Bulwark for Tibalts. Ah, yeah, for sure. Definitely excited to try Shred. I just level this as... Yeah. I want to do 2 Druids, I guess. 1 Shred, 1 Lightning Storm leveling. But maybe it's gonna do like Lightning Storm early game, then switch to Shred, and then go back to Lightning Storm later. Might also be a way. Instead of going like full Shred leveling, because Shred is like not really great in the early game, I think. It pops off later. So I can just like leave it from the early game and... Yeah. What do you see? Maybe it's actually kind of good here. I can do Rabies strat, I guess. Domain tunnels. Should be fine. It doesn't reset now, the charge cooldown. Are you sure? Did you change your items maybe? Did you change your skill ranks? Maybe like, you know, charge cooldown also scales for skill ranks, for example. These guys are chilling there. And not really that powerful right now still. Where's my grasping veins, man? Looks like there's like no damage. I have 18k armor. He just one bonks him, great.
That was not bad.
I missed the world boss. Ah shit, where is it? Which region? I can maybe try to catch it. Was it here? Down? What is down? Yeah. Okay, maybe I could get an instance, let's see. But they were kind of like 2 minutes late already, that's usually too late to have a chance, but maybe. Yeah, we need world boss though. I need Littlest Wall potentially. That's kind of important for Necros. Yo, Dimitris. Thanks for the Prime, man. I got the Prime, and this was our host earlier, guys. Go on, 2015. Oh shit, where am I going? So the guy was like, you know, organizing everything. Wudijo usually one shot. Yeah, I guess there's no hope here, right? Ah! Look! We found a guy. 2 guys. 3 guys, there's 1 dead as well. Okay, perfect. Yo, also thanks for sub, Binies. Oh my god, man. Is this how softcore works? Everyone just dies at bosses? This is... Welcome to softcore? Okay. Yeah, you can feel the difference, man. Like, really. Yeah, look, one swipe, 2 guys down. 3 guys down, actually. It's normal. Here, this guy doesn't even survive the sweep, man. Look, this guy instantly died from the sweep, man. Not even the dot. Holy shit, man. Like, what are these builds? That's insane. Well, okay, but I gotta thank them, you know. They are the reason why I'm actually getting the rewards right now. You know, without these people, the boss would have been one shot, and I would get nothing. So I can only say thank you, guys. That's actually kind of interesting finding this as a bone spear, because you have to, like, you know, reposition all the time. Go closer and more distance. Oh, pumping. I think there should be some revive limit or something on world bosses. I mean, look at this. Yeah. Wait. What the hell is this?
I appreciate that.
Real life. I don't know. I think like 1 revive would be fine. Like 1 revive per player on world boss or something. I think that would be okay. Or something like that, you know, just so don't go in with like a character that gets one shot by every single thing.
Thanks. Impressive.
Okay. Did he just hang out on the outside? Yeah, I guess that would be the problem, that people just like start leeching and trying to like not to get hit or something. I mean, there would be ways around that, but not very lazy ways I could see. So I can't even get the ancestral items, right? No. Here's movement space.
How can I help? Still use the forge is always hot.
Alright, we have just cinders here. Need to finish the hillside. Unlimited revive, but 1 death equals no reward. I mean, maybe a good solution would be just like you get an extra reward for not dying a single time. But you can die as many times as you want and take it down. But to make it like a, you know, like kind of like the, you know, Greater Rifts in D3 or something, make it an extra upgrade. I think that could be something at least, you know, to not overdo it and with like, you know, a very punishing mechanic. But say, okay, you get like, you know, an extra cash, or like the extra cash is tied to not dying or something like that, you know. Because on the other hand, I mean, it's also not fun for anyone, like walking in there and like just dying 20 times over. But if this is like just how you play the game, because there's no downside to it, then people will do it, right? People will just walk in and they will never bother to actually figure out how to not die. And the thing is, if they're dying on a world boss, then imagine them in dungeons, man. So I cannot really imagine this is like a very fun experience for anyone, right? It's not fun for the people that have to suffer with just dying all the time. It's also not fun for the people that you see these guys dying all the time because they know they don't contribute, so they have to take down the world boss on their own. So it's just like no one wins, right? So kind of forcing people to actually like make a build that is more functional in order to do world bosses would not be a bad idea necessarily. Dying itself was supposed to... But there's no downside to dying. You just get up and you're right there in like 3 seconds. Like, there's no downside to dying. But Woody, I'm 6 years old. Well, that's a perfect time to start to get good. They are softcore builds. Yeah, I think I now understand, you know, why people always ask me, wait, can this build be played on on hardcore as well? Or like there's sometimes people that ask me, can this build be played on softcore? But I think I understand now why. Because for some reason people think they're different. But I think what's actually happening is that people just make bad builds. And you know, they don't get weeded out, you know? Like, if you make a bad build on hardcore, you're just gonna die, and that's the end of it. But on softcore, that's not the end of it, right? There's no survival of the fittest. So, you know, there is no hardcore and softcore builds. There's just good and bad builds. Yeah, and the natural selection is missing in softcore. So... Having to run back in a raid vibe is a big complaint for a lot of people. I do agree there needs to be a consequence. Yeah, I mean, you know, of course, you know, it kind of gets boring if you have to do like a 10-minute walk after every single wipe. But of course, you know, if you lower the consequences of a death, like, you know, if you're talking about like WoW raids, right? You know, imagine you wipe on Ragnaros, right? It's literally like 15 minutes for everyone to even get back to that place, and then you have to buff, you know. Then you talk about shit, and then, you know, easily like 20 minutes, 30 minutes pass between each attempt. But yeah, the other extreme is like these days, retail WoW, where, you know, like you wipe and like 20 seconds later is the next pull, right? So like you do like mass res, or like you literally just a res right in front of the boss, full HP, full mana, buffing costs nothing, or it's not even necessary these days, and you go, right? And that's also like too extreme, right? Because you just have like this incentive to like throw away every single attempt where something goes wrong, right? If you're talking about like mythic raiding or something, right? And there's no consequence. You're just like, okay, one little thing went wrong, okay, wipe, go next, right? And that is also bad, right? Because you don't actually get to, you know, go further and like try more. Even if like stuff goes wrong and you know this is not going to be the final attempt, at least you can try to push it further, like learn more and stuff like that. But it's like not so disincentivized, right? And I guess in Diablo 4 terms, you have kind of like the same problem here. Like, there's no incentive to try to get better if there's no death penalty, right? There's no XP penalty like in D2 or in PoE. Like, you really try to make a character that actually works in those other games because of the penalty. It doesn't even have to be a large penalty, you know? It just has to be something that disincentivizes you from not dying all the time. But people going into the world boss, which is like some of the easiest content in the game, and then dying like 7 times in 3 minutes. You know, like these people are just kind of like missing something. You know, and they're not gonna have that much fun with the game, I feel. Like, how are they gonna have fun with like going beyond that, you know, doing something on their own? I mean, okay, like the world bosses can hit hard and so, but there's a lot of other stuff that just kills you way more easily than a world boss does. Oh, 147% crit damage. How much crit do we have? $20. World bosses are easy content. Not sure if the average player base would agree. Yeah, I'm not talking about, you know, opinions. I think it's just how it is. Like, world bosses are not exactly hard. They're not designed to be hard. And it's very obvious. I don't need to have an opinion about that. That's just how it is. And yeah, okay, people might disagree with reality, but I don't, so... You're role-playing as a Necromancer, so it's important I continually die and respawn. Oh man. No, I'm not trying to shit on the people that die on the world bosses. I just think it's a general problem that, you know, people die on world bosses because they don't have a reason to actually make a character that doesn't die on world bosses, you know? I think it's fine that, you know, there's that bad players out there and they're having fun with the game, you know? Of course they should have fun with the game. The bigger problem is that, you know, they have a character that just dies all the time, and it's not because the game is too hard, but it's because there's no reason to make a character that doesn't die all the time. That's the problem I'm talking about. And I mean, ultimately, I think it just takes away the fun of the game. Also for those people, even if you say, okay, I'm playing softcore, you know, I don't try to be sweaty or whatever. But if there was like, you know, a bigger incentive to actually make a character that doesn't die all the time, I think the game would just be better for everyone. Including those people that right now don't care and just die 7 times on a world boss and like, okay. I think they would have more fun of the game, basically. If they didn't die 7 times. World boss is harder in T1 than in T4. Yeah, exactly. It's very weird. I actually talked about this in my other videos, but it's like, you know, World Tier 1, World Tier 2 world bosses are actually, they kind of feel like a boss, right? They're dangerous, they can like 1 or 2 tap you, even on like a, you know, like a decked out character, right? And, you know, the bosses actually don't die like in 2 seconds. Like, actually having his fight here that I just had, I was very surprised to see that, you know, it's like way longer than any other world boss I had this entire season. Which is kind of funny considering I'm on softcore right now, where usually people just gather and one-shot a guy. World boss at the beta was the best experience. Yeah, exactly, it was epic, man. Oh shit. Huge aspect here. Level 68, find the echo of hatred. Kind of funny, yeah. I had people who show up late to Leech group. I guess that actually mattered, right? There were like a bunch of people like me, like, oh shit, world boss, let's go, maybe we can get it. And then they arrive there, and you know, the people like that are, you know, not people that know that they have to show up on the spawn of the boss because it's gonna get one shot. So yeah, I guess it makes sense. Yeah, I just happened to be like in one of the few instances where the boss is not getting one shot, right? So this is exactly what happened. So no, of course, you know, if the boss is not getting one shot, then most likely it's gonna be a long fight. And I'm not upset about having a long fight, you know, I would actually like to have long world boss fights, you know, they're actually way more interesting. A big benefit is using Melted Heart on Rogue. Well, nothing out of the ordinary, it's just like a lot of toughness, I guess. Common point builds, you don't need much resources, and especially with Penshot, you can also generate very easily resources with Innovation, for example, on the passive tree. Can't expect Airplay to go to Maxo and copy a build. That's not what I'm saying. You don't need to make a good build to survive a world boss easily. Not even remotely close to a good build. You just need to have a very basic understanding of how defenses work in this game. And you can survive any world boss with ease. That's the thing. Like literally here on World Tier 4, I'm level 60, all I need is like, you know, maybe 8k armor. And I can survive anything that a Shaman throws at me. Without even pressing my health potion. It's not like rocket science.
That's good salvage.
Yeah, exactly, and maybe the game just does a bad job at actually kind of teaching you the requirements to build your character, right? You go higher, and like, okay, I mean, you know, something like the skill tree and so on, I think this is like relatively well designed because, you know, you unlock more stuff, and then, you know, you have like these different like, categories of skills, and then you have like a key passive, and then, you know, at some point you have all your main skills maxed out, and then you go for the passives here, and, you know, that works pretty well, and it's kind of similar to Paragon, you know, you kind of progress through the system. And even if you're not like, you know, super in-depth, you know, theory crafter or something, you can kind of like grasp the concept here very easily, I think. But somehow people die on world bosses in World Tier 4. And that's because of another factor, which is like your defense, so at least in particular armor, I guess. And either people are not paying enough attention to that, or, you know, okay, Ashama also does poison damage, so maybe they don't have poison res. But I don't know, you don't need much to like just basically face tank Ashava. But people don't even have that. Not even that, they're not even close to that, you know. This guy got one-tapped by Ashava. Like, it's not like he dies over 4 hits or something. He just got one-tapped. So there was something completely off. Yeah, I would also reward not dying, you know? I would not say, like, you know, take away... I mean, it's effectively the same thing, right? But it feels better to say, oh, you got a reward for not dying, instead of, oh, you lost this because you died, right? So you're gonna call it whatever you want. It's the same thing.
You can take what's left.
Is that actually... Wait a minute. On softcore, I remember, like, in the open beta, we found this mechanic where if you die to a dungeon boss and then revive, the dungeon boss gets -1 level. Is that still a thing? Is that still how it works, actually? I don't think so. That was, like, the weirdest mechanic I've ever seen, man. Like, I remember when we found that out in the beta, and I was like, what the fuck? Oh, we don't have a cliff there. Easy. We have something better. Can do a next cliff here, actually. I guess not. Okay. I wonder if I can do a 60 something. It's an easy one I have. I wonder what happens if I do it. I have a lot of armor. The only resistance missing is this. Let's see what happens. It's probably 42, because why not? Can I tackle this solo? I have like upgraded items and so on. Can I upgrade this thing?
That there is worth the coin.
2 yellows, yeah. Pretty good, actually. I think I have an offhand. Do we have one? Shit, let me save one. This is a high level thing. So let's see if we get something in this run. If I can do it. Does endgame the whole thing need an ancient charge aspect? Notice some builds leave it out. I mean, if you want to be a double swing build, then charging around and killing everything with charge is not really the fantasy. But it is the meta right now, so Ancestral Charge is extremely powerful, and I also use it in my builds because you just charge and kill everything. That actually seems easy enough here right now. Why do I have 18,000 armor, by the way? What the fuck? Yeah, overflow. Good night. Definitely feels a bit slow though doing this, yeah. Even though I can. I'm getting relatively high loot though, which is nice. Actually, this might be an interesting strategy next time I do a race. Just like very early, like here. Once you have like a nice power spike, just go like higher tier. Get like a big weapon. And then go zoom. This could be interesting for a race actually. Can I show an overview of my gear? Sure. It's like any good defensive aspects, by the way, and not really, right? Mostly have like armor, res, need some bone spear stuff, a bit of life. So still missing movement speed on the boots. And here we actually have 0 movement speed, man. Really wish you could find aspects from the imprint list. Yeah, like, you can't even search on the codex, right? Oh, wait, what was that? Oh, Dimitri's again. Continue sub from Prime gift to tier 1. It doesn't say anything in chat though, but I heard the alert. Thank you. If I step bully. I wonder how we're gonna survive the final room here. It's gonna be tough. Nice, I have pretty high item power. If only enchant from coding like once or twice ever. Wait, why? Need to add movement speed on Necro skill tree. I mean, there's 15% from the darkness skill. If you have Sacrilegious Soul, you can have that up easily from Cause Explosion. I mean, only very slow right now because I have 0 movement speed on my gear. Nothing. So... and no movement aspect either. I have only 8% movement speed from Windstriker. Actually hilariously bad. No real bad, he ripped tons of aspects. Not everything is bad from the Codex though. There are certainly some aspects that are actually pretty decent value from the Codex. Some of them are terrible, yeah, but not all of them. Yo, Meister Magus, hello. Thank you for the sentiments. Cucumber stream. I need some world first for that or so. What can we do? I wonder how this goes when I just go like 10 tiers lower already, like 50-ish. Go try, see how that is. Blasting a Venomist. Yeah, Venomist is still pretty powerful for sure. Even if the nerfs to cause explosion. I do use Juggernaut, but I don't think I need it. Not right now, at least in that much. It just dropped like this, yeah, it's 5,000 Juggernaut roll. But I could get away without it. At least on like these levels, yeah. Like when you're like in early Torment and you have like a few ancestral pieces and like 1 or 2 armor rolls, you're gonna be fine for a long time. You don't need Juggernaut really until you get closer to the 100. Oh, it's so nice actually, the suppressor turning off when the stun. That's huge. The cost generals. I have 4 maximum essence already. Is there more on the Necro tree or is it only on the bone graft? That's it. Okay. Full stop. This guy in prison's not dropping this season. I don't think that changed anything about this prisons. You have to farm world bosses for that. They drop from world bosses mostly and from treasure goblins sometimes. Oh. I just walked in there, almost died because I thought I had my blood mist up. When I was 17 mobs at level 69, why? Yeah, it's just the sigil I had in my inventory and I was like, why not? I mean, it doesn't make any sense, but I wanted to see what happens. I'm not exactly, you know, trying to speedrun this Necro or something, so let's have some fun. How much you have to donate in order for you to sing chorus of a song in your native language with me? Oh boy. I mean, I'm not sure if you really want to do that, you know. If I'm qualified for that. What language even? Portuguese. Ah. Not on stream, I think, with good stuff, so. Rogue Barb ready for gauntlets? No and no. At least I have 2 stones on the Rogue and 1 on the Barb. We have to do more Malphas on the Barb. And yeah, I'm probably gonna grind out some high tiers as well for like a day or 2 this week. To try to get a 925 Sky Hunter and the 925 from Radni. Because I think I'm gonna take double swing into the gauntlet and I need definitely a better weapon. Now you're asking why such high tier, yes. Because, you know, you usually don't want to farm such a high tier. For leveling at least, you know, there's no point. So usually you get monster level plus 10 and that's it. So what I'm doing here is like, you know, not reasonable. The hell? This guy's flying around. Okay, we did it. Yeah, because I said it's sigils and I was like, okay, I want to see how I can do it on my own. Realistically, I'm gonna go lower though, it's kind of slow right now, but kind of interesting. Man, I wish I would have some movement speed, man. Why is it always on kill? I don't really have the souls to roll this, so you have to wait for boots that have move speeds. A bird. Cookies and milk. Enjoy, huh? Yeah, you are getting much better gear and doing these high tiers. So here's like 899, 880, 920. So yeah, the item power is relatively good. But it's slow. I was hoping to get like an offhand. This one has resource generation and essence cost reduction and damage reduction. It's actually a pretty good shield. But if I want to play with Bone Spirit, either get rid of this ring. Probably want to get rid of this ring. Yeah, we kind of have to for the Bone Spirit aspect, but then we still have an offensive aspect for Bone Spirit as well. So you have to have an offhand. We actually cannot have this thing. They get a ring, we need to get offense. So this thing has all damage. Yeah, I should save the ring as well. Yeah, this thing is not really worth rolling, I think. Even with the 10 attack speed. Oh, so that's crit slowed. I'll save this. Use essence cost reduction. 13%. Plus 2 to all corpse skills. Could try to like YOLO roll movement speed or something. I would take those instead. And don't roll it. I think that might actually be the better move right now. Even though it's weaker. More armor, okay. Kinda useless. How about the res? Okay, it's fine. This thing has crit and cooldown. I can get resource on this thing, I'll probably just use it. Come on. I've gotten souls. Okay, do we have another ring here? Nothing I really want to use, but okay. Let's take this. Codex. Actually, let's wait. Let's do like another run on a bit lower tier. Let's compare it before we actually go for this.
How can I help?
Hello, Vanny, Vicky. Base 50 to 100 rogue build is pen shot. And you try to move while using something like rapid fire, it doesn't let me until you finish the animation and you die many times because of this. Yeah, rapid fire just has a long animation, that's just how it is. It has a very long animation, you have to wait for it. And the answer is, I guess, make your character more tanky. Oops. You're doing like a 40 something. It's also relatively high. Let's see what happens. Gonna go as if hardcore and LE. Yeah, that's the plan for now. For the start, we'll see. I mean, on hardcore, I don't really expect to be like a big economy, first of all, and second, in general, like new fresh launch and stuff, that people are not really gonna play hardcore that much in general. And I'm also gonna be trying to like go hard and, you know, probably be ahead of the curve. So I don't really expect much from trade for a while on hardcore. This build is already destroying. It's like plus 30 levels. about we do the extra splinters now, by the way? I heard there was like some change to this, that the splinters don't make stuff vulnerable anymore. Is that actually true? Seems like I'm making everything vulnerable. Sunny. Melee and LE for hardcore will be painful. I don't think that LE really has like a lot of mechanics that are like melee unfriendly, if you ask me. I played a melee build, another melee build, and what was the third one? It was a bow build, but with shotgunning effectively melee anyway. I don't think it's like a very melee unfriendly build game. And now I'm doing a Bone Spear. Bone Spirit is the plan. I wanna respec to also have Bone Spirit after this and see if it actually starts doing something now. Can we kill this guy? It's gonna be very tanky, I guess. I'm not in the mood. It's actually gonna be the last run for the night, guys. Got the Necro to 70 though, which is okay. Gonna continue tomorrow. I'm also gonna probably do like bigger duel session tomorrow. Do some more stuff on the rogue. It feels so much more like a bard than playing Hoda. Yeah, for sure. Hoda doesn't really seem very appealing to me, to be honest, like playstyle wise. I mean, yeah, it's nice to like, you know, smash stuff and kapow and stuff, but a bit boring in the long run. Having fun with Rend. Yeah, I might try Rend as well. Maybe I'm gonna level a second barb, I'm gonna do like a Rend bar, but I don't know, it kind of all feels pointless right now with charge. Need to like actively avoid charge and then, yeah, sure. But then Rend is like, you know, charge is part of Rend build, so... With the ring at least. 99.9 the game is not router friendly. Why? That's the most interesting but tanky build for hardcore right now. And you can make any build relatively tanky, I think. I mean, it's just, it's more like some classes have like easier access to like certain defensive mechanics that are useful than others. Like, you know, barbs are just tanky in general, just from the passive tree already. Rogues are generally squishy just because they don't really have so many defenses. It's just like depending a bit on the class as well. If you want to be tanky, you can always have the option to put a defensive aspect on your amulet, for example, if there's something for your build. Or just so I could roll less offensive stats and roll more defensive stats. It's not really like a hardcore build. Yeah, I can recommend Rogues one. That's a good level for average player to World Tier 4 capstone. I would say 60, 65 or so is usually the time. If your build is like, you know, kind of working well and you have a bunch of defenses, you're fine. Okay. Yeah, guys, I think I'm gonna go. I'm gonna continue tomorrow. It's getting late, I'm getting tired. Very early schedule these days. Yeah, appreciate it, guys. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Bitch, yeah. Tomorrow we have the interview with Jonathan, by the way. I have to prepare some things for that, I guess, anyway. But yeah, tomorrow a big interview, guys, with the PoE 2 game director. It's gonna be fun. What time is that? That is evident command 9:30 CET. Yeah, so this is in 22 hours. Yeah. So anyway, have a good one, guys. Let's wait some.